Check 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and check. I'm going to give it just a second to make sure that I'm on here, and I appreciate everybody today. We've been sort of watching what's going on. You may have already been watching Brett Adair. Brett is out and about already. He has been reporting for us through the day already today during the last couple of hours, and it started out with a bang. I mean, we sort of were counting on, if you will. Hello, 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 hello. Are we back on? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, 5. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Hey, Josh, what's up? All right, good. Texas Tigress Designs. Good. Mine is still, I don't know why, but I don't really have time to mess with it at the moment. But in my YouTube studio, it is not playing at the moment. But we'd be good as long as you guys tell me what's going on. Tell them the title is a mistake. Oh, I didn't put a title. That's my fault. I was trying to get on the air as quick as possible. So, oh yeah, I see now. Hold on. Hold on, let me do this little bit of thing here. I don't have a lot of time for a bunch of flattery here, so did that work? Is that better? I'm in Illinois, and it sucks here. Is that just in general, like a daily thing, or let's go live again. Guys, is that better? If you want to help us with the channel, is that better? Can you find us? I didn't do all the preliminary stuff because I was trying to get on the air as quick as I could. Hello. All right, Dylan, thank you. Hello, Fred, John, Celicia, and help me out with the names here because I may not be getting them right. And it's probably not even your name. I wouldn't use my name, I don't think. My name is Brett Adair today for today only. Yeah, the title changed. Josh, was this not your job to make sure that everything was correct before we went on the air? Anyway, let's talk for just a second. So here's the deal, big deal. In fact, we were looking at this a couple of days ago and thinking it might be a big deal. You know, you always look at these sort of situations. I do anyway, and I look for an out. I look for what is of detriment to this situation to keep it from being what it says it's going to be on paper. And when I looked at this, I was like, I don't see a thing. I don't see the one thing. It's not like we don't have enough moisture. Dew points into the 70s pretty quickly. It's not like we don't have enough spin. We got westerly winds aloft, southerly winds down to the south. Shear is already being created. It's not like we don't have the diurnal part of the day, the daytime heating at the advantage of this storm. Sunshine came out, already caused instability. Air rises when the sun comes out. It causes instability on its own self. So those three key things were already there, and I really didn't see what could prevent them from being any sort of different. So it is what it is. And that's pretty much what was, the case when it came down to whether or not we were going to reach our maximum here today. We're at a moderate risk right now from the Severe Storms Prediction Center. It's a moderate risk, which was projected and expected all the day long, as you can see here with some of our graphics that we were looking at. I was thinking all day long this is going to be a moderate risk, edging closer and closer, by the way, to the state of Alabama, some of the western edge of Alabama anyway. And as you can see right now, there is where the risk is. It's moderate risk that comes across the line. If you look at the big picture here, that's my cat asleep last night. I should have probably looked at this a little bit. But moderate, enhanced, and slight across the area. That's been the big deal. That's what we've been watching for as we've gone through the last 24 hours, is whether or not this is going to materialize the way it looked like it was going to on paper. And again, here's what it looks like in the big picture. We got a moderate risk there for the heart of the state of Mississippi. Includes Jackson all the way up I-55, west to east on I-20, I-10 down to the south. You're still under that enhanced and slight risk. That includes Hattiesburg and the enhanced risk. That includes Macomb, Mississippi, Jackson. Also down to the south is included as well. To the north, it's over the northern portions. It's Highway 72 that goes across Mississippi, Iuka, over to Corinth, into the rest of that area. Northern Alabama is included as well, although we have some thunderstorms right now that are already approaching that has some spin with them. A lot of that today. Don't judge me. I don't have anybody to throw it to at the moment. We're going to be getting bread on here from time to time as we move along. But at this very moment, that's kind of what we're looking at happening here. So the risk is here. Everything seems to be in play that, more or less we have all the ingredients here to produce a long-term event going through the remainder of the day today. And so we will keep watching here and let you know about any changes that do occur. Right now, the only changes are that we have a lot of sunshine across the area. There is a tornado watch that includes the rest of this area. You can see from Monroe to Natchitoches. This is not Natchitoches. This is Natchitoches, Louisiana. If you're from anywhere in Louisiana, you know what I'm talking about here. Notice the top part up here. It says, this is a particularly dangerous situation. If you see the letters PDS, that's what that means. This is a PDS sort of a situation where the storms, as we know them, are going to continue to move generally from west to east across the map. They're going to be moving at a fast rate, and this is a particularly dangerous situation, partly because a lot of people may not really know, what's kind of happening here. So you have to be paying attention. Numerous strong tornadoes are expected. This is the threat. Strong tornadoes are expected. Scattered hail, 2 inches in size, some gusts up to 70 miles per hour are also possible here. Look at the population center. Over 2 million, about 2.5 million people are going to be affected by what is in yellow as far as the consensus goes. About 1,000 schools. We're looking at hospitals at 155 hospitals that are included. So this is overall a very serious, dangerous situation along I-20, I-55 going north-south, 20 west to east, I-49 coming from north to south, from Natchitoches back over into Alexandria, into those southern parishes of Louisiana, Opelousas, down to Lafayette, and into the eastern sections of Louisiana. This is all, by the way, not going to stay here. This will be a shift off to the east as we move along. It'll be a shift as we go through the remainder of the day today. So kind of watching all of that and to see what happens here as we go through the remainder of the afternoon, because this is going to be changing pretty rapidly. We'll just check out a few places here. Graceland over to Memphis, already seeing some scattered thunderstorms there, but you're not in the watch per se. Down to the south, we got a couple of other areas that we'll be watching as we go through the remainder of the day today. New Orleans, Louisiana, you can see some sunshine there. Sunshine, which will lead to instability. You're not in the watch either, but it's very likely that you will be into some of the thunderstorms. We look over here at the bridge in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Some ugly, ugly clouds. The temperature is at 77 degrees. Vicksburg, that's a camera we're going to be watching very closely, especially over the next little while. In fact, we're going to be viewing with us during the day today. We want to make sure that I watch this camera. I want to make this plain. If you want to watch me today, I appreciate it. I'm going to have Brett on here. It's going to be more than me. I'm going to have Brett on here from time to time. Brett has a huge busy schedule, but I'll have him on from time to time. But I need you to help me produce this. I don't have producers. Nobody else but me here, the 3 cats, and a chicken. So I need you to help me produce. If you want to see something or you see something and you can share it with me that I can share with everybody else, I'd really, really appreciate it. I got your comments sitting right here next to me. I have horrible eyes, but I'm going to do my best. And thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. Does Houston still have water issues? I'm not sure about water issues in Houston. I didn't really study that for the day today. I'm trying to kind of concentrate on this at the moment. But Anthony, I need your help. Josh, I need your help. And everybody out there, if you can help me to pass along on this YouTube channel. See, my collar screwed up. Not a single person said a single word about it. Yeah, you're right. This camera over here looks bad. The Mississippi River cam's the bridge view camera. You got a low deck of clouds back here. Super low deck of clouds. Mississippi River, by the way, look at how low it is. You can see the bank right through here. I'm not sure you could walk through it, but... Excuse me. Again, the other part of this is look at that temperature. It's 77 degrees. 77 degrees now at the Mississippi River in Vicksburg, Mississippi, which is in the heart. I mean, if you're in Vicksburg, you are in it. You're definitely in it. And that's going to be the case for a little while longer as we move along, because I don't see any of that changing into the short term either. That's going to be a big deal going through the rest of this afternoon and beyond. So watching all of that, moving on through, we're going to be, like I said, we'll be looking at Brett as we go through the afternoon. Brett has his camera up, although right now it seems to be down, but we'll be looking at that anyway. And there's his camera coming back up again. Let me put it back up. There we go. So this is Brett Adair. Brett is driving along. I'll have to get on the app here to find out exactly where he is. By the way, I am using Radar Omega today. It's in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. It is Radar Omega. It is my app of choice when it comes to severe weather. Drew Richards, Don, the rest of the gang there at Radar Omega are doing a terrific job of trying to make this an all-purpose sort of an application. So... love it. I'm going to stick with it, and everything I'll be showing you today will be coming off of this app. Right now, we do have tornado warnings. Let me get them to you. Greene County in Mississippi, that is a tornado warning. That is a tornado warning in Greene County. It lasts for a little while longer. Liberty County, Texas, that's a tornado warning, as well as Washington County in Alabama. You're underneath a tornado warning now, and that's going to be into Wilkinson, Mississippi, and also the western side, it looks like, of Wilkinson, Mississippi. That's going to be with hail and a tornado warning right there. Severe thunderstorm warnings also in effect for Lawrence, Limestone, Lauderdale counties into Alabama. Franklin and Colbert, those are all the northwestern corner. Colbert, Franklin, Liberty County, Texas, and some flash flood warnings. We got flash flood warnings up here as well. Into the northwestern part of the state of Alabama that we'll be looking at, those will be some areas that through the day today are going to be... you know, what's kind of weird about this is the Tennessee River Valley up here into Florence. We do have cameras up here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Florence camera. I think it's a marina there where we'll be looking at. Camera is no longer in action. Did you read that with me? The camera is no longer in action. Wait, we got another one up here. Another camera up here. This is going to be Stewartsville, Alabama. Skies are gray. Skies are looking pretty ominous and mean there at the moment. And so we'll be watching that going through the remainder of the day. I got to figure out how to make these full screen. Drew, that should make it full screen, but it doesn't. I apologize. Kind of learning this. No, I didn't want that to do that. Got the word live, and it's over some stuff there, and I don't know what it's over. There you go. The word live is actually over the function. This is like a nest cam there in northwest Alabama at Stewartsville, I believe it was. I'll try to have some identifications on here as we go through. But we got some cameras out there. They are doing that as we speak, putting out cameras from time to time. The whole crew there, they're putting out cameras. What might be more important to us, though, is some of the data that we do have, some of the actual data, which shows us where we have temperatures that are here and into the, let's see, we've got temperatures. This whole thing isn't reporting, and that one's not either. So we'll just have to watch them. They're getting over into some of the camera areas here. This is Lexington, Alabama, where we do have some of the cloud deck there as well, some rainy conditions that are ongoing across that region. We got 58 degrees. That is the outdoor temperature. 58 degrees with a dew point right there as well. Where it is raining. So you'd think conditions are not favorable there for strong to severe tornadoes. And so we'll, kind of look at that and see what's happening as we go along, because dew points are coming upward. But it's still produced, what we have is a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings and a special weather statement there in northwest Alabama. Muscle Shoals, strong thunderstorm that we're watching there moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It'll be in Sheffield. It'll be in some of those areas up there. As we move along over the next couple of hours. Of more importance is likely what is happening here. East of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, we got a couple of thunderstorms. All these into South Alabama are probably going to translate into some stronger thunderstorms. And maybe tornadic as we move along. But right now, 2 tornado warnings down to the south here. Very familiar with this area. This is State Highway 45 that goes southward. It's Highway 17 down here near Chatham, Alabama. Goes all the way to the north, by the way, into Lamar County. Highway 17 from Hytoge on northwestward. But 45 over to Winchester up to Waynesboro. And then 84, which comes in out of Coffeyville, Alabama, comes west to east. Right now, the tornado warning is down to the south here, which includes this area right on the border. Banded by both of these regions, it looks like. This is going to be one tornado right in here, another tornado, and this one looks more decent. This looks like a larger sort of a situation here, east of 45, south and west of County Highway 17, coming in on the western side, and then moving northward and eastward. This is for the next 21 minutes. It's going to be in effect for Fruitdale, Alabama, the city of Fruitville, southwest of Chatham, moving northward and eastward. That's going to be the western part of central Washington County. I don't even want to do that. It's Washington County because it started maybe on the western part of the central part of the county, but it's moving on northward and eastward. You can see the fan is created here. The fan that I'm talking about is where this thing is going. So you got a fan here and a fan here. This is the direction everything is moving at, right through there and going northward and eastward. So that's one tornado warning that we have coming into southwestern Alabama, doing so there. And that'll be the case as we move along. Yazoo, Mississippi. Yazoo, Mississippi here. Thank you so much for reporting. I actually said yesterday I thought our first tornado warning would come in Yazoo, Mississippi. And I just, for timing's sake, I told a couple of people the first tornado warning of the day would be Yazoo, Mississippi at 11:39. And the first tornado warning was in Louisiana at 3 minutes later. I was 3 minutes off of the tornado warning. I just didn't have the right area. So thank you so much for reporting from Yazoo, Mississippi. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you for doing that. And Vicksburg, Mississippi. Teresa, you're from Vicksburg. I want to know what's happening there at all times. Let's just take a look at what's happening in Vicksburg, Mississippi. We'll go to the radar and take a look at what's happening out of that whole area here. We do have a couple people down there into the area. We got Brad Arnold, my buddy Brad. Brad is on this storm. He is there into Vicksburg, so we'll be watching him very closely as we move along. Right now, he's en route, and we'll be doing so for the next little while. Brad, thank you so much for that. If you're on the app, and I'm not already, I will be. There's no stream. But if you were on the app, up here in the top left-hand corner, if you hit the 3 bars, which is a hamburger, to me, that's the bun up there. You got meat in the middle, another bun down on the bottom part. So that's the hamburger. There is a section up here. I say that and I look up, and my big fat head is covering it. So how do I do this? Let's see. What am I on? Let me go back to the car cam that is non-existent. There it came back. And while we're doing that, I'm going to move my big fat head to the other side because I want to show you this app. This is cool about the app. And this is what's going to change everything about this app as we move along. See up here where there's a flashing red light that says Live Radar Omega? That is going to be me. So if you click on the Live Radar Omega button, it says currently no stream. I hope within the hour that'll be me stream. That'll be me streaming there. And if you're on the app, you can watch and do that as well. And, it's one cool way of doing things. I am going to be on that, I think, for the remainder of the day today. And Drew will get with me and tell me exactly when that comes into effect. But my buddy Brad Arnold, which I'll try to get him on here in just a little bit. Maybe we can talk to him. He's in the area there. You can see his camera well as he is following this thing in that general direction, and you get a chance to check him out. So we'll be doing that as we move along. So that's Brad Arnold there across that area. Down to the south, we have a couple people down here down to the south moving northward across the region here from west to east. Let me see. I'm looking for B. Now, so I asked Brad, I said, how could I keep up with you through the day today? And he said, look at the app. And I don't know, there's quite a few people who are on the app. And watch this. I'm going to go over here and turn the spotters on for the app. And let me show you how many people are out. And Brett wants me to find him. So Really, I got no idea. He's out there. Brand new tornado warning again for Washington County. This is brand spanking new for Washington County. That is going to be in effect riding all the way up until 2:30 into the afternoon. Washington County, brand new tornado warning. That's Alabama. Washington County in Alabama is a brand new tornado warning. That really, remember a while ago when it read for the western side of central Washington County? What do you want to bet? This is for the central and eastern part of Washington County. Let's see. Oh, they repeated it for the west central Washington County. So that goes until 2:30. Tibby, you're in the path of this storm. Chatham as well. Northeastern sections of the county moving at 30 miles per hour. This tornado is near Tibby, the town of Tibby at the moment. There it is. You can see it pretty well in our radar reflectivity. Also, for sure, you can see it in our velocity data. There it is showing up. Inbound and outbound situation here right about there. And going northeastward, going to be crossing over Highway 17 within the next little while. We got our eyes on it, and we'll be doing that as well. Why does the radar look pixelated? I'm not really sure. High velocity data at this point, I don't have smoothing on, but the radar reflectivity is not pixelated. It's about as smooth as a baby's face as you look at it right there. And then there's 45 over to Knobtown. You got a little knob in Knobtown at the moment that's trying to show up there on that western side of everything. Is my mic hot? It's hot in my ears and I can't turn it down. Commander Acadian, you should become a meteorologist instead of a heavy equipment operator. And why is that? Brett is north of Brookhaven, Mississippi. Thank you, Josh. God, Josh, I'm going to add a little bit extra into your paycheck this time. All right, thank you, Josh. I'm hot in my ears, but I can't turn it down. If I turn it down more, I can't hear myself. Brett is in north Brookhaven, Mississippi. I'm not sure I like this map. The map is black. The map has a black background to it, but it's the only one that has every little city you can think of. So there's Vidalia going northward. Here's another tornado warning. I don't know if I even talked about this, by the way. This is a tornado warning, 1-inch hail here. This is for the next 60 minutes, an hour-long tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Jackson has issued a tornado warning that is in effect here for northwestern Holmes County. It's also Carroll County, South LaFleur County, Humphreys County, and central Mississippi. You're all underneath tornado warning there in the area. That will be that'll last for a while longer here, it looks like, as it moves on through into the rest of the northern part of the county going into the next little while. That's one of the bigger thunderstorms that we were watching coming in out of the southwest. Humphreys County, southern LaFleur, till 3:15. Tornado warning is in effect there till 3:15 for all of those areas. That is because of a storm that is moving off to the north and to the east, and doing so at a pretty rapid pace now. Got a lot of people who are in and around this. These are spotters who are into the area who'll be watching and talking about what's going on. So I'll get some of this information as we move along and pass that along to you as we go through time. So I'm going to turn this off for now because I don't need all of that spotter information. Storm reports. I could use storm reports through the day today, so I'm going to turn that on. Wind damage reports. I'm going to turn some other stuff on here as well. I'm going to do it for the last hour. And hopefully I don't need any tropical information. So I'm setting this up, and you might be doing the same. You might set yours up sort of similarly, because I'm kind of learning as I do this during the day today too. I hope you'll allow that. And let me go a little bit further to the north and northwest here once again. I got to do this too. I got to figure out how to keep his deal running. There's my camera. There's his camera. There's our camera. If I bring him over, why is it not playing? Well, it is playing. So I don't know where Brett is on the map. I do know where he is on the road, and he's following a car at the moment. Brett is following a car. Dave, I don't know if you've seen when I mentioned it, but high top is down. Well, that just sucks. He doesn't mean the car. He means high top, the radar out of high top, Alabama. And when that stuff gets over here, that's going to suck because I don't know where I'm going to go. into northeast Alabama, southern Tennessee, northwestern Georgia. We'll have to use the radar out of Atlanta, I suppose, way over there. And the Earth, she's around. She is not flat, so that's kind of the case. I wrote the next 48 hours. I think it's a TV show, but it's also our show for the day today, because this is going to be about that. Last night when I was on, it was certainly going to be about the next 48 hours coming. But that's kind of what we're looking at here at the moment. I'm going to the display settings because I don't like the way, let's see, towers are on, show tower codes. TDR towers are on. I don't want those on. I want this on, I think, which will help me see these a little bit better, because black on black is getting a little lost. Yeah, see, this brought up the actual KDGX, which is the Jackson radar, which helps me out. Now I'm going to get rid of the spotter information here to give me a little bit more space, if you will, to see things. Turn all this off for just a second. I can turn it back on. But here's the radar. We've been dying to look at this here for a while anyway. I'm sorry I didn't go to it just a little bit sooner. Again, you are the producer. If I look over here and it says, hey, I'd like to see, I'll go to it. Because you know what? We got all day. Storm's looking to be an after dark threat. No, Sarah. If you'll look, we've got 8 tornado warnings at the moment. It is not an after dark threat. It is a now threat until tomorrow morning threat, actually, up until early tomorrow morning. So it is a long-term event that will be taking place here with the storms that we already have out and about, probably causing damage. I don't have any damage reports just yet, but we're probably already getting a little bit of damage here and there into the area. Do you know what time this will be in southwestern Tennessee? I'm about an hour out of Memphis. Which side an hour out of? Is it west or east? Because it's really important at this point when it comes to what we see, what we're really talking about here. Lexington, Alabama. Once again, there's what it looks like full in Lexington, Alabama. Just got some dark gray. This looks more like a winter's day. There we got 57 degrees currently showing up there in that part of the state. I need to get rid of that for sure. And here we are into the west. Our tornado warning is moving northward. I'm going to put this to loop at about 21 frames, 5 minutes apiece, and you can do the math, so about an hour's worth. Here it is going northward again, coming across, it looks like it's going to be 49 west as you go northward, and 49 east is over here near Greenwood, Mississippi. This is going to be just to the south near Alabama. We're going to run into some great names today. Mississippi, I love all these names over here. Some of them are American Indian names. This is Chula over here. Yazoo City, Mississippi, and the great Jerry Clower used to be from Yazoo, Mississippi, and he'd be giving us, or telling when I was a kid, I used to listen. Not exactly just sitting around the radio, but I would be listening. Brett, while you're driving down the road, surely you could pop on. It is the same link as I sent you last night with a capital BRETT. And let me write him a little text here. That was my stomach. I don't know if you heard that. I apologize. I think I got the mic in the other direction. I brought soup up here and put it somewhere. Anyway, that is Brett driving down the roadway there. I just texted him. He'll get it in about 4 hours, and he might text me. That is not him driving, by the way. That is Heath. Heath is, we'll say Robin. Brett's Batman. We'll call Heath Robin from now on. He does a very good job driving. I've tried to text Heath before while he was driving, and you'd have thought I was... Hold on for 1 second here. Give me 1 second, because I'd really like to speak with Brett. Once again, that is a tornado warning there. We're riding along the roadway. I think, give me 30 seconds to see if I can get Brett online here. And when I do, I need an update from him. I know he's got a gazillion things to do. But we'll try to get him on, getting him on best we can. Looks like they have a pretty good signal there wherever they are. I think they're just outside of Mississippi. Josh was telling me, Josh Burnham, one of our moderators, was telling me so just a few moments ago. And about to encounter some rain again into the area. But I am so excited to find out where the heck he is and where he is headed in this region. Looks like an interstate there. And I'm just going to guess he might be on 20. I don't know. He could be on 20. Following this stuff out of the western side. Whose face is that? Oh, I think that's going to be Brad Arnold. Brad has a lovely round face and a round icon. So, I just lost Brad Arnold. He's okay. I'm sure he's fine. He just lost his signal for just a moment. I just lost my entire map. Hold on. I'm going to try a different map here. Hold on for one more second. Brett says he's going to be on with us, but I'm letting you ride along with him at this moment. I don't know if I can use his audio while he's riding or not, because sometimes he says shoot and some other words. I'm afraid I might have to go to the blue map for just a minute. The black one kind of just went out on me. And again, bless his heart. Okay, we'll move along till he shows up. We're looking at the Jackson radar. DGX is what we're looking at here at the moment. The thunderstorm's coming out of the southwest, moving northeastward. It's a pretty good fetch, by the way. And if I put this into motion, you can really sort of see what I'm talking about here when I speak of fetch. It's coming in from the southwest, moving north and eastward across this region. And as a result, that's kind of what we'll be looking at as we go through and into the next little while here, because some of these thunderstorms are going to build as they go through the rest of the afternoon. And that's probably what is going to happen. Sarah nailed it. Ha, ha, ha. Round face with a golf shirt. That's Anthony talking about somebody else. It is strange you have 70 and 80 degree high temperatures. And the dew points, too, are really kind of odd looking here as well. The dew points are into the 70s, go way off to the north. So kind of looking at that also as you do see what's happening across all of this general area and beyond, actually. POE, the radar down to the south here into Louisiana. Brand new tornado warning, Amite County. This is Amite County there in southwestern sections of Louisiana, I think. That's going to be a tornado warning that is in effect there for a little while longer. It's going to last until about 2:45, I think. Southern Mississippi, actually. That's this storm right here. Brand new tornado warning reissued there again for the region as a result of everything that is happening. This is going to be a continuation of an old warning, still moving on northward and eastward. DGX, the radar out of Jackson, Mississippi, has a better handle on that. There it is. Right now we're looking at the reflectivity, but the velocity data has a good handle. This is near Liberty, the town of Liberty, Gloucester, off to the north. This is moving northward and eastward at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Please pay attention to this right there into the area here, moving toward the town of Auburn and up near Bogue Chitto. Bogue Chitto is off on the northeastern side here into southern Mississippi, if you're familiar with that at all. I remember a big tornado in Bogue Chitto one time. That was several years ago. You know what? I think that was actually going to be several years ago. Is that Brett? Nope. Is this Brett? There's Vince. Vince is also one of the folks with us who is Radar Omega gentleman there. And we'll be talking to Vince, I hope, through the afternoon. We'll get a little bit of information from him. And again, what you're watching here is live feeds that are coming in via the internet. Occasionally, they will go down, very likely. So we want to make sure that we can keep up with that as we move along through the remainder of the day today. And let me get rid of that till I fix this. A lot of these thunderstorms are moving so fast that one radar system picks it up, but it moves into another pretty quickly. And you never really know on the other side of that what could be happening. I just tried to look at what is this? Oh, this is a tour group. I think they're at Graceland. Memphis. Somebody asked me about Memphis and wanted to show you. Memphis looks all right. There's rain. There's been quite a bit of rain that was falling there into Memphis just a little bit early. Same that was going on there across the rest of southern sections of Louisiana. Right now, that camera we were watching in Vicksburg, Mississippi, this is on the mighty Mississippi River coming across the bridge there, going into Vicksburg, coming out of Louisiana and moving into Vicksburg. Pretty big deal there. How did I looked up, I just saw a commercial. I'm not sure how that happened. That's not happening on my end. But anyway, there is the Mississippi River. There are the clouds that we're looking at coming in across Vicksburg, Mississippi, and beyond. Anyway, well, I thought Brett was going to join us, but I think he's already run out of time. I'm going to have to change my background setting here for just a moment, and then we'll do a wrap. We'll do a pretty good wrap of what is happening. I'm going to go to satellite background and see if that works any better. This is just that regular terrain sort of a thing. I don't really care for it that much, but sort of a Google Earth look that I got going on here at the moment. This is going to be on the view here, where once again, if I back out a little bit, we'll show you all the warnings that we currently have. Severe thunderstorm warning up here just to the west of Huntsville. This is going to be another 30 minutes on that particular thing. That's moving off northward and eastward. Limestone, Lauderdale, Colbert, and Lawrence counties, you're underneath severe thunderstorm warning. That's northwestern sections of Alabama. Severe thunderstorm located near Layton, Alabama. Moving northeast toward Muscle Shoals, where they have the swampers. Moving east at about 55. $half size hail being reported with 60-mile-per-hour winds also there into the area. Going northward and eastward toward the town of Huntsville. Flash flood warning here, by the way. Colbert County, I think. Well, western Colbert, Franklin, and Lauderdale counties, you're underneath a flash flood warning because of the heavy rain that was moving there. 1 to 2 inches of rain have fallen in an area, by the way, that was destitute of rain. We haven't had a whole lot here in a while, so the ground had hardened quite a bit. I'm sure it's all rushing into 1 or 2 different areas. This is a big storm up here near Belzoni. This is going to be moving northeastward. I see 2 here that are likely spinning, one near Winona, which is where Brett was just a little while ago. But this is 49E here, where this thing is going northward. Shackelford over to Chula. This is going to be a northeastward moving storm with the likelihood of a tornado. And they just now, it says tornado warning for Chula, Mississippi. Well, that's what we're looking at. We kind of knew that. We're going to look at 3 products today, and I want to teach them to you in case you get this app. 3 products that we'll be talking about mainly, although there's a bunch of products here that you can look at. In the reflection, if you're in the reflection mode, and I'll just show you here if you're at the radar, the single site radar is what we're going to be using. If you go to the radar product, you hit the top one, that is single site radar, which gives us the best localized and quality of an image, highest resolution that you can get. And what we're looking at first of all, is the radar that's coming in out of DGX. This is Jackson, Mississippi, and we're looking at a storm that I can even take a look at and push a little bit further and say the distance to that storm from the radar is right at about 50. I think you can see it at the top. See at the top of the screen there, it says 75 miles. It's a little out of range, so we'll have to go to another radar to kind of look at that over at GWX, which is Columbus, Mississippi. So we look at that storm from down to the south, and just to show you that we can actually do a look at where it is. The Chula tornado warning. We're going to look at it, first of all, with reflectivity, and you say, yeah, I see a little notch there that's going on, dry air notch trying to lift. There's a hail shaft that's associated with it there as well into the purple. This is going to be some of that large hail that they are describing to us in this area right here. This is the outflow, the blow off, the forward flank downdraft, if you will, of this whole situation. And in the area that goes northwards over to Winona and the like. This is all rain wrapped, though. This is not a singular supercell. See this one right here, the way they curve? These are the ones that are pre-tornadic to me when they have this sort of a situation right here. That means there's dry air coming in on this side. That means that there is a wind that is aloft that's coming in from the west like this that is causing the air that is rising there, and the southerly winds that are coming up. Let me redraw this. The southerly winds that are coming up like this into the storm, and then the winds that are aloft in the upper atmosphere coming in from the due west cause a turn. They cause vorticity or spin, and that's what's happening in each one of these little individualized kidney bean-shaped storms that are moving in from west to east, south and west to the north and east. This tornado warning down to the south still has 10 more minutes in it. This is in effect for northwestern Amite County. And this is in southern sections of the town of Liberty, which is just there along 26, coming out of 26, all the way over to Auburn here shortly in McComb, Mississippi. It's 2:36, by the way, into the afternoon on Tuesday here. Thank you so much if you are with us. And I appreciate every bit of situational awareness you can help me with. So we'll be doing that and letting you know more and more about it as we move along. If you have any questions for me, direct questions, I'd love to answer them. If you have any pictures, if you have any information along at all, you could pass along. I just heard something I've never heard before, like a little tone. Anyway, that's kind of where we are with that situation right there. And we'll be, I don't know what just happened. I don't know what that sound was that just occurred, so I apologize. Yet another tornado warning, brand new tornado warning, coming out of Texas, Bronson, Texas. This is a tornado warning, goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon, far to the west. This is going to be, see, it hasn't even shown up here. I have a special link, if you will, which gives me some information about tornadoes. This is actually going to be somewhere around Esther Lake, I think, down by the big lake south of St. Augustine, or San Augustine, I think, in that general area. It's right on the border here. I think it's going to be this storm east of Lufkin that is now tornadic. What's our radar going to be out of there? Lake Charles, Louisiana. I believe this is about to be a tornado warning right here. It is not at the moment. It is a special weather statement. All indications are, though, that this is spinning, and it is out of the reach of that radar site. Which radar are we going to use? This will tell us which one is the closest. And there's a spin right there. See it? North of Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Very important reservoir there, Sam Rayburn. And there's the tornado warning. It just popped up. And from the cell, the part of the cell that I wasn't expecting. This is from another little area here that is near Broadus. And this is going to be a tornado warning for the Sabine National Forest. It expires in 22 minutes. From the National Weather Service out of Shreveport, Louisiana. They cover back into Texas. This is central San Augustine County. Western Sabine County goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. McCune, excuse me, about 18 miles to the north of Ebenezer. It's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Watch out if you live in this area here, because that is moving off to the northeast. Another tornado warning. I don't know that I mentioned this. This is over in what looks like Natchitoches. If you live in the area, it's Natchitoches, Louisiana. I-49 coming in from west to east out of Robeline. Robeline down to the south. This is going to be Natchitoches Parish, southwestern Wind Parish. This is a storm located near Natchitoches. About 40 miles per hour to the northeast is our movement. Some of the towns affected would be Clear Lake, the Clarence, and let's see. I don't want to even try something I don't know. I think it's Hagewood. And all this is moving northeastward toward Winfield. Kind of broad at the moment, I-49. I don't think that's on the ground or anything like this. And I'm always going to say I don't think. I'm not going to say I know. This is a pixel-to-pixel area, by the way, back here into Texas, although the net shear out of that is minor. It is not a big deal. So still looks like it's going to be a situation where maybe this is an initialization, a beginning of a storm. Then you go back down to the south here just a little bit, and you'll find the other storms that we are watching. Our buddy Brad Arnold is watching this storm. We'll go to his pictures here every once in a while. That is Brad. I saw Highway 80 there as he was going through. And to the other side, when Brad gets settled in, we'll be speaking to him on occasion throughout the rest of this afternoon. We'll do that with several of our folks as we do move along. But Brad Arnold is down there watching the weather, moving across that portion of the central sections of Mississippi down to the south. And we've got it all for you here as we do move along for the next several hours, watching all this weather taking place, moving through this real area right here. Vince's camera's down at the moment. I don't know what that's all about. But Vince is down there just to the south of that one tornado warning. This whole area, by the way, will have tornado warnings here through the day today. The couple that we had down here to Washington County just a little bit earlier, they have since expired. That's Chatham down there. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect with winds of 60 miles per hour. That's going to go for about 35 more minutes in northeastern Washington County. Clark County down there in southwestern Alabama. This is where all the catfishing farms are if you drive down that way. A lot of hunting land there, but a lot of catfishing. Farms where they get edible catfish as opposed to the inedible catfish. I don't know. Hi, Kay. Kay is from Scotland. Is that in West Virginia? Or is that the Scotland? Is that the over there Scotland? Words that are not said. I don't think Brett is showing up because it's a pic of him that shows up. I don't know. We'll get Brad on here shortly. He's just a busy boy at this particular moment. So there's your tornado warning. Again, the next one is down to the south. We have a brand new tornado warning, I think. Where is this going to be? Macomb, Mississippi is a tornado warning. Yeah, there's a tornado warning down here that we'll watch pop up here in just a second, I believe. They're just going to push this a little bit further on to the east. We'll look at the radar out of Slida, Louisiana. There it is. And you saw it pop up there. This is radar indicated a tornado. It expires in an hour. I don't know why, 63 minutes, but it expires pretty soon here. No, I mean within an hour. New Orleans is the governing body here. Pike County and Wilkinson County, Central Amite County, and southern Mississippi. You're underneath tornado warning. 13 miles to the west of Liberty, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Decent rotation here at Liberty at about 305, into Smithville around 320, Macomb and Summit around 335. These all include Interstate 55 into Mississippi. They're even going to tell you mile markers, 15 and 22 in between the two. 15 and 22, stay off the roadway, folks, if you can. Let this stuff pass on by. I never really say never because I know there are situations out there where you need to travel. But if you can, avoid the roadway here for the remainder of this afternoon. If you can get your stuff done maybe and get home just a little bit sooner tonight, that would be the best case scenario. And when you get home, what do? You do all those things that we so often talk about that I don't want to talk about right now because sometimes it sounds preachy. I understand that. That's the last thing that I want to be. I just want to help you out with things that are going on and where you might be traveling as you go through the rest of this afternoon. So as we do that, we'll just make sure that I pass along that information to you and you can do with it what you will. Again, we've been watching Brett through the day today, what's been happening with him as he travels along the roadway. He has a delivery system that he's testing out right now. He is on some sort of county road down there where it is raining hard, and so we'll get back with him on occasion to see what's happening there too. And I can sort of show you a few situations with his camera as we do move along. But that's what it looks like here at the moment. I appreciate all the viewers. We've had 1,500 so far, and pass the word along that I'll be here through the night tonight. Actually, Brett will be with me from time to time. We're also going to have a couple of other people. I'll see if I can get Brad on here in just a moment. We'll be talking to some of these people as we move along. Dylan says there's a wall cloud in Macomb, so there's some information, and we'll actually pass that along. How frequently does it become 75? That'd take a lot of research, a ton of research, but it happens. I remember playing. I grew up in the South, and I remember playing on Christmas with the shorts on, and I swam one year in the Coosa River on Thanksgiving Day. So it happens. Stuff like this does happen. It's not really that totally out of the ordinary. Right now, if I zoom outward, we'll show you the tornado warnings that we have. We have 13 warnings. They're not all tornado warnings, but we do have 13 warnings. Let me do what I said I was going to do and go through them with you. Right now, out of Mississippi, we have several tornado warnings. This one just to the east of 49E. It is a tornado warning for the next 31 minutes in this area here with 2.5-inch size hail near Chula. This is 9 miles to the southwest of Black Hawk. It's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Check this out. Tornado and tennis ball sized hail. You know what that means? It's cold aloft. It's super cold. You know what else that means? That means that there's a lot of lift here available. That means that we do, in fact, have lift, high winds that are going upward. And I can show you what that hail would look like. I told you we'd be learning some of the products today. This is reflectivity. This is in the velocity products. Now, the radar, Doppler radar, what it does is it sends out a wave of energy that comes back to the radar site in many different forms and fashions. One is through reflectivity, which just says there's a target out there, and it comes back to the radar in milliseconds and is established with how dense that object is the color that you see on the screen. Right now, the density, green, is going to be light, so light precipitation, the target coming back. In purple, though, almost always is going to be some form of ice. In this case, it's going to be hail. And in this case, it looks like it's going to be large hail. I talked about the hail shaft a few moments ago that was showing up. And then we have the input right here, or the inbound that you can see. The little notch that shows up right in here is dry air sneaking in, but it's also going to be upward motion. And therein lies where the likely tornado is going to be. And now I can take a look and see where the velocity data says it's going to be. What is velocity? High-res velocity. That is another product from the radar that says, all right, we established that there was a target there. Can you believe this algorithm is running exponentially over and over by the millisecond? But anyway, so the product comes back as velocity. Different colors here. Now what you're seeing is the motion of that target, which is what Doppler, the word Doppler means. It's the difference in the frequency intensity coming back to the radar dish, the receiver. It's a receiver and a transmitter. It transmits the signal, then it receives the signal back. And the form that comes back is going to be the direction or the motion that target is moving. So here you go. Now we're seeing different colors. Now what does this tell me? This says that from the radar site, which, again, where's our radar site? Down to the south of us. The radar site is coming in out of Jackson, Mississippi, so it's out of the south, which means the direction of the wind is going to be in different colors. So where the wind is going away from that radar site, where the target is moving away from the radar site, that is going to be in a red or yellow or orange color. So right here, this is an away target. This is a target that is moving up in this direction. Best way to remember this about colors and radar reflectivity of velocity data is think of a car. The headlights on the car, not the headlights, the taillights of a car are red. So you know it's going away from you. The car, if you can see the taillights, it's moving away from you. Red is moving away from you. Green is coming toward the radar site. So now we can look at this and we can say, all right, we have a spin. You know what I see in this, though? I don't see a couplet. I don't see two pixels that are brightly colored, extremely brightly colored, or green, that are close to each other. Now, this took a different shape. This took a different color table because of where it is. And again, now I can see a few things that are a little bit different is that now we have an area that is coming back toward the radar site here a little bit. We got this going away, and it's a little tighter. It's a little bit tighter. The other thing I noticed about this is that the polygon is away from where the spin is. I mean, it's like, whoa, I'm right on the edge of the polygon. So that's what that is about. The other product that we'll be using through the day today, as well as many, happens to be at the very far end of this whole deal, which I like to use, is called the Vertically Integrated Liquid, VIL. What does that mean? That's telling us we've got hail. This is what I call the hail product. And I think this is in VIL. I thought it actually came. Oh, I think I can change the pixelation on this. I was going to say it's too pixelated to be the high-res image, but now I just fix that. See, that's the thing about this product, this Radar Omega as well. You get the pixelated version if you want to. Some people like it. You get no smoothing, anti-aliasing, if you like, and then I can put it on to just take, draw smooth lines out of this. That is a huge hail shaft. This stuff is, I can believe it's tennis ball size, because if you look at it here, now I know this means nothing to you, but these, you can see the numbers are going to be 79, and that's kilograms per meter squared, which just means in that small little volume packet, you've got a tremendous amount of density and liquid that the radar can see. But it's the density of this object. It's that how much precipitation is in that one volume of a kilogram per meter squared. And again, probably doesn't mean a thing to you. What it means to me is that I can take this off and I can draw in the word large hail right through here. That's some super large hail, which would indicate to me the tornado would be lying back here somewhere, back on the back side of this. And I just talked about the polygon. I talked about where the storm was adjacent to the polygon. It was like, whoa, I'm almost out of the polygon. So what did they do? They made another polygon. I don't have a connection with them, but I see what they see. So it fell out of that polygon, and now they built a new polygon. The trouble is, this is out of the reach of that radar. So it's way up here into Winona. The Columbus radar, I think, is now our takeover radar site that we'll be using. And I took down, there it is, GWX. So it's coming in. This is our 70 mile per hour circle, our range, and then you get the Doppler products that we're talking about. All these algorithms, they only run out to 70. So beyond that is a little bit difficult. But again, as this comes out of the south and moves northward, it's about to move into our circle. The actual tornado warning, what everything is about at the moment, is about this blob that's still not within our 70-mile circle. This is the 70-mile circle. So it'll be coming in near Valden and near Winona. And I know Brett was up in that area. Maybe he'll get back in that area here fairly soon. Still don't see him, so that is where we are. Hey, from Greenup County into Kentucky. Donald, thank you for joining us here this afternoon. Say hi to your neighbors and let everybody know. Jeff Petrowski saw it where he is. Saw what? I know Jeff very well. If you see Jeff, tell him Dave says hey. Okay, Dylan, is Tuscaloosa in the path? Yes. Look, I live in Alabama. I was responsible for Alabama for, long time, if you count when I worked in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I worked in Birmingham, Alabama. I was the chief in Birmingham, Alabama of a very notable television station for about 12 years up in Chattanooga, Tennessee, same. And so I worked in the state of Alabama for much of my life. I know it very, very well. This is a situation where western side, from west of I-65 on, I'm very, very concerned about, and probably after dark, which is even more worrisome. I've been through so many tornado warnings here into the region. Donald, thank you for joining us here once again. Donald, I appreciate everything today, and all of you who are out there watching, who are helping me this. You are the producer today. That's sort of our theme. I don't have a producer with me, so you are it. And kind of what we're looking at here. Let's see where Brad is moving northward. And Brad always has one of the best pictures, one of the best ways of showing us the information here. I shouldn't show Brad passing somebody, although I know he's using the speed limit because I see how fast he is moving here with his data. Right now we have the 2 tornado warnings crossing over from west to east. This one, the first one, moved out of the box area. They can go ahead and take that polygon down if they wanted to. But now near Lexington is our tornado warning. It's moving to the northeast. Going to be crossing over I-55 here very shortly from west to east. That's in an area there where we have high dew points. Just how high are they? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what the conditions are throughout this area, because I know they are way up there. They've been pretty high as we've gone through this entire situation here, so we want to make sure that we keep you up to date where that is. I want to go to a model here very quickly. Again, we go back to our menu, the radar site here, and we look at our models. And one of the models that I like to look at this point is called the HRR. It's a rapidly producing model. What it does is it takes the hour and produces up to 18 hours, 24 hours actually on the top of the hours and beyond. 0, Z12, Z18, and back into the 06 time period. But each hour it does 18. And so it is constantly fixing itself. It's one of the few models that does that. The others run 4 times a day, so they don't fix themselves if they're wrong. This one does. The HER model fixes itself if it didn't get it right the last time. So the HER model, let's just talk about some of these things. Like there's the temperatures. I know we don't actually have them on, but let's talk about dew point conditions here. And I just want to show you if we take a look at the dew points, and I want to, not that, this, and you see these numbers. I hope you can see these numbers. This is on our little query plot, if you will. I wish I could make this bigger. My dew point number for severe weather this time of the year, my dew point number that I have always looked at and really concerned me during the winter months is 63 degrees. Anything above 63 was always very worrisome to me and exponentially downward when you get into the 50s. Look at these 60-degree isotherms. They go way, way, way up here, almost to southern Missouri. These isotherms for the dew point are way up here. Look at the 70-degree dew points that are infiltrating the entire area here. See where we've got the tornado warning? We got 71 for a dew point there. 70s in purple, which is the volatile. And if you kind of look at this right now, you can see within those 70-degree dew points, we have 4 tornado warnings, which means you hit a cloud with a stick and it's going to rain. It's going to storm. It is so unstable outside. That'll be the situation going through the remainder of this afternoon, is that the instability will lead to tornadoes. And I'm just going to draw a little area here to show you. This is where the 70-degree dew points are at this moment. And the Gulf of Mexico is wide open. Its adjacency to the southeastern United States is a reason for so many different kinds of weather that go through, that cycle through. We have it there for warmth. We have it there for cold moisture. We have it there for so many different facets of weather that take place. The only difference between Alabama and Colorado's weather, well, there's 5,280 feet that are sort of different. But let's just say the only difference between Iowa and Alabama's weather is our adjacency to the Gulf of Mexico, which means everything when it comes to the amount of moisture. And that's why you find that as you go westward, there's less and less annual precipitation. I remember one day, my first day back into Alabama after living in Denver, Colorado for 10 years. I'm a native of Alabama, though. But we get like 12 to 14 inches of rain in a year. Or we did, in Denver, Colorado. A year. Can you imagine that? I didn't until I got out there. It's pretty much sunny every day until a snowstorm comes or something like that happens. There are thunderstorms, and there are even tornadoes out there. But anyway, the adjacency to the Gulf of Mexico, and just watch how the Gulf of Mexico is wide open here when it comes to that. And the moisture started to bleed in here pretty quickly. Let me go back to 19Z. This is going to be 1 o'clock this afternoon Central Time. And here's our forecast. This is the forecast. So there are the dew point conditions. This goes up till 4 o'clock this afternoon. The time is right over. This is difficult. The time is out of my reach, but see the 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. right there where it says valid Tuesday the 29th at 4 p.m.? That's the time of what the map should look like. That's what we're looking at. at 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's what we believe the map will look like according to the model. I'll move forward up to 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. The dew points stay into the 70s, roughly in an area from Jackson, Mississippi, all the way. But then get to Birmingham. I don't like this. Look at this. The dew points are into the almost 70-degree range in Birmingham, Alabama at 1 a.m. At 1 o'clock in the morning, we'll have dew points there. That's horrible. That's going to be very, very concerning to me. Excuse me. All of it's very concerning, no matter how you look at it. So there are tornado warnings. All right, so those are the dew point conditions. There are so many variables here that we can look at. The composite reflectivity, it's actually looking at and drawing out what it thinks the radar will look like as we move through the rest of this afternoon. That's what I always check this thing with. I check it to make sure that the radar matches up to the actual. If it forecasts the radar to look like something at 3 o'clock, then I take the actual radar at 3 o'clock and I compare the two. And if it's close, then I know I can sort of trust it. I can sort of go with it. Right now, this is what it looks like at 2 o'clock, at 3 o'clock. At 4, let's move up to 5 o'clock and see what the actual radar might look like at this point, which means huge thunderstorms. This one in particular coming across Mississippi, the Mississippi border, and moving into the western side of Alabama near the town of Hamilton. That's going to be near I-22, 278 that goes west to east, back over there to Coleman would be affected. That's going to be right up there in the Bankhead National Forest near Smith Lake, eventually coming into Coleman County on the western side. That is Winston County there near Haleyville. Big-time tornado there. Was there the day after the big F5 went through there many years ago. So, yes, that does indicate there may be some strong tornadoes still moving through at that hour. They seem to pivot and tilt across North Alabama, which brings thunderstorms all the way over to the I-59 corridor. Now, it is cool in eastern Alabama. Yeah. I'm over here in northeast Alabama, and I got 69 degrees presently, so the actual temperature is cool. The dew point is... I need to know. Hold on. Yeah, the dew point's all the way down to 50 over here in East Alabama, which we'd have to do some incredible surge of temperatures in order for that to change. In order for that to get into the 70s. That's a storm killer, by the way. So anytime you hear that, that means something. And that right there was going to be a new discussion. This is areas of flash flooding will become more likely because of the repeating rounds of convection heading into the evening hours. That's all that's saying across North Alabama. And that's because of all this. I mean, if you look at all this, the stuff that we're talking about right now into our forecast, that's because if you look at that, you can see what we're talking about is just tremendous amounts of rain over and over and over and over again. And that's kind of where we are with this. Watch the composite radar, and I'm going to go through it here, and then we'll take a look at what at least the model believes is the total rainfall for the entire event. And I'll show you some of the model estimations are 4 or 5. There's a 6-inch estimation there from the model. There's an 8-inch Hamilton over to Haleyville, and this is a forecast. And even as far to the east as Gunnersville, Fort Payne has a 3.5-inch forecast rainfall event showing up here. And that's going to come in about 6 hours. So we're looking at these torrential, heavy rain. I got to tell you, I'm in the path of this. So I don't know if I have potential problems with the Wi-Fi or whatever the case may be, but that's what we're looking at here in general is a huge heavy rain event across North Alabama because of the pivot point, and everything's going to sort of stay in that general area there too. We'll have some high winds as well that'll be working their way across the region. And then we look at, let's just talk about instability. How much instability actually is there? And there's plenty of it if you look at the whole here. I want to also look at significant tornado parameter. STP, this is called. This is a situation where it takes into account the what might be the ability to produce a large tornado, in this case an F2 or greater. And if I put this into motion, I'll show you again what I'm looking at. This takes many factors. This includes the Cape values. It includes a lot of different factors that aren't with everything. But if you sort of look at it here on the scale, you can see with me as we look at it and go through 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, all the STP numbers are the highest across northern Louisiana, southern Mississippi. Look at the STP numbers for where we have tornado warnings. So this is not a vague, unacceptable product. I don't use it all the time, but I often look at it. I often pay attention to it, and I am here. So the STP stays high. Where you see the brighter colors, obviously the STP is greatest. Watch it move out of Mississippi at 10 p.m. tonight. But the heart of it and the highest numbers and values would be over Jackson southward, really south of I-20, we'll say, with the highest numbers. So it looks like the explosion could be down there into Hattiesburg. We don't have a watch in Hattiesburg, but I feel like there has to be one coming in southern Mississippi and southern sections of the state of Alabama too. And then watch this move off to the east, and that still includes a high STP number in places like Tuscaloosa after midnight in Birmingham, Alabama. Now, here comes your weakening. And the fact that what I told you earlier was that it was so cool into the eastern side of North Alabama, of Alabama. Roughly, the high dew points are well over here. Bad color to do that in. Black? The highest dew points are well over here. And the stable air, which we'll just call a negative right now, this is going to be the stable air where nothing is really rising, is East Alabama, east of I-65. But we all know the momentum is going to carry a lot of that stuff across I-65 and bring it over into eastern Alabama. But diurnally speaking, the heating of the day is now. It'll be getting dark in about an hour. At least the sun will be falling, on its sunset trip. It is so not the way to say that, but the sun it's at its highest peak already and is coming down now, so the peak heating of the day will have taken place. This is a nighttime sort of situation over the eastern side of Alabama. So, looking at all that, STP then goes off to the east and then eventually bottoms out. Watch it go away. It gets squashed by the more favorable descending air. We have ascending air right now. Descending air will be taking place, and this is toward morning. Nonetheless, one last thing, we'll look at the radar data again to show you what we're expecting here and what I believe. This is the model, and I believe it. So we go through it. At 5 o'clock, there's what the radar might look like, and I believe it. So then at 6 o'clock, you can see how it pivots, and although it doesn't look tornadic, it looks very... it's raining like cats, dogs, gully washers, toad stranglers, I don't know. And it just keeps raining here in North Alabama, and this is where the flash flood stuff is going to be talked about. Now it looks like the focus for the tornadoes, these are cellular. These down to the south, these are all still cellular storms. They're not involved in this mess up here. These are cellular storms. These are tornadoes. This is where the tornado threat will likely be here at 9 o'clock tonight. A few back in here still, but the main threat would be Hattiesburg, over to Montgomery, down to Enterprise, Dothan, and throughout the rest of this region. Watch those shift on to the east. See, they're staying in the moisture. Wherever the moisture is and the high water content, that's where these storms are staying. So we go until midnight tonight, and still the heavy rain is in North Alabama. These huge thunderstorms there. And this makes common sense because the pivot point is going to be to the north and east, so the rain is going to remain here. Then as it goes on eastward to Gadsden, Anniston, southward, there goes the line along with it. Huntsville down to the south. Now we begin to break this thing up. 4 o'clock in the morning, we finally begin to see a respite where the break takes place. Now you got clearing back over in here. It's still a huge mess in Atlanta, Georgia, down to Montgomery and beyond. 4 a.m. in the morning. 5 a.m. we'll move on. 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and stop that. And then we'll go all the way through the rest of the model, let it complete, which takes all of the precipitation out during the early part of the day tomorrow. By noontime, I think probably everybody has sunshine again into the area. But until then, this is a mess, folks. The current worry is for a large tornado. If we get through this with some smaller ones, that would be a blessing. I know any tornado, if it hits you, is the worst tornado that ever occurred. I get that. If it hit you, it's the worst tornado that ever occurred. But if we look at the whole here, we're hoping that that would be the case. All right, I went through all that. Josh, where are you to have some fine, thick cloud cover? Josh, where's down here? That's all I want to know. Watching from Iowa, where we're getting snowfall. In Iowa? Let's go over there really, really quick. Let me see. Precipitate. We have another tornado warning. So if you watch this here, yeah, I see this is snowfall in Iowa. Here's your forecast, by the way. That all kind of seems to move off to the northeast, moves up into southern Minnesota and Eau Claire, and goes back over to Wisconsin, is out of the area by 9 o'clock tonight. That's a jetting thing. This is the low pressure, actually, that's dominating us here down into the deep south. Waterloo, you still have a little bit of stuff going on right there. But, yeah, snowing into Iowa, and we'll even go and look at the radar here if we can and take a quick look up there and see what the radar actually looks like at this point. Winter weather radar showing some snow all the way down into Des Moines, down to Fort Dodge. This is right there along I-80. I've traveled that road several times. 20 minutes, okay, clear. But yes, it is snowing up into Iowa, snowing heavier, though, up into Red Wing, Rochester, into Winona, and Eau Claire, into Wisconsin, northward up to Lake Superior and beyond. We still have some snow going on up there. A little bit of light snow here in the western sections of Kansas. That's going to be southwest of Dodge City and back over into that general area there, too. And then we got the mess, the hole that is here deep into the southeastern United States, where once again, if you don't know it, you didn't see it during the day today, we do have a classic sort of wintertime scenario that is taking place here. We have a moderate risk right here in the middle of Mississippi. This is a moderate risk for strong, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, large hail, severe winds are forecast for this area going into the overnight period through the night tonight and beyond. A regional tornado outbreak appears to be possible from northern Louisiana into the central sections of Mississippi, maybe into western Alabama as we go through the rest of the night tonight. Low level moisture streaming northward and strong low level jet axis will be coming in out of the south and southwest. Eventually the western jet takes over, but that causes the whole spin to take place. Lapse rates, meaning it's getting colder with height. The lapse rates means the colder it gets with heights, the higher the lapse rate, which is quicker the lapse rate really is what we're looking at here. As all of that is a continuation on, and this is really a lot of lines here that I just need to get rid of because I lost a lot of my stored data there when I had to start over. Here's where we are at the moment. Let me show you some of these. This is Florence Harbor. That's still out. This is over on Highway 72. This is Iuka in northeastern sections. Iuka is on 72 in northeastern Mississippi, and you can see off into the distance there. Still some cloud cover, dark cloud cover. This is not the tornadic stuff, though, because it's more like a situation where we do have the... Oh, please stop that. Let me get rid of that for a second. Yeah, so we do, in fact, have more or less a situation there where that is a kind of an overrunning deal across North Alabama and the rest of that region there until things, taper off just a little bit. Let me go back. Back. Drew, if you're listening, I have a serious bug. It continues to happen, and I'll have to do something. I can repeat it, though. I'm going to go back to reflectivity, and we'll take a look. Let me put this into motion for you. Is there something you want to see, Sarah? It kind of all looks like it to me. I'm sorry, Sarah, I didn't catch up. Hook developing south of Macomb. There is a tornado warning in effect for Macomb. This is that same sort of storm that we were looking at just a little bit earlier. Tornado warning right in here. This is going to be with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado again near Liberty. That was Liberty in southern sections of Mississippi. The wording on this is a tornado in quarter-size hail is very likely here. It's moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It's northwestern Pike County and Amite County, moving northeastward through that area. 1-inch size hail being recorded here, but if we look at this and we take a look at the radar, this will be the radar out of Slidell, Louisiana. That's a big, bad, ugly sort of situation. It's not a hook echo. It is a I guess if you want to learn something today, it's that one of the things we're looking for is a dry slot. This is telling us that we do have the dry air coming in from the southwest. The structure of a storm is such that it needs to fuel itself. It needs to have fuel. It needs to have an exhaust, very much like a hurricane. I talk about this all the time. They're very much like engines. It has to have something to fuel it. Warm, moist air. It has to have something. When it gets the fuel in and the engine's running, then it can't just all stay within the engine. It has to exhaust. So it's exhausting out the top. You can clearly see the exhaust is being blown off from the wind out of the southwest. This is the exhaust that's coming in through this thing, coming in from the southwest like this. So when it gets to a certain height, what happens is that wind overtakes it, that wind out of the southwest, and jets it off along this area. So what you see is a dry slot right here. That's dry, warm, moist air aloft, but dry to begin with down to the south. It rises rapidly across this region. It's producing a little, well, now there's a kind of a hook, if you will, which is, sort of like a knob. Now, when I see this on the radar, then I quickly go over here to the velocity data to see if it's spinning. And this will tell us immediately if we have inbound and outbound. And you can see how it matches up perfectly. In fact, I'll just do it side by side to show you. You're looking at the velocity data on the right side. So this is what is spinning. And then the actual reflectivity on the left. It is a classic. This is a classic supercell thunderstorm that's occurring here. Here is your hail shaft. The purple area, that's showing us where we have hail. Here's the inbound part of this, where this is coming in, going up, wrapping, and probably producing this tornado. Now, it's not clear gate-to-gate shear. It still looks like it's rotating to me, but I don't see true pixelization right up against each other in a color that would be much different than any of these. I see what looks to me like it is a mesocyclone, meaning a spinning storm. If you looked at it as a whole, the whole thing would be spinning around. So you've got an area right here, you see, and one up here as well, where there is some rotation. But again, what this tells me is this is going away from the radar site. This is coming toward it, and it's not exactly, it's more broad than it is tight. So, two other things that I do see, and this is bound to happen during the day today. Two other things that I see right now is that there's another spin up here. There's another sort of a satellite spin right here, and then this thing right here. I think this was the main tornado warning, but then this has happened, and now this just happened. I don't know if that is an anomaly that just took place. Not really sure if that's something different that just happened. They just continued this tornado warning. Macomb, Summit County, and now Smithville County has been added to this as well. Smithville County, that's over in the Summit. That's right on I-55. Macomb, Smithville there on I-55 near Summit and Macomb. You're now included in this tornado warning. I think a new, new one. So I look at an anomaly like that and I say, is that just a crazy artifact? Or is that real? And I think that was real, but for a short amount of time. It just didn't last very long at all. So right now the high-res reflectivity is showing you, I think pretty much all of that kind of faded there. You got two competing rotations that are occurring in that one small area, and so as a result, I think maybe this thing's fighting itself, quite possibly. Other thunderstorm growth down to the south, although a lot of it looks way downstream. I don't know if this is true or not. It's go to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and look. Some new thunderstorms now developing. And look at all of these. Look at how weird all of these are already shaped. Watch this one right here, south of Natchitoches. This is moving up from Val's Mill. And let me show you about the structure of this storm, because this one as well already looks like a very mature storm. Why? Because we've obviously got a southwestern quarter right here that's trying to spin. We have a V back here on the northeastern side. This is called a V notch. Rabbit ears, flying eagle, make up your own. It makes little bunny ears, if you will, on both sides. Why? Because you got a hail shaft right about there that goes and extends well up into the atmosphere. You got winds out of the southwest coming in, but when they get to the hail shaft, they get deflected on both sides of that, here and here. So it goes around the hail shaft, and that creates an eddy or low pressure. Just like you're down at the creek and a rock's in the middle of it, and you see the water coming back to the back side of the rock. That's what this is. This is all a fluid. This is fluid dynamics, but that's what this is right here, which tells me this is a very mature storm. It reaches way up into the atmosphere to get up there to where it creates this eddy on the back side of the hail shaft, and that's moving across I-49, which goes from Natchitoches southward all the way down to Alexandria, Louisiana, and southward actually to Lafayette out of Opelousas. I'll bet you they've heard that before, and that's kind of sad. I'm sorry I perpetrated that. Right now, the other tornado warning is in the Sabine National Forest. We got 22 more minutes here for this storm, moving northeast at 35, coming out of northern Sabine. Quarter-size hail being reported there. Milam, Rosavine, Bronson, Sexton, you're all in the path of this storm as it continues a motion that goes northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. That'll be moving across the Sabine River. That's going to be Toledo Bend Reservoir, home of some of the best crappie fishing you ever done in your entire life, right there in the eastern sections, coming out of Sam Rayburn Lake into the reservoir and moving northeastward. Other thunderstorms of note. We got this one up near Winfield, which has a special attachment to it. What does the National Weather Service say? Here's what they say. They're looking for winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Half-inch size hail being reported here just to the west of Winfield, it looks like. All that coming into Dodson, Clarence, Calvin, Atlanta, Sykes, Joyce, and Hudson within the next hour. Winfield, you're in the path of this storm, and it looks like to me it has some pretty heavy amounts of hail there as well. I don't know, is this brand new? This is a tornado warning up here into Winona now. This is northeastern Holmes County. Holmes, Carroll, Atala, and western Montgomery counties. You're underneath a tornado warning because of this storm. Right now, we'll look at it with the radar intact. This is showing us, again, an embedded thunderstorm with a possible tornado. Where is it? If I just looked at reflectivity, I want you to do this through the day today. If I just look at reflectivity, I think the tornado is going to be right about there. This is your hail involved in the storm right here in purple. This is your V-notch, if you will. Now, let's go to the inbound and the outbound, the velocity data, and see if it matches. And it matches very well, doesn't it? There's your inbound, your outbound. There's your gate-to-gate shear, 2 or 3 pixels that are together there. Just to the northwest of Beatty, it looks like south of Aden, and moving along I-59 to the north, coming out of both of those areas at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So coming into the region, here's another possible tornado. Just look how, you're looking for anomalies. You're looking for something. Can I get in your face? You're looking for something that's different. So the radar beam's going out there, and it's picking up stuff that's moving all into the same direction until it doesn't, and that's the anomaly. A tornado is an anomaly. A spin is an anomaly. It's not with the whole, and that's what we'll be looking at. We'll be talking about through the day today about something called correlation coefficient. In fact, this might be a good time to do it. One of our other products here, Radar Omega, is what I'm talking about. Correlation coefficient. This is in the high-res velocity variety. And in order to use this, I'm going to have to go, well, it's not going to let me do that. So what this would tell me is if I have a distinct anomaly that shows up, very distinct anomaly that shows difference in colors all of a sudden. See, all this stuff right here is rainfall. This is all, the radar beam goes out and it says, this is all consistent. And so I'm going to call that rain. Or it doesn't call it rain. You and I are going to call it rain. Again, this product is called the correlation coefficient, CC. I like to call it the debris thing. This is what would show us an anomaly or an artifact of some sort that might be debris. Oftentimes, this is the reason, if something shows up on here, this is the reason for issuing a tornado warning above and beyond human sight. If a human calls into the weather service and says, I see a tornado, they won't just issue a tornado warning because we're fallible. As humans, we look off into the distance and we might see something that looks tornadic, but the trees block the rest of it. This product and the radar never lies, exaggerates, pushes, pretends, all very inhuman things. So that is what the radar is doing here as we look at it. I think our buddy Brad is in hot pursuit. Now look at this storm. See off in the left-hand side, that is the structure of a supercell. Look at all the rain that has fallen. A tremendous amount of water on both sides of the road that I don't think are typically there, are normally there. I think this is an event where already some of the rains that are falling there across Mississippi have produced quite a bit. But on the left-hand side, I was hoping we could make it all the way around the corner to see his shot there, because I believe he's about to have a shot. Let me go out and back in again. I believe he's about to have a shot of the supercell coming around the corner there in the roadway. Don't do that. Oh, there is the supercell. Check that out. That's amazing. So you're looking at it now, how bright it is there. The sun is hitting it, the low cloud deck that is there. But look how high that extends up into the atmosphere. That supercell thunderstorm. Brett's on that. There's Brett. Brett is as well, I'm sure. A lot of people are. Vince is out there today. And this is Brad Arnold, my buddy Brad Arnold, who is a Atlanta Brave in arms, where both anything happens where he's. I don't think all these are ponds on the right-hand side of the road that you're seeing. I think it has rained a bucket load there already. And so we're seeing a lot of water taking place on the roadways there in that portion of Mississippi. And you know where he is. We all kind of looked at it to see where he was there for just a moment. And again, I might have bugged out there for just a second. We'll see what happens here over the big picture. My app just does not like going to those pictures or to those videos. Let me restart it here once again really quickly for you. Let me just check on some questions. Go Braves! Sarah, it kind of looks like it to me. Is there a question I can answer? I'm sorry. I'm catching up. Maybe I've missed a question or two, and I apologize for that because I got a little break here, and I'd love to help you out. Focused on today's dangerous event. Welcome, everyone. Josh says, welcome, everyone. All right. I'm going to put the radar over here for just a second. I got two things I got to do. One of them I don't want to talk about in person. And the other one is I got to eat I got to eat 2 bites of soup because my head is swimming here. So I'm going to put the radar over here. I'm going to put it in motion so you can hang with it for just a second. Talk amongst yourselves. And I'll return in just a second. The 2 tornado warnings that we currently have, 3 actually. The one over here in Texas you can see in the Sabine National Forest. That'll be coming across the Sabine River near Toledo Bend Reservoir, actually. That's the big reservoir there. Great fishing spot if you ever do any fishing at all. But this is what it looks like on the radar. I'm going to back this out just a little bit, go with the overall MRMS radar, which is the full-length radar here to take a look at. I'm going to put it in motion over the last 30 frames. I'll do that right there. And please just hang with me, and I'll be back in just a moment. And if you got any kind of questions, thank you, Josh. Believe 80% of what Josh tells you, and I'll be right back. Is it possible to get a chunk of potato stuck in your throat? Excuse me, I'm sorry, I blew into the... All right, let's get going. Hey, this is not good. This is horrible, in fact. Let's go back to the radar. This is called a tornado vortex signature that was there a few moments ago. Now we have a tornado report. The public is reporting a tornado northeast. Well, I don't know if you can read that too. It says northeast of west. Is there a town of west that I'm not a... It is. It's a town of west. Okay. I got to sit down and get warm here. All right, so north and central Alabama, you're about to be under a watch. Hold on a second. Oh, not what I wanted to do. North and central Alabama, there's a new watch coming out for you momentarily, which was inevitable. I guess I need to put the watches on the screen so I can see them coming up. That's not the way to do that, though. Am I back? Have I got audio? When you say "pa," are you talking about Pennsylvania, sir, ma'am? This is not a severe weather event for Pennsylvania, if that is the question. We got tornado. Oh, we don't have tornado watches on. That's because I don't like them. Polygon opacity, polygon thickness. I don't like the way they cover the entire map. Oh, I'd hate that, in fact. There's the tornado watch there. There's about to be another one over here for Alabama, central Alabama, in just a few moments from now. So we'll get into that in just a couple of minutes. Right now, I'm going to take the alerts. I'm going to take the watch out. It's just too obtrusive there for me at the moment. It covers way too much. Can I tone this down some? Let me see. Don't do it, donkey. Just to show you, the tornado watch here goes up until 7 o'clock tonight. That's going to be Central Time. PDS situation. It's a particularly dangerous situation now from the National Weather Service office out of Norman, Oklahoma. Severe Storms Prediction Center over there, SPC as we call it. That's the tornado watch here, but there's about to be a new one that goes over to Alabama momentarily. So a brand new tornado watch for Alabama is being prepared. That is in a new discussion now from the folks out of SPC. I can probably even show you that discussion if you want to read it with me. We've got all the time in the world to do this. So where there's... No, it's not that one. This is going to be up here in the mesoscale area. I'm going to turn that on, turn this on. Did I turn it on? Yeah. This is a discussion. This is a mesoscale discussion. Say there's a 40% chance of a tornado watch for South Alabama at the moment. Discussions, a couple of thunderstorms to the far east of Mississippi, a moderate shear, 70-degree dew points, blah, 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 blah. So this area down in here, they're saying, is not a potential. It's a 40% watch, which is a little fence straddling going on there. I need this to fill this a tad so I can at least see it a tad. I'll do that and that. there should be something up in here in North Alabama that just didn't come across just yet for some reason. Should be right over here in the northwestern Alabama. There's a new MC discussion that really just says that storms will be moving into western Alabama and there will be a tornado watch. I think it goes all the way over to Birmingham. It should include Birmingham because you and I were looking at that earlier and we saw the fact that Birmingham is going to be in that area of high STP where the at least that portion of the area. Some intensification's been noted in some of the storms in the central Mississippi. I'm going to read this to you because it didn't come out. At 3:28, a tornado was confirmed near Faden, Mississippi. These storms will continue northeastward and eventually impact parts of north central Alabama. Low 70s temperatures, upper 60s dew points, subtly back surface winds, all a threat for tornadoes, some of which could be strong. There are tornadoes, and there are some that could be strong. It's likely a downstream tornado watch this afternoon is issued, so they're not going to do it quickly, maybe, for parts of central and north central Alabama this afternoon. Questions on how far north and east the risk will exist. Earlier, elevated storms have cooled the air mass in North Alabama. That's why we're into the 50s way up here in North Alabama. We'll go to the high top is on, at least on my high top is on. This is a heck of a storm coming in from the west now. A severe thunderstorm warning, but check this out. That is some very large hail right there. I'm going to check with my neighbor here in a minute, make sure everybody is watching because paying attention. This is a big hail situation here. North central Jackson County now near Scottsboro. It's moving east at 50. I'm going to be honest with you. I got a chicken outside, and I got to go get my chicken in here. I got to get my chicken in here. Thunder rumbling northwest of Chattanooga, Tennessee. I worked up there for many, many years. South Pittsburgh, you're about to get it. These are bow segments, actually. They're taking shape here. What does that mean? That means we have high winds within the bow. So right there we got a bow. Here's a bow. Here's a bow. These are high wind segments coming in and moving like this across the region and moving on eastward. So I've got to watch all this very closely up here in the northeastern Alabama. And I have to take care of my own here as well because my poor little chicken Penny is outside playing and she doesn't have the internet, so she doesn't know what's going to happen. This is not too far away from Fort Payne, Alabama, from that portion of Sand Mountain coming southward across the rest of the region. And definitely going to be watching out for this. We have dew points that are pretty high, although this is a situation where momentum is really taking it off to the east and doing so pretty quickly overall here. Give me 1 sec. Let me see if Mr. Brett Adair has shown up. Don't see him. So let's get back to what we know we have, which is a couple of tornado warnings back to the west here. One that has been confirmed. This is a very strong observed tornado now. They're saying near Vaden. This is going to the northeast out of Vaden, moving to Eupora. 82. That's Highway 82 that goes all the way over to Columbus and eventually into Reform in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Highway 82 from west to east. Or I-55 southward and eastward from Vaden to Winona is pretty much what we're looking at there across that area there too. Belzoni off to the west. Brad Arnold is on this storm. He's watching that, following it very, very closely. Brad is on that storm near Belzoni, but moving off northward and eastward along this whole line of the thunderstorms coming in from west to east over to Haleyville, Hamilton, southward into Aberdeen. And up here along Highway 72, Iuka is that one area that we were looking at the camera up there just a few moments ago. Iuka has some dark skies off to the west. You can sort of see those. This is a tornadic-looking thunderstorm that I think has the potential along US 45 coming in north-south from just over to Guntown into the Boonville area and up to Highway 72 in Iuka. Certainly going to be watching that one coming across the area there and doing so pretty rapidly from the west to the east. And then down to the south here, 49 to the west. That goes up and down. That's the Belzoni severe thunderstorm warning. Then tornado warnings up and down the line. That Eupora storm now has a brand new tornado warning associated with it. And definitely going to be an area of concern where we likely have a tornado that is occurring somewhere. That's going to be... so you look at this, and this is weird. Let me back it up because I think I see the tornado. Do you see it with me up there near the town of Fame? If I go backward in time here a little bit, I can probably find it better when it was on the ground and confirmed. No, I can't. But here is the tornado, where the likely tornado is going to be, is right in this area, right about there. Where is it going? Kind of like this, off to the northeast, would be up near Manatee, very shortly coming in from the southwest over to Montpelier, into that County Road 44 area, I think, near Cairo, and going northeastward at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Likely tornado associated with that. We've looked at velocity. Let's go down and look at our vertically integrated liquid that we were looking at. There's some hail, strong hail coming in from the west now. Not strong hail. I don't think there is such a thing as strong hail. Large hail that would be coming in across that area there. And our correlation coefficient that we've been talking about through the day today, is there any sign of an anomaly? I don't see it at this point, but if I go back in time, we'll go back and look at it and see. There was something there along the radial, if you will, right about there. That looks like Poplar Creek, Poplar Springs. There might have been something that was more or less an anomaly right about there that was showing up, that was starting to show things there. Again, going northeastward, all at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, keeping that in mind all across the area. I cannot believe that Penelope does not have her connection. Can you believe that she doesn't have internet out there? And she's out there kind of like oblivious, looking for worms. She has no idea there's tornado warnings that are pretty close off, so she's out there looking for worms right now, just trying to sustain her life, and I'm sitting in here like, Penny, what you gonna do? I'm gonna have to go. You're gonna have to give me just a minute to go get her, so, and put her up. So here's, finally, this did come across. This is the mesoscale discussion, MD 1982. Graduated from somewhere. 1982, and that's what this thing says. Parts of North Alabama, Central Alabama, concerning severe weather potential and a tornado watch that is likely going to occur up in this area. Downstream tornado watch is likely. That would mean to the east of where the one is right now. Central Alabama, storms out of Mississippi. Some intensification has been noted in the storms occurring. I read this to you earlier, and really all it says is that there's the likelihood of a tornado watch coming for just about the same area that this meso discussion comes from, meaning like this, I think. This is just, look, I don't have any information that says this is exactly where the tornado watch is going to be, but it looks likely to me that would be it. That's where the highest dew points are at the moment. That's where we've had a little bit of sunshine. So we'll be aware of that, and we'll see it the second that it comes across. I promise you the tornado watch won't go without me seeing it. In fact, I need to turn this on so I can see it. Where is my mouse? Have you ever had so many monitors that your mouse could be drifting just about anywhere? That's got to be the ugliest color of... This is my monitor over here. That's the tornado watch. That's west of Alabama at the moment. I should turn that monitor around where we could both see it. But anyway, that's what we're looking at the moment. We're down to one tornado warning, by the way, even into Texas. I only see the one tornado warning that's currently out there and is viable, and that's this one right here, the Eupora tornado warning. This is a tornado warning, again, from the National Weather Service there, that is saying that this is a tornado embedded thunderstorm that's here just to the north and west of Kilmichael. That's going to be along Highway 82, which travels a long way across Mississippi into western Alabama from the west and moves on eastward. And definitely we'll be watching as we go through the remainder of the afternoon. It's coming in near Starkville over there near Mississippi State. A lot of meteorologists over there in that area, so they'll be watching this closely as well. And now some of the thunderstorms that are coming in from the west. I want to go to the high-top radar here again and look, because this is a big, bad deal coming in along Highway 72 now at the moment, which goes from Bridgeport, South Pittsburgh, south or down through northern DeKalb County, Jackson County, into the western side of DeKalb County, Marshall County over there too, some of this. But this is a 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, central Jackson County, with the storm coming in from west to east, coming across the old Owens Crossroads area there, moving eastward, back over until Sylvania, the Rainsville, Fort Payne area here before very long. Now, the bulk of this is off to the north, it looks like, just to the north of a line that goes from New Hope on to the east. Whether or not it comes south of this line, if I just draw it on the map here right now, it looks like this is going to move over here into western Georgia, over to Whitfield County, Georgia, over to Fort Oglethorpe, south or down to Dalton and Lafayette. It's Lafayette, Georgia, and over to Chatsworth, right there into the Dalton area, the carpet capital of the world, south of Chattanooga. What is this up here? This is a new situation. This is a brand new, what is this? This is a special weather statement. Again, for just outside Chattanooga, a line extending from near Sewanee, that's where the college is up there on Montego Mountain, 11 miles northwest of Stevenson. Movement to the east, winds in excess of 30 miles per hour. So that's up near Kimball, up in the Martin Springs, South Pittsburgh, Fiery Grizzard State Park. Love that up there near Haletown. Into the Whitwell area, Kimball, Montego Mountain, there, Powell's Crossroads, Orm, or Martin Springs. This was all in my DMA, in my area where I used to cover. I used to be responsible for these cities up in here, Grootley Logger, and beyond. Back over to Looney Creek, coming into the southwestern side of it, if you will. But South Pittsburgh getting dumped on here at the moment. This was the area here. Actually, the timeline between Eastern Time and Central Time goes right up through here. And I've lived on both sides of it before. I worked over here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, but this is Central Time across the border over here is Central Time. This is Eastern Time when you get over into here, and I used to live back over here, and we used to call this slow time and fast time. So when you talked about stuff, it was very difficult to get your times correct. Hold on a second. Apologize for my nose. I got a couple of fans on me. I just had to plug my air conditioner in. I haven't turned it on yet, but it's almost 78 degrees here in my little room. So that's where we are at the moment. Are we in a lull? That would be nice. We'll go to the GWX once again, take a look at the storm out here at the moment. This is the one that has the only tornado warning that we have presently in effect. That's going to be right here into this area. Now, this is south. This is new. So this is not the tornado warning this thing was originally based on, that this whole polygon. I'm sure this is the one that it was originally based on. This is a new one coming in just by coincidence on the southern side, just south of 82, south of Kilmichael, and that's coming in and moving northeastward. So they could probably just leave this polygon the way it is, because I think that's actually a brand new tornado warning coming into the region there. Is there any reason to fret over the fact that it might be on the ground at this point? I don't see really an anomaly. You do see the bar that shows up here. This is telling us there's something here. It could be hail that's messing with the radar beam, but on the radial, if you will, there is some sort of deal happening there. Hi from France. Can I just ask you, I love you. I love the fact that somebody from France is watching. If it's really France, this could be, Birmingham, for all I know. But we're going to trust you because you do have sort of a French-sounding name, I suppose. Tornado is a famous horse name. I think so. Tornado came in right behind Secretariat Is that not right? Second place? I don't know. I really don't know. So, reflectivity. Let's get back to it. That's what we have right now is all the tornado warnings that were back to the west. We don't have it at the moment. Is it going away? No, it's not going away. To be quite honest with you, I don't know what the downswing is either. I love it. I'm happy for it. Brookhaven, Monticello down to the south. A couple of thunderstorms down here. In fact, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for 35 more minutes. This is going to be from the Weather Service out of Slidell, Louisiana, where it's Walthall County, Pike County. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that we have a thunderstorm there that's producing winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail also being denoted there as well. This is just to the east of I-55 and 98, Highway 98 that goes over to Hattiesburg, Mississippi from the west. These are singular thunderstorms. Still down to the south here, which is very concerning to me. These are all single-cell thunderstorms. They're not embedded within the line. Look at all these to the north here, too. These kind of concern me as we look at them, put that into motion to show you. They're all cellular, single cellular. They're all beginning to get caught up into the upper level wind that's coming in out of the west, which is causing them to shear and turn. So this is up here again, right along 165, Natchitoches on the western side. These are coming across I-49. These down, this is Zwally, pronounced Zwally, and Manny down to the south. These are all moving in along 171 out of Converse and into that area there just to the south and west of Robeline there. And Natchitoches, not Nacogdoches. It is Natchitoches. It's Nacogdoches back into Texas. You folks know this very well. On the other side of the Sam Rayburn Lake, we have a Nacogdoches in Texas that we often talk about. Lufkin to Crockett. All those thunderstorms seem to have weakened just a little bit, if you will, over the past hour or two, coming across the Sabine River through the National Forest. Just on the other side of Toledo Bend Reservoir. Beautiful place there. But that's the Zwally storm that we are currently looking at down to that area near Manny. This is about to be a tornado warning. I don't know how. I don't know how this has gone without a tornado warning. It would be south of where, if there's going to be a tornado warning, again, I have no ands, ifs, or buts. They don't allow me to do this, but if I was drawing one, it would be kind of like a polygon. The polygon would kind of look like this, I think, because I believe that's a tornado coming into Manny there on that western side, right there, just to the southwest of Robeline, which would include working into that area. There's a large hail spike right there that shows very well. That's going to be some super large hail that's embedded within the storm. Again, if you have the Radar Omega site, and I hope you get it, because off and on I'm going to be doing I'm going to be learning this as I go along. This is for 25 years I use the same app. They came up with this one. The folks there have been very, very kind to me. They only charge me twice as much as they do you to use this on the air. So at this point, I'm very happy about that. But you can look, and this is a very nice, well-defined hail shaft associated with this storm as well. If you just put on the reflectivity, there it is. This is coming out of 145, moving northeastward into the Winnsboro area and Rayville along I-20, coming into Tallulah, Mississippi on the western, it's Tallulah, Louisiana, into Vicksburg, which we have a camera for. No, it's not working. Well, New Orleans works. Brett's car camera does not. I've never seen Graceland when it wasn't working. If you don't know, if you're from France, do you know what Graceland is? Can you tell me what's significant about Graceland? Excuse me, not Graceland. Graceland? Do you know why people are kind of scattered out there? And Graceland was Memphis, Tennessee. Seth, something bad is going to happen, Seth, buddy. Bad stuff is already happening. Good morning, broski, from Shahid? I don't know. 80% chance of a watch. I don't know what that means. Josh, you'll make the trip over there? Look at what an awesome picture that is, by the way. It's got to be like 4K. I'm not delivering it to you in 4K. In fact, am I? I don't really know at this point. You hear that? Tornado. I'm going to turn that up for you so you can hear it as well as I do. I get these fairly quickly. This is a brand new tornado warning in effect for the same area that we had a few moments ago. This is going to be the Eupora area of Mississippi, maybe Mississippi, Mathiston, Mississippi. I think it popped up there almost instantaneously. Did it? That's this storm, Eupora. So we're going to go to that storm, and this is, again, here's the thing I like about Radar Omega. So you can see we've, no, you can't. No, you can. I wish y'all had audio into my ear and you could scream, hey, you're not on. Give me 1 second to do something. I don't know why it keeps saying that. I am not. Yes, I am. God, I could have sworn I just saw Elvis. All right, here's the new polygon that just came in. This is across Mississippi, brand new polygon that just came in. It is red, so I know it's a tornado warning on the Radar Omega app. I click on it, and some information already comes up. It tells me when the expiration time is. It says what kind it is. It's a tornado. It says what prompted it. It says it's radar indicated, which means one of the products that I've shown you already indicates that it is a tornado. It's not a human thing. It's not sighted just yet. It would say observed if it was. It gives me an indication on the size of hail is 1 inch. And then all I have to do, two things. You see the little radar dial down on the bottom. So if I click that, it'll give me the closest radar to the site and that information. How cool is that? I punch it again. I click the 3 dots that go from left to right. It's not a hamburger, it's a sideways hamburger. So you click it right there, and it gives you all of the information again in great detail. Tornado warning remains in effect till 4:30 Central Time. Northern Choctaw, Octibia. This is northern Choctaw, northwestern Octibia, Webster, and southeastern Montgomery counties. You're underneath a tornado warning at 3:50 this afternoon. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles to the southwest of Eupora, 20 miles to the east of Winona, moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. That's coming in to the north and the east, moving across and into Aberdeen. This is going to be on 45. You know that road that goes north-south all on the eastern border of Mississippi, Highway 45 coming out of Aberdeen? Well, in Columbus, that'll be traveling that area here very soon. Tupelo, we got a couple of thunderstorms there, too, that we're looking at. Big cluster coming into West Alabama. Already dropped a bunch of heavy rainfall here. Right now, the high-top radar shows a line of thunderstorms coming in from the west. I say, the only thing I haven't seen here, I say thunderstorms, and I haven't seen lightning, and you know why? Because I have it turned off, and I'm going to turn it on for a 5-minute time period, and now the lightning will come up, and so we see lightning. I had to restart my app a little while ago, and all of my defaults seem to have disappeared, just for the moment. I think it was something was going on with my iPad. Right now, we do have brand new weather statements for several counties here, 1 or 2. Over to Pisgah, this is coming in off of Sand Mountain, Alabama, northeastern Sand Mountain. Doppler radar tracking thunderstorms there. They're moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. In the path of this would be Pisgah, Rosalie, all over to Long Island, into the Higdon, Sulphur Springs area, all on top of the mountain there. And those will steadily move across the rest of the east as we go through time. Give me 1 second. I got to help a neighbor. All right, we're back. So again, that's what we got going on right now across the northern part of the state. Anyway, we're still looking at the threat for strong thunderstorms. I want you to look at something here first of all, and overall too, by the way, is that see all this lightning that's occurring right here near Flat Rock, Alabama? I don't like that. I don't like seeing existing thunderstorms then produce lightning in a one small generalized area. Oftentimes that means the initialization, the beginning, if you will, the genesis of a tornado. Right now we have a small kink there near Flat Rock. We'll look at the velocity data and see. There is reason. I'm not positive, folks, this isn't the generation of a new tornado. Stop that right there. I believe I don't like this at all. That looks very tornado-like to me, wrapped up in rain. If that's not, this is also spinning. I know they're spinning. I don't know that they're tornadoes, but this is right there north of Ider, coming in on the eastern side near Beulah, and that'll be moving on to the east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. The Weather Service hasn't said a thing about it, but these two areas here concern me as I look at them, and I'm just going to tell you, I live about 20 miles from there, so I'm watching these very, very closely as they come across Sand Mountain and dive southward. Now, we got a strong wind coming in on the back side of this. These are going to be winds, by the way, for all my folks up here who are watching into the area. Some of these winds, let's don't do that in meters per square again. This is default that I got to fix. Nonetheless, those are some high winds coming on the backhand side of this, and that area in particular concerns me. This one down here, that's just to the west, well, this is south of Ider. There's an inbound-outbound marker there on County Road 134 that comes in. That looks concerning to me at this point as well. So right there across DeKalb County, northern DeKalb County is concerning to me overall. Going over the line here, we got winds coming in there near Haletown, Stevensville. That's in the northwestern Georgia area of Rising Fawn. You know, if you've ever been up that way, Rising Fawn, they used to have the animal park up there. Coming into the Chattanooga Valley, Wildwood over to Stevensville, into Linwood, Morganville, Hooker, into the canyon. Cloudland Canyon. Used to go there many times when I was a small kid. This is that area there into northeastern Alabama, northwestern Georgia, southeastern Tennessee, south of Pittsburgh, over to Chattanooga. Coming across the river near the aquarium, we'll see some big thunderstorms there. And then this is very, I don't like this at all. Let me see. And again, kind of in an area there over into no man's land where nobody wants to claim responsibility for DeKalb County sometimes, or Jackson County's up into the Chattanooga area here, but this is over into the east. There's an anomaly there I don't care for either between Flat Rock and Ider that we'd certainly want to be watching. The continuation of the old severe thunderstorm warning here with 60-mile-per-hour gusts still possible. That's 12 miles to the northeast of Scottsboro, Alabama, just not far from Hollywood, Alabama, in northeastern Jackson County, keeping an eye on that area too. Then we get back into some of the warning areas here. We still have a tornado warning. This is Eupora, Mississippi. Strong thunderstorm that we're looking at. We'll go right to the radar site by doing this, and that'll pick up the radar for us. I'll put back in high reflectivity, which shows us again where we have this region that we're watching, and the inbound and the outbound with that is associated with this little area that we're looking at spinning right here. This is spinning very well. Moving northeastward, coming into Spring Valley along Highway 82 from the southwest. Be watching out for that. That's all indications are. That is a possible tornado there. High-res radar shows it curling around, dry air coming in, but the curl is right here. Right there's where I feel like there is a tornado. Is it on the ground? That part I can't tell you. It takes visibility. It takes people to see that, to actually pick this up off the ground. There is an anomaly there, though, just south of Eupora, moving northward and eastward across this region. Please don't, if you are a monitor for me, and I got 4 or 5 of you on there, don't allow somebody to say there's a tornado on the ground, please. We're not looking for panic here. If you want to tell me that you know of one, you're seeing one, whatever, and where it is, but please don't write tornado is on the ground. That's very confusing for everybody because the ground is a big, big place. So getting back to where we are, eastern sections of Louisiana, Waynesboro, all the way here, as you get back down to the south, some of these thunderstorms that we were looking at are now tornado warnings. This is a new tornado warning for the next 50 minutes coming out of northeastern Louisiana. This is going to be Franklin Parish, just outside of northern Catahoula Parish. Catahoula southward. That goes until 5 p.m. Roseville, 16 miles to the south of Columbia. Moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Likely tornado is occurring there into the area. And so we will be watching out for that as we move along into the days to come. Back down to the southwest, tornado warning as well. Actually, this one near Manny was moving northeastward. It is now a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me show you why. Here's something that shows up immediately to me, and that is, I think it says 88 mile per hour wind. Storms, see, they're going with the hazard being 80 mile per hour wind gust, and I never can say this right fast, so I'm going to slow it down. Ping pong ball sized hail. Ping pong ball sized hail. 80 mile per hour winds associated with this. That means it's already been reported somewhere. Somebody's reported a high wind. That's near Robeline on the southwestern side of Natchitoches, moving northeastward, coming near Powhatan and into that Campty area in the next 30 to 45 minutes. It's on the east side, not the Texas side, the other side of the Sabine River, right there just outside of the lake, the river there. Down to the south, we have severe thunderstorm warnings now east of McCall, Mississippi. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. See where it says tornado and a possible one. 60 mile per hour winds being recorded here with nickel-sized hail just outside of Ruth, the town of Ruth, 11 miles to the northeast of McComb. Northwestern Walt Hall, northeastern Pike counties. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado warning tag issued with this. The radar showing you what we're looking at here. Strong to severe thunderstorms and lightning here. South of Monticello, moving northeastward. Macomb off to the east and northeast. Highway 44 coming in. It's U.S. Highway 98 that goes southeastward that many of you travel down along the beaches. It's a continuation of that. This is to the west of Hattiesburg, meaning probably coming into Hattiesburg within the next hour. General motion shows up here. If we put this into motion from the southwest to the northeast, this particular storm might go north and west of Hattiesburg. For you in Hattiesburg, I've had many people ask me about that area. What we would be looking at is a storm south of you growing and moving up from the south into the Hattiesburg area as we go through the remainder of this afternoon. But right now, that's the one lone storm that we have out there that is also borderline tornado. Down to the south, again, back into the tornado warnings that we're looking at here. These are several now that National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi issuing for Catahoula Parish. Catahoula, Franklin Parish, you're underneath tornado warnings at the moment coming in from Enterprise, Jigger, and Wisner. Rosefield, Sherwood, you're underneath a tornado warning near Sicily Island, including the Gilbert area there too. That's a strong to severe likelihood of seeing a tornado moving over the area here within the next little while. Radar showing us the same thing we saw a little bit earlier. We're just out of the reach of the radar. The ULM radar is not working at the moment, so we're having to look at radars from far and wide. Shreveport has a better beat on it, I think, than anybody at the moment, where the likelihood of the tornado is going to be right out here just to the south and west. This is right outside of where the beam wants to be in Rosefield. And where I say the beam wants to be, the Doppler radar information comes in from this line. You can see the circle being drawn back to the radar. We get all the Doppler radar information. We still get information, but the Dopplerization here that takes place, the inbounds and the outbound markers, they come in a little bit further to the south. South and west of Natchitoches, this storm that we're looking at near Robeline, that is straight line. If I look at this right now, I'm saying this is a straight line situation where you have a strong gust wind coming in, pushing everything in this direction out of Fort Jessup and beyond, and off to the east. I'm going to back out here. I'm starting to do things fast. Sometimes I do things just at my own merit here, but down to the south, we'll go into the KMXX area. This is down into the wiregrass of South Alabama. Doppler radar tracking a thunderstorm near Shorter, near Millstead. It's moved to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Tallahassee, into the Millstead area, Tuskegee, Opelika, Auburn, Franklin, Waverly. All of these areas are within the path of this storm, coming in from the west, moving northward and eastward. If we look at the radar site here, we'll show you. This is KMX radar coming in, where we have plenty of thunderstorms off to the southwest. We have this one off to the northeast. These are really isolated at the moment. That's the cool air side of this whole thing. Cool on the eastern side. BMX radar out of Calera, Alabama. Dotting the map, we have several thunderstorms here and there that we're looking at. Strong one coming into Hamilton on the western side. This is a strong thunderstorm there that's beginning to show up. To all of my friends over there near the lake, near Smith Lake, I'm watching out for you there near Sipsey, Dora, coming back into the Carbon Hill region and beyond. And still we have this storm off to the north. That's going to be from Fort Payne over to Henniger and Eider. This thing is sweeping southward. Oh my goodness, this could be some really high wind. I still see some turning. Am I the only one that sees this? This is some turning going on up here on the western side of the county. Near Stevenson, this is near Higdon, 50-mile-per-hour winds, some large hail coming in from time to time. Just south of Chickamauga, the old battlefield up there. This is just south of there, coming in on the western side of things and moving on eastward. And that's sliding southward. Got a new thunderstorm over there near Fife. That is not a UFO. That is a thunderstorm coming in on the western side of Fort Payne, Alabama. And a lot of rain showing up into Huntsville. This is the Huntsville radar up there where we still see quite a bit of this stuff that's coming in from west to east and moving on across the rest of the map. Some of the pictures that we do see up into Lexington, Alabama, it is rain that is falling there across that area. Heavy rainfall from time to time into Florence. We're looking there at the harbor. Or we were. That camera went out just a little bit earlier. Over to Hamilton, into Haleyville, and beyond. Then we got the stuff going on back to the west, which is Eupora on and to the north and east. The two new tornado warnings down to the south. This is Winsboro for the next 44 minutes. Tornado warning, Catahoula and Franklin Parish. You're underneath a tornado warning, as that too pretty much comes in on that eastern side of things and moves on to the west across the rest of the region there as well. Give me one sec. Apparently, I have to make a thumbnail because it's throwing people off that this is Nicole coverage. It is not Nicole coverage. We are definitely covering this storm. So let me make a quick thumbnail here for everybody to get in front of the camera and say hi. I will take a picture. I don't even think I can do that. But you have to give me just a second. I got to make a thumbnail. It says Nicole up there. That's my bad. I'm horrible at making thumbnails. And the internet is all about thumbnails right now. If you can't make some, here's the thumbnail to get people to watch you for the weather. This is the thumbnail. It hurts my heart when I see that. And some of my people are upset that I can't go with the trend, but I'm not gonna. If you don't want to really find out what the weather is, if somebody opening their mouth like they want to be fed at the Japanese restaurant, then that was funny. That's what it looks like. Looks like everybody's like, yeah, it's your time. Here we go. Open your mouth. Okay. Here's your shrimp. Drives me insane. This is about real weather, people. Real people are hurting right now. Real people are in line to be hurt. So I'm trying to get you out the best, most accurate information here that I possibly can. I apologize for the rest of it. I'm not making fun of anybody. It's just, my God, my field has gotten... I went to school for 5 years. It took me 5, not 4. It took me 5. Hey, man, I got to get off this. If I'm going to rant, I need to do it in full screen. It took me 5 years of my life to get my degree, and then I had to take a couple of Spanish courses just to pass, which was even harder for a guy from Alabama. But anyway, it upsets me that there are some shock people who are on there now getting views about the weather. It's a serious thing. I mean, why not? If you just want to draw people in, then why don't you just go stand in front of the road and see if you can dodge cars? I mean, there are people out there who write stuff as, I was 1,000 feet from certain death, and then they got a tornado picture in the back. Why don't you go ahead and stand in the road and dodge cars? If that's the deal, if that's what turns you on, and that's what gets you a click, why don't you do that? Jump off the fall somewhere and see if you survive. That's how I feel about it. Just I'm telling you, don't get me started. I know, I'm watching out for Penny, I think. I'm not talking about one person, by the way. I'm not talking about one person. Because I got on there, Lord knows, I got on there last night and I found 10 of these. And I don't know what that meant. And I'm not clicking on it to find out. But then I was 1,000 feet from getting killed by a tornado. Hey, open the door and walk out in the middle of the road. If that's your deal. If you need a hit, telling people you're going to hurt yourself? I'm old enough to be able to say that, and dumb enough and don't care enough to, because it's the truth. What was I even doing? I was making a thumbnail that I don't want to make because I'm bad at it. I wish I had a picture of everybody who is watching right now, and I just throw it up here and say, we're all here. Join us if you'd like, because we're going to be here till Lord knows when. Save files. I got to put that somewhere where I can get it. Transfer this. I'm going to put it into a folder that says, don't let me forget, I'm putting this into a folder that says David's Photos. Can't be empty. There's a brand new tornado warning, by the way. This is a brand new tornado warning. It's not a continuation of the other one. This is going to be, well, it's still into the central sections of Mississippi. This is a tornado warning now that's in effect for the Maben area, the Whitehall area again. This is just on the other side of Tom Nolan that's moving northeastward till 430 Mathiston, Mississippi. Maben, you're underneath that same tornado warning. Actually, about 11,000 people are affected by this at the moment. So it is kind of clicking along there at a decent little pace, and we'll just kind of follow that as we move through and into the next little while here. Some of these other thunderstorms that we're looking at are still producing some high winds. You see the whole mess behind me here? This is a satellite image that we're looking at. I haven't really done that at all today. Let me see if I can throw that in for you. They don't have Brett's camera anymore. Let me add this camera so you can sort of watch the satellite as we go through the day today. And I know I'm looking down. I apologize for that. Although you didn't pay to see my face. Display, display, display. There we go. Full screen. Fit screen. And action. One, two, 1, 2. This is a satellite image, which is it's the long wave satellite image that you're looking at here. We need to look at some others too, because these are pretty important to us as we move along here. They will be important to us going through the rest of the day today. I'm about to hire 20 people, so all I have to do is talk. Talking and doing the rest of this is very, very difficult. Do like satellite. You the only one that shows it. Yeah, let me show you. This is the satellite image here. Let me see if we can take a look at, while we have some daylight, for goodness sakes. Put this into motion to show you some of these thunderstorms. Building and moving. I see Brad now. He's got a big old Atlanta Braves hat on. These are satellite images. This is the geocolor satellite image that we're looking at here, first of all. I'm going to get rid of some stuff here so that I can clean this up. Wow. At this particular moment, nothing I have works. So I have to start over. I'm going to do it this way. This is low-level water vapor imagery, and what this is showing us clearly is where we have the strong storms. Watch the where you see the dark green colors, that's all the moisture. And then the dry air is showing up into the purple areas that you see. That's super dry air that's taking place there across all of that region. So looking at that as well, kind of watching, the whole here, if you will. Tornado warning now to Natchitoches. That's a brand new tornado warning that we're looking at. And that's going to be for the Natchitoches area. That's actually not brand new. This same storm, if you will, coming out of the west and moving on eastward through this area where it was a pretty big deal a little bit earlier and will be. I have to shut down a couple of things because none of this is really kind of working for me at the moment. So I'm going to start over from scratch with a few of these, and I apologize. There's your low-level water vapor imagery, if you will, that we're looking at there too. I can, in fact, show you. Let's go up and look at some of these other images. I just want to go to Brad here. Take a look at Brad Arnold. Brad is in it. Check him out. Brad's in it. I was talking to him about his images the other day because he has very good, clear images until I brag about it. Did that really just happen? No. That was on my browser side. So Brad is in it there, and as you saw a few moments ago, you know where he is. He's right there in that central area, if you will, of Mississippi. Shows up very well right about there. He's the one with the round face and the round, because he's in a round icon, with the Atlanta Braves hat on. He is a faithful Atlanta Braves guy. All the clouds, look at them here. Check out the deck. We got a lot of cloud fragments that are showing up. And again, I'm so impressed with the amount of rain on both sides of the road. That means it is not seeping in. It's pretty much just kind of sitting there, and going to take it a little while to dry up there across that region too. But these are strong to severe thunderstorms that are all across this region. The tornado warning, that brand new tornado one that just came out. And I'm going to get rid of this watch because we all know, if you don't know by now, that there's a watch, I'm worried. So I got rid of the watch. That means conditions are favorable. And now we are left over with 3 tornado warnings down to the south that we're looking at here. This one west of Hattiesburg at the moment is maybe one of the storms at the moment that we're looking at that is pretty concerning to us. This is going to be a situation there with the Weather Service in Marion County, Lawrence County, Jefferson County. All regions that we're looking at and being concerned about for the next, goes until 5:15 actually, 12 miles southwest of Kokomo, moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour is 1 tornado warning. Let me go back to look at the actual radars here for just a moment. Single site. Back over to here, looking at this radar, and here it is again. I think this is going to come out of Slidell, Louisiana. Please. Slidell. Yes, no, maybe so. How about no? Anyway, there we go. It's winter weather radar. Let's don't do that at all. A little bit of smoothing would be nice, and there you have it. Now that's a classic supercell tornado. This is one of those big deal tornadoes that's occurring here. I'll put it into motion and show it to you. Look at all the lightning that's occurring around it. So they jumped well ahead of this, by the way. This is a tornado warning that they got well ahead of. There it is. I see 2 areas, but look, right in the middle of all this, just south of Monticello, is this one near Sartonville, I believe it is. Could be Sarteenville. I apologize if I butchered that. East of County Road 27. That is a tornado warning and a likely tornado occurring there across that region. That's going to be one of the storms that we're looking at. We still have the one over near Natchitoches into the Natchez, Louisiana area near St. Maurice, Louisiana. Up until 5:15, that's a tornado warning as well. That would be one of the storms that we were following a little bit earlier that is still maintaining what it has. And look at these big bad pictures that Brad has at the moment. That is a large supercell thunderstorm that he is following into the area. I want to go full screen with this. Please, may I? Maybe, maybe not. I need help. Nope. There we go. Maybe now I can do it. That's Brad. Close that out, and I'll open it back up in just a few moments. There's that one tornado warning that we have right there. A couple of more back to the west that we're watching. The one south of Winsboro, that is a tornado warning area there that we're looking at. We'll go to the radar here again, taking a look down to the south. South of Shreveport, we got 2 radars here in sight, but the one up here near Natchitoches and Campty area, that is a tornado warned storm. That one's going to last for a while longer. I think it has a total on it till 5:15 this afternoon. We have a tornado warning there that will be a continuous sort of situation in the rest of this evening. We were expecting long track tornadoes. This could be it. This could be what we're talking about with long track tornadoes occurring across this region. So we'll definitely be looking out to what is happening here at the moment with both of those storms, but I want to make sure that everybody is aware of what is happening there. Got to go back and take a look at North Alabama here at the moment because 2 reasons. Because I want to, because I know stuff is happening. A lot of you up there in North Alabama are very, very close to me. And last but not least, my chicken's outside. So, you know, that's an Alabama thing that I am so proud of and always will be. Got to do 2 things here. Do that and do this. And here we are. Some of you who are just now joining us think that I've gone off my rocker. I do have a chicken. I've had a chicken for a while. I rescued a chicken that was... I don't know how old she was at that point. We have birthday parties for her, but it's just for us because we get excited about it anyway. But I do have a chicken that I rescued who's been really super cute and super neat to me. I had a health problem about a year ago on the air in Denver, Colorado, and I've been sort of retired and rehabbing ever since, and the chicken has actually helped me. Because, you know why? Because I can talk and she just listens. She doesn't say a word. I can talk. I can say anything I want to. I can badmouth anybody I want to. Penelope the chicken sits there, and she's just like, I can't do her voice, but if I could, it's a very, very sweet voice. So I'm watching the area here. Now that stuff has moved over to Fort Oglethorpe, by the way. Let me switch graphics here. Don't do that. I'm going to switch over to here. We're using the radar again, coming off of another source. But look how this thing is hanging on. This is coming into the Chickamauga battlefield area. You ought to go there at night sometime. It's a cool area during the day, but you ought to go there at night sometime. It's very cool. Chickamauga down to the south into Fort Oglethorpe, or all the way back to the west over to Trenton, Henniger, Alabama. Beautiful place over there in Henniger. I go over there to eat sometimes. You might know where it is. There's a bunch of I don't think I can say their name unless I pay them, and so I don't have any money to pay them, so I can't say their name. Wonderful restaurant right there, though, that I've been to many, many times with many dear friends across the region. Valley head down to the south, down I-59. We're back into the dry area, at least for the time being, into Fort Payne Penny. You can stay out a few more hours. Back to the north here, the high-top radar is covered in precipitation there, and that's the reason for the concern of flash flooding later on this evening. We have concern because we know we're going to have as much as 3 to 5 inches of rain up along this area. Highway 278 that goes down to Coleman, northward in particular, I think is our area that we'll be watching and really concerned about going into the rest of this evening because of the training echoes that will be coming in. So the National Weather Service is concerned about that as well. Some of the rain coming in now across the western part of the state. Haleyville back over to Hamilton, into those areas. That's going to be moving up into the western side, if you will, Fayette County on the western side. This is back over here to Winston County, Alabama, near Double Springs. Highway 278 that goes north-south down to Arley there on Smith Lake. I have friends down there, too. Watch out what's coming here. I'm watching out for you, especially if you're watching with me. If you're not, I can't watch out for you. And now we have quadruple tornadoes, if you will. Let's just go to the radar and take a look at all of them. And we'll start, first of all, from the southwest and go northeastward. Tornado warning right now for the next 35 minutes. This is included for West Central, Grant Parish, Natchitoches Parish, Wynn Parish. You're underneath tornado warning just out of the office in Shreveport, Louisiana until 5:15. Tornado warning is in effect there across that region. Look at the radar. It backs up what I'm talking about. Big, bad, ugly storm. This is a flying eagle. This is called a flying eagle storm. So many things I could point out here, but just if I only had radar alone, I'd know a whole lot about what was happening here in this particular tornado warning. And because, yes, I am at home. Because of what's happening here, this is Natchitoches I-49 northwestward. Because of what I know here, I can look at this and I can say, okay, right there's something spinning. This is a hail shaft. There's hail falling here. We're creating, as this hail shaft goes up into the atmosphere, the southwesterly winds that are up there at several thousand feet are coming in, but they have to go around the hail shaft because it's so dense, it's not going to let anything happen. So we create a V on the northern side of this, or flying eagle, rabbit ears, whatever you want to call it. That's low pressure on both sides of this. Same that happens down at your local creek. For me, it's going to be Big Wheels Creek. Go down there and look at the water. Look at the streaming water coming in. A big rock into the middle always creates an eddy that comes back. It's the same with the atmosphere. You go down there, big rock, and so the back side of this is what we're kind of looking at the moment as everything moves in and across the rest of the area from north to south. So we'll be looking at that and looking at the rest of the region here. That's our first tornado one that we'll look at down to the south. Classic tornado, by the way. We're about to have another one for this storm. I don't call these beforehand. This is south and west of the Toledo Bend Reservoir, so kind of watching out for this as we move along too. But going northward back to our tornado warning. This one's been around for a while. Tornado warning again for 21 more minutes. 2-inch size hail. Catahoula Parish, and still looking at Franklin Parish as well. This is Franklin and Catahoula until 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. That's what we're looking at. Tornado warning there that'll last for a while longer just south of Winsboro. Try to get some more information along to you about that. Brad Arnold is on this storm. This is a tornado warning, so we've been watching Brad's video coming in across this area. I'm here his video at the moment. This is the thing that was kind of throwing me off a little while ago. I wish I could get Brad on the phone with me. I'm going to send him a link here in just a minute and see if he can talk to me when he gets to this storm. Tornado warning storm. This is going to be for a while longer here, which is what I say when I'm stalling for time. Why won't it tell me? I hit the wrong button. The National Weather Service out of Jackson, Mississippi has issued a tornado warning for Holmes, Yazoo, Humphreys County, that's in central Mississippi, until 5:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado about 7 miles to the east of Holly Bluff, 10 miles west of Yazoo City, Mississippi. Moving at 45 miles per hour. Very dangerous storm near Tollerville and Coxburg around 5:05. Into Thornton at about 5 o'clock in Yazoo City, pretty much as we speak. That's a tornado warning storm. If I look at all the products associated with it, there's your tornado. That's not a tornado. Let me point this out again. Again, I'm here in North Alabama, so I can't tell you for sure that's not a tornado. But I can tell you what I see is a broad area of spin. This is spinning in this direction. This is going in this direction. But the two don't come together at one particular point. That's what I'd be looking for if I thought I was actually showing a live tornado. But the preparations are there. I would call this a tornado. This little thing down here near Little Sunflower, if I'm calling them, this is probably my tornado of the moment, right about there. We have closer gate-to-gate elements that are going on. This is a broad spin. This is a tight spin. So I know they're looking at both of those. See all this lightning? First of all, that concerns me, seeing all that lightning in a small area together, but there's no warning there. It's a severe it's a severe thunderstorm about to turn tornado warning. Surely. This is about to turn tornado warning. The new tornado watch is out now, by the way. That goes over to Alabama. Brand new tornado watch. I'll get that to you in just one moment, but that's super new. And I will pass that along. Let me do my bit. Let's see. I'm going to have to do something here in order to pass it along to you. Let me get back to this. This is not a tornado warning, but it probably should be and probably will be. There's a likely tornado forming right about there. South of 82, a forming tornado looks to be taking place. This, again, is in that area that we already had a severe thunderstorm warning for Grenada County, Western Webster County, Montgomery County, Carroll County. Underneath tornado warnings here. Severe thunderstorm located near Sweatman. It's moving to the northeast toward Winona. Pretty rapid movement there. So a likely tornado looks like it's trying to form there across that area. The area that had a meso with it in western Alabama. Let me get rid of the mesocyclone part of that because I'm going to be putting up the actual watch as it has just now come in. This is a watch from the National Weather Service Office, a Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, saying this is now a tornado watch for West Alabama. The tornado watch area there, I think it's going to go up until normally 11 o'clock. Yeah, 11 o'clock, which truly includes all those areas that I was, kind of talking about a little while ago. It's going to be for the western side of the state. And it'll fill in just a couple of minutes. If you'll let me do this, let me put my face on here. And this only allows me to do something that's not pretty when it comes to finding other things, which is this right here. Well, it didn't, did it? I still had it up there like a dummy. So here's your tornado watch that is in effect. I can't make it look pretty. A few tornadoes. This goes up until 11 o'clock tonight, by the way. Scattered hail up to ping pong size is possible. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour. This is about 500,000 people, 449,536. I have no idea how they find that out, but this is all those counties into West Alabama. Jasper, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, down to Moundville. That's Clark County, Demopolis, Greene County, Selma, Hale County, Southard, all the way down through the rest of that area there included. Centerville, Brant, right there is also the only county that is not is Jefferson County and Shelby County, the two most populous counties in the entire state of Alabama. That does not mean there won't be storms coming over there. You and I both looked at that a little bit earlier, and it looked like for sure there would be thunderstorms coming in and around that region. That just happens. Sometimes they're issuing this as we go along. They don't want to get too far out ahead of themselves because for, real reasons, because they just can't. They got to stay in the moment and keep watching what they are watching. I haven't looked for questions here at any time. Let's see. Huge blizzard into Wisconsin. Yeah, there is. Hey, David, good to see you. Man, pal, what's up, bro? Brett's in Everett, Washington right now, probably. Everybody loves Penny. Yeah, I wish I could bring her on, but I can't. Weather patterns are about a month behind the normal patterns. If you say so, Daryl. How is Stackville, Gorilla? How is Stackville? Is that a person? All right. Great questions. We'll move on. Here's what we have. Is that rude? Should I leave the picture in order to do that? I apologize. I don't think there are any warnings back to the west. We'll go to the PO radar and take a look. There's still a little turning there. That's 96, Highway 96 coming out of St. Augustine there where we might... Sorry, that was meso discussion. They may actually issue another tornado watch for southern Mississippi. So I talked about Hattiesburg there a little bit. They're considering a new tornado watch down here, down to the south. That would include Hattiesburg. And here's your tornado watch that goes into western Alabama. This is the part of that extension, if you will, coming out of Mississippi and now moving into western Alabama. This is the tornado watch region, which just pretty much says that there's a tornado watch in effect here across the area that runs through the rest of this evening till 11 o'clock tonight, as we thought. A few tornadoes, some that could be intense, damaging winds to 70-inch-and-a-half diameter, hail, all that in the yellow areas that you do see. And again, I despise having to look at it that way because it's covering up a bunch of other warnings and stuff, so I'm only going to leave it up there for just a second. A watch, you know, that we're watching the weather, so the watch is tad insignificant at this point. Other areas we're looking at, tornado warnings that go along the line. How big is the line? Let me change here and just show you. If I look at some of the radar data here, we'll look along the line. This is the composite radar, which shows you everything. It's not as high in quality resolution as the rest of it, but this just shows you, and I'm going to go back about 75 frames, which goes well back during the day today. I think that's going to go back all the way up until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Put that into motion just to show you where everything is coming from and moving to. All this coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico. We had a steady flow of moisture that's been coming to the north all day long today, bringing these dew point conditions well up into the deep south. These are dew points that are into the 70-degree range, plus in some locations we have a cold front coming in from the west, cold front diving southward. Much cooler, drier air is coming in behind this system, but it'll take it a while to get here through the night tonight. Right now, dew point conditions are pretty low across all of these areas. In fact, we'll take a very quick look. I'll put some of the MEDAR data up there just to show you. Let's just look at dew point conditions here with it at the moment. I'll show you some of these temperatures into the 60s. These are dew point conditions, the amount of air that is into the atmosphere, that if you drop the temperature down to that point, you get 100% relative humidity. It's a measure of saturation. Relative humidity is, we get the dew point and the actual temperature, we can derive the relative humidity or how it feels inside, outside. These dew points that are into the 60s go well to the north here. They encompass 63 is like my magic number for, there's the possibility of tornadoes at 63. And look at Starkville sitting here at 70 degrees with a dew point temperature, Drew. We got to make these where they can be bigger. I can barely see that, but it's 70. The dew point is 70 there in Starkville, Mississippi. We got temperatures that are well above that. In fact, we'll switch over here with the temperatures in just a few moments. Where we have here's the other thing that is happening. This is just a quick little lesson because I saw it again coming in next week. So here's the deal. Let me draw it in like a blue, which means it's cooler. So we got this cold front back to the west here. This is a cold front, which means that there's low pressure well to the north. I probably even need to back out here a little bit. Let me back out of this. And I want you to understand this because this is a feature that often happens this time of the year with this kind of a thing. So your low pressure center, as we see it, is right up here. It's actually further north than that, but I'm exaggerating it further down to the south. And then this is your cold front sagging southward like this. And that's probably a lot closer to it than what I thought before. We have a warm front that extends out of the low pressure where the warm air comes to. And the thing about it is right now, this is your warm front right here. Right now, the warm front is suppressed. And I don't know if you can see it. This is the warm front, which means warm air is coming from and moving this direction. Wherever these little circles are, that's the direction that it's moving in. Same with these. These are called the barbs. These are pips, these are barbs. Whichever way they're pointing is the way the wind direction is going, or the air mass is going. The weird thing about this is that you can see right now, see how cool these dew points are into North Georgia. That's because the spine of the Appalachians is blocking the air. So the Appalachian Mountains here, the Great Smokies come down through here on the eastern edge, the Great Smoky Mountains. So the air is coming in, not coming over, but parallel to that, there's cool air coming in because there's low pressure up here. Winds are coming around. High pressure to the north there too. So we're driving air, and it's driving this cool air kind of all the way down to the nose like this, because these are that's a 7. This is a 4. These are 40-degree isotherms. These are 40-degree dew points. This is called a wedge of cool air, because it's wedging between what is high pressure and the mountains that's trying to, the mountains over here that are really the western edge of all of that cool air. I don't know if I explained that very well, but this is air that's coming in out of western West Virginia, coming off the mountains, riding the eastern spine of the Appalachians, which can come into North Georgia, and all the way down. You can see the influence of it all the way really over to Birmingham. Gadsden, Anniston, you've all got that easterly wind that's coming in, that's bringing in this cooler air. That is a stable situation. That is not allowing it to destabilize. That's a stable situation that's taking place there. The reason we're not seeing a whole lot happening as far as severe thunderstorms go there. You go to the south, you see these dew points that get into the 60s, and that's what we're really concerned about, if you will. We still have a mass of really super energized air, is what I'm going to call it, coming in over southern Mississippi. Those are the dew points. Let me get rid of this for the moment. And even getting to get rid of that. So tornado warnings are already in abundance across this entire area. Let's see if I can find the B-man. Brad Arnold in his little hat. There is Brad. Brad is riding along, I guess, with another person who's analyzing the storms. Brad says, I don't like anybody in front of me, so Brad gets out ahead of this storm, and you can see clear skies there. And I also see the sun setting off into the sky. So I believe he's headed a little bit south, probably a little south. At the moment, farming territory there. You can see all the grain feed areas there. That's a big farm. That gentleman family has a large farm, the grain elevators that they're looking at right there. And then the setting sun off into the western sky there overall. We'll be checking in with Brad from time to time because he's got great pictures for us. Vince is also out there, and Brett Adair. Again, Brett, I apologize. Brett had so many duties during the day today that were not with me, and I apologize he hasn't been on here for a little while. David, look at the CC in lower Mississippi. We'll do that out of the radar. DGX. First of all, I have to look at the radar site, so I'm going to go to single site radar, pull up my CC product here, correlation coefficient, which is right there. Did I say which radar? Yeah, so we have an area here. This was already, history says, all right, we already had a tornado that was associated with this whole thing because it's spotted. That's that little tornado signature that you see right there. Fire Department and Rescue Services say in Lawrence County and Tilton, Mississippi, there was a tornado. Reports of a tornado. Debris reported with possible structural damage there into the region, too. This is a fresh report, 4:40 this afternoon, so that came in from only about 15 minutes ago, 4:40, when we had a tornado that was reported there with this situation. This is debris. This is CC debris is what I call it. There's more or less, I don't see one small area. Sometimes you have to put it into motion to see what it looked like frame or two before. Obviously, something was happening there. It looked like east of Sarteenville, north of Columbia, I'll say. It isn't your average CC drop. It's a debris drop is what we're looking at, which means a lot of that could be very small debris. But so many suspect things about this just to the west of Bassfield. The suspect thing is that all that lightning is suspect to me because lightning data that comes in like that, we've talked about that already, because when they're closely packed together, that gets pretty hairy there in some of those situations. But you're looking at along Highway 13, where I also see quite a bit of turbulence, if you will. This is just general turbulence. This is our likely tornado right here. There's another spin. Is it a satellite tornado? We got some crap going on right here near Tilton. There are 3 areas that, and it just updated, so let me start over with my circles. One's right here, another right in here, and still another one back over into this area. There are 3 areas there that look very suspect. The tornado, even right here. This could be a situation where we have more than one tornadoes, and I think if we had a picture of the sky, you'd see what I was talking about. It's got to be very very odd looking at the moment. Again, we're looking at the last few hours of daylight here from Brad, who is out watching the storm. This is Brad Arnold, who also works with us at Radar Omega. He has all the equipment there, so we pass his information along as well. So that's our tornado warning down to the south there, coming in out of the Jackson, Mississippi radar. Just look at all that lightning, and it tells you that there is a degree of mix that's going on that at the moment has just theoretically a lot of energy to go with it. Another storm over here to the west. This is quarter-size hail likely here in the area that is Milam, coming across the river here on the south side. This is right at the border. This is this new warning. Is it? I don't even think it's out yet. Yeah, this warning. Zwali, across the river. This is the Sabine National Forest. This is a brand new tornado warning just now issued for Sabine Parish, San Augustine County, and the eastern sections of Texas, northern Sabine County, eastern Texas as well. A likely tornado is occurring here with this storm coming across the river. That's out into the forest. This is a likely tornado, folks. These are more impressive to me, and again, I did this where I wasn't showing you what I was talking about. These are a little bit more impressive to me because of the fact that this is a no doubter. This is what we call gate-to-gate shear, pixel to pixel, right there. And the smaller it is, the more I'm likely to think this is an actual tornado. When you get these big areas, miles and miles of spin, you know it's a mesocyclone. It's not a 30-mile wide tornado, but I think this is probably a tornado, albeit maybe small at the moment, coming into Geneva on the western side. Then you get into a bunch of forested area there, the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Zwali's on the other side here, 171. That's southwestern sections of Louisiana coming into the Robeline region. Check out all this stuff happening right here just to the north and east of Natchitoches. That's the Natchitoches storm that we were looking at there as well. That's been of great concern to us during the day today as we were watching some stuff there too. Let me do this one thing because I'm going to add Brad's stuff to this image. Where is it? I'm going to add Brad. There we go. We'll watch Brad till the sun sets. Brad Arnold up in the upper right. I'm David in the upper left. Somebody from France asked who I was a little bit earlier. So I want to make sure that I repeat that very often. My name is David Neal. I am your host for this evening along with Brad Adair. Brad is, so far, a no-show. You have a brother in Bassfield. You need to call him immediately to let him know what is happening here because we think we have a tornado that may be on the ground there in that very area. We'll go back to the high-res reflectivity again to show you. So this just happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings at the moment. We have 7 of them that are out there, in and amongst 17 warnings that we presently have, and just kind of go through them here pretty rapidly. We've got tornado warnings for Franklin, Catahoula Parish there into central Louisiana. We've got other storms that we're looking at too, back down to the southwest of there, but I think we're probably out of the backside of this, if you will. We're going to start out into Shreveport, Louisiana, from the radar there into Shreveport. Go west to east across the map. Right now, we've got thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Sibley there. That's Mendon. That's going to be on the Interstate I-20 there. If you've ever been there, been through there many times. Just to the east of there is... Does that not look like a tornado to me? I mean, we've got a little ball area there on the bottom side of this near Athens coming in out of the Bridges Mill. That is not a tornado-warned storm, although, let me see if there's any kind of an inbound or outbound with it. It is a brand new, now this is what I'd call the genesis of a tornado. Tornado genesis coming in. This is a brand new situation there where I think we have the formation of a tornado taking place out of this one storm near Athens. It's going to be east of the severe thunderstorm warning that is in Mendon there in the northwestern side of Louisiana. We're going down to the south and show you this tornado warning as well coming in out of Sabine. This is crossing over the river at the moment coming into western Louisiana. The Shreveport folks there are on this. They're saying there is a tornado warning for Sabine County, San Augustine County as well, coming in out of the west. Move to the east. We got the big storm over here that's moving toward Atlanta, coming in out of Natchitoches on the southwest side. Atlanta to the north, Winfield to the north. A likely tornado is showing up here as well. This is coming in with a storm there from the southwest. We're looking at Highway 84, US 84, and down to the south in the other situation there as well. We go further to the north. We got these showers and storms located within a polygon region here. We'll also look at the radar. Didn't like the radar. Said the radar was old there. The Jackson radar is out? I don't think so. Here we go, the Jackson radar. There's your tornado right there showing up just to the west of Glade Bayou Landing there near New Light. That's going to be a tornado-warned storm that is moving from west to east again. In fact, I see 2 areas that are super suspect to me. One down here, another one right there. And these are all moving northeast. You're coming across the river. As we go through the next little while, we'll be watching out for both of those. Go a little bit further to the north. You got all this mess going on, a possible tornado in 2 different areas. Yazoo City, Mississippi, under a threat right now with a storm coming in from the south. I don't like this at all. This is a storm that is winding up right here. Inbound and outbound marker indicates to me we have spin, a lot of it right here in this general area. This is coming back to the radar site and beyond. We got a negative and a positive number there that I think gives us a net shear of well over 80 miles per hour. That is a likely tornado there south and west of Yazoo City. So it prompted a tornado warning for Yazoo City, Mississippi. Radar indicated that's Holmes, Yazoo, and Humphreys County. I think, is it Humphreys County? It'd be Humphreys County till 5:30. That's moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Keep that in mind as you're watching this coming in from the southwest, moving north and eastward. That's a big bad storm no matter how you look at it. Other storms to the north. Right now we don't have a tornado warning, but we got severe thunderstorm warnings. These are the ones that had that storm in Eupora, which still has some inbound and outbound problems with it right there south of Eupora. A strong indication of rotation sitting there. These are producing rotations off and on quite a bit. Look at this. This is a blowout coming into the western side of Hamilton and southwestern sections of the area there too. This is a straight line wind. Oh, it's raining and my chicken's outside. Give me a minute. I'm sorry. Literally, my chicken was outside, and I, like a kid, you didn't want to tell them to come in until it was time to come in. But it's going to take me a minute to catch my breath. I mean, if I'm serious, that was one. So I live up here in this area. The bottom just fell out for a second. Up here, out of this one little bitty thing. But it came down pretty fast. I saw lightning. I see lots of lightning. Let me make me smaller, because okay, here we go. I don't think we had a tornado warning while I was gone. And again, I apologize if I'm doing something too fast or too slow. Let me know if I'm doing something that's not conducive to your viewing pleasure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is a tornado warning just to the west of Hattiesburg, Mississippi at the moment. I want to go to the radar down here because it's really our first tornado warning getting close to Hattiesburg. And this is going to end up being just to the north and west of Hattiesburg. And I think it's possibly going to keep going. That's a true tornado. That is a tornado coming in from the southwest. You can see it as well as I do. You don't have to be a meteorologist to see this. This is ugly. This is near Bassfield again. And if we go down here and we take a look at probably our correlation coefficient, I'm not going to like that either. Again, it's very debris-like, but it's definitely showing an anomaly to what is happening near Bassfield. There's a lot of lightning there. So I have to believe this is a tornado on the ground that is moving across this region. It still says radar indicated out of that, but I'm pretty sure somebody's probably watching this. That's Marion, Covington, Lamar, Jefferson, Davis County in southern Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there near Bunker Hill, about 12 miles to the north of Columbia. And then this is going on just to the north and west of Hattiesburg. It's not too far away from Hattiesburg and I-59, but coming in on that area there, 2 out of 98, Highway 98, we'd be looking at that. There was a tornado report already there for this storm that was issued just a little while ago from the fire department, where there was quite a bit of damage. Obviously, the B-Man is getting some gasoline, so I will take him out of this for just a moment. If I can figure out where he is. There he is. All right, let's go on through with the radar here overall and take a look at what's happening with some of the other storms. We go to the DGX. That's going to be the Jackson, Mississippi radar. No, let's go to GWX. It's going to be the radar out of Mississippi. So this stuff is coming into Alabama. Hamilton, Winfield, through that area there, coming into Alabama from the western side. This is going to be a blower. In just a minute, I got to text somebody because I got a couple people I think who rely on me. And this is going to affect everybody up in here with some really strong wind coming in from the west. Some of these winds might reach 60 to 70 miles per hour coming in here. These are bow, we call these bow segments, named after the archer's bow, if you will. Meaning that most of the energy associated with these is more or less going to be into the middle of the bow. So the highest winds are going to be here. The winds will lessen on the outside edges of the bow segment. That's kind of how that happens. Back to the southwest of there, though, we got severe thunderstorm warnings now. The one near Eupora has some large hail associated with it. You can already see that just by sort of what we were looking at there. We look at the liquid count there, and it's not as big as I thought it was going to be, but that's still some large hail. That's coming in on US 82 from the west, moving near Starkville, the rest of that area, Vaden, and beyond. And down to the south into Yazoo City, Mississippi, we got some more areas there that we're looking at. This is near Eden. Yazoo City going northeastward over to Lexington, the rest of that region there too. We were looking at Brad Arnold there just a few moments ago. I'm going to send Brad a link right now and see if he can respond. and check in with me. Let me do this. And if you'll give me 1 second, I got to do this too. My apologies. I'm one-man banding it again today. Please, just load. I hate passwords. I have to figure it out in a minute. My. Anyway. So that's what we have in the line there overall of what is happening there with that whole region. I'm going to show you again where this tornado watch, this is that brand new tornado watch that we were looking at being issued for the southern sections of Mississippi. It includes Hattiesburg. It includes, I think it's going to include Mobile also. I got to find the best. That's like puke green. What's up with that? Why is there no yellow? That's even worse. Help me. That's kind of yellowish. And I'm going to make the opacity there kind of like that and not like that. Turn it on like that and see what happens. Boom! So you can see the new tornado watch includes Hattiesburg. It includes Waynesboro, Laurel, Mississippi, all the way over to Monroeville, Alabama. South of Greene County, back over to Clark County, too. That's into the Monroeville, right there. Basically north of 65 and west of 65, with the exception of 1 or 2 counties. If you look at that, that's north and west of I-65. Pretty much up and down the line. Doesn't include Jefferson or Shelby County into Alabama. Doesn't include Colbert. Doesn't include the western side of Winston County. It doesn't include that, although you're about to get rocked now with some heavy stuff coming in Winston County on the western side. So look out for that as it comes in. They're pretty graciously here within the next hour and a half or so. Put this into motion, show you over the last 21 frames, all this trucking along from west to east across the region. There's this tornado warning that does continue. This is for 60 minutes. I think this might have been just issued moments ago. It was 5 minutes ago. Northeastern Choctaw County, Octibia County, Webster County, and western Clay County. You're underneath a tornado warning. Choctaw, Octibia, Western, and Clay County, tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Eupora. It's moving on to the northeast, 25 miles southwest of Montpelier and working its way northeastward. Watch out. That is a tornado warning. It is radar indicated, meaning just what we were talking about earlier. It is not sighted at this point, but nonetheless, the radar says what it sees and sees what it says. And at this point, there's strong inbound and outbound wind here, a very tight gradient, if you will, going from one wind speed to the other, right there just south of Eupora, Highway 82. That's going to be moving in this direction off to the northeast, so be on the lookout for that as you go a little bit further northward and eastward. I don't see any communities there specifically until I get to Spring Valley on Highway 82, but this is an area near Byway that is often a region that we would be looking at this time of the year for off and on. And there's some large hail associated with this too. There's going to be some big hail on Highway 9 coming in on that western side, but also looking at the fact that we may have some debris correlation with this, and it's on the radar beam itself, which tells us there's debris there. I don't specifically see what I would consider, though, a drop. I do see this thing spinning up, and actually, do you see this dry slot? This is an area of echo-free region, if you will, that shows up. Sometimes we call this a collapsed B weir, a bounded weak echo. region, but this in itself might match up with our velocity data, which does. And I believe this is actually a tornado that's starting to show up on the radar imagery itself. And the spin, it's located right in this region. If you're looking for where the tornado is, I believe it's going to be right about there. That's going to be on the western side of the Natchez Freeway. Trace Parkway, Natchez Trace Parkway near Byway and moving northeastward. A likely tornado associated with the storm. Right there, so clear cut. I think that's what we have here at the moment with this situation moving on to the northeast. Back out of the picture here a little bit. I'm gonna show this tornado watch one or two more times, and then I'm just gonna. I don't know if I could take the. Let me go to the settings here and see if I could take this down enough to where it doesn't bother us. Yeah, but still leaves the lines, and that's what bothers me. Just leave it out. You know there's a watch. And everywhere that we're talking about here, you should probably be watching and calling neighbors and whatever the case may be to make sure that they know what is happening here. I'm trying to show you this mile by mile up and down the line, and pretty much as we do so, we're beginning to see everything sort of matching up here overall with what we do see. Right now, Brad is still getting fuel, I see at the moment. Pardon me for slowing down here for just a second. Okay. Yeah, man, Pat, I don't think the CC looks as bad as it's cluttered. It's not what I'd call a straightforward CC, at least from that radar. Let me see if I can look at it from another direction. I've looked at it from a few, but a CC drop is to me, it's an anomaly. This looks more like a clutterization of the CC. That's probably a lot of debris that is aloft, but not necessarily large debris. I see it, but it's not like, it's on the edge of this, and so some of that could be kick up from the outflow boundary that's going on with it. Some of that could be, you just never really know, but it's not classic. Look at all that lightning there around it, though, so I feel certain there's probably a tornado there, which doesn't necessarily mean there's not. That might be even a little debris ball associated with the whole situation there. Let me back it up and see. By debris ball, I mean there's debris aloft, and I think that probably is it. I think there's probably going to be debris right there in this little ball area, north and east of 42, north and east of Bassfield. There's obviously hail there, but this is going to be some sort of debris that is aloft, which, again, yes, matches up with a CC. It's not totally clear cut. And there's another storm following it up, by the way, here on Highway 13, just back to the west. That's also pretty concerning. That's going to be back into Prentice there on the western side. So you get back over here into Vicksburg. There's your tornado warning down to the south here that we are following as well. This has velocity data associated with it that still tells us it's kind of a broad situation. I don't look at it and say, oop, there's a big tornado. I don't see that at the moment, but there's reason for caution. This one is really concerning to me. This is a tornado warning off to the north. It still has 8 more minutes left in the tornado warning here for Yazoo County into Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Lexington, just to the east of Thornton. That's one of the strongest signatures I've seen for a while. Check out. This is going to be meters per second. I got to get rid of that. Strong rotation going on right here. That's moving northeastward. Would be up near Ebenezer here shortly, just outside of Midway. It did update right there, but strong indication of a possible tornado there too. And if you go southward, we look, there's hail involved with that. This is all a hail situation, shows up right there with that product. And then down here, we're going to look at the correlation coefficient, the debris drop. Here's something within the parallel right there. These are minor debris situations, but right here is also an area there along the parallel, along the beam width. To the south we go, same thing going on here. This is the storm south of Vicksburg, the one that Brad is watching very closely there in that whole situation. Others that we're looking at here too are showing up down to the south of there. We got a tornado warning near Manny again that's showing up near Zwally. How persistent has this thing been coming across the Toledo Bend Reservoir? Correlation coefficient, I don't see debris there with it, but I do see a strong thunderstorm. And again, a little negative area there into the middle, which would indicate there's some sort of spin that's occurring across this storm. This is coming across the other side of the river here at the moment, coming across the Toledo Bend Reservoir, crappie capital of the world, next to Weiss Lake, I think. And that's what you're looking at there. South of Zawali, coming into Robeline from the southwestern side, then into Natchitoches again before that ends. Strong indication up here of a tornado near Menifee. This is a strong indication here. For a while we looked at this and it was really just sort of a straight line situation, but with strong indication there of a possible tornado. On the upswing, again, our data's kind of mixed there with the efficiency, the debris, if you will, but strong indication of a possible tornado here. Look at all the structures that are going on here. I mean, this thing is all over the place, not really wanting to manifest itself as just one item. This is a beware, weak echo of a region here. This is going to be where the hail shaft is. Look at all the uniform lightning that's occurring there along the line. That goes from Murray Junction down to Curry into the Colgrade area, or Winfield, if you will. I think Winfield's probably the area more populated there at the moment. Back into the storm here that's in the northeastern side. This is near Wisner, coming out of the Newellton area and crossing over the river from the western side near Tallulah, southward down to Port Gibson, just outside of Vidalia, and then making its way down southward along the SIP. And certainly we'll be looking out for this coming across Tallulah. Vicksburg, do we have our camera in Vicksburg anymore? Why did that one go away? Because that was the camera of the moment. 526. I don't know. It's dark at my house. Maybe it's not dark there yet. Anybody in Vicksburg? Is it dark in Vicksburg? I guess it's not. Oh, that's a time lapse. That's why. It is dark in Vicksburg, and then there's a giant man on top of the house. Oh. There's a giant man on top of the house. All right, where were we? Tornado warning north and west of Hattiesburg again. This was an area that we were looking at. I want to go back to the camera now because it just did its little commercial break. I think this is live. Watch the lightning. That's the Mississippi River. And you can see the Mississippi every once in a while. You get a little flash. 526. It is 77 degrees in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Vicksburg was what we were looking at just moments ago where this storm is at the moment, coming across the river there. in Vicksburg. We want to look at the Jackson radar. I'll throw the two up there together to sort of let you look at what's happening. So that's the Vicksburg camera, and this is the Vicksburg radar. That's Vicksburg right down here on the center. And our very own buddy there, Brad Arnold. How long can you get gas? Isn't there a time limit? Is there not a time limit on how long you can stay at the pump and get gas? He's just waiting on this thing to come across the river, I guess. But that's Vicksburg, Mississippi, right there. Coming across the Mississippi River. So that's what the radar image looks like itself. Copy. Back. Paste. Back. This, and this. Because the two are very important. There you go. So there's Vicksburg up in the left-hand side of the screen. It's the live image coming in from EarthCam Watch, and that's looking over toward the Mississippi River, down the Mississippi River, if you will, to show you what it looks like as far as that all goes with all of these, every one of these storms, actually, that we are looking at here at the moment. So we're keeping an eye on all of this stuff as we move along through the rest of this evening into the overnight hours tonight and beyond, because so much is happening here in the short term as well as the long to keep us watching out for you, with you, about this whole thing as it moves along. It's a very dangerous situation taking place, and you know, as a result, we definitely want to make sure that we keep you abreast of what is happening. Again, there's that risk that runs through the night tonight. It's a moderate risk here. They're starting to move that, actually, I think, as we go along through the rest of this evening. They'll begin to move that around just a little bit to make sure that, you know, things are okay there. Let me see if I've got... No, I don't have that available to me just yet. So it's been one of these afternoons. That's the radar on the right-hand side, and there's a little box down there beneath me, as if we were the Brady Bunch. And there's a guy, sometimes it comes on there. Not seen him lately. Hey Dave, let's do the weather on this YouTube channel. Anyway, it's 5:30. It is 5:30, Tuesday, November the 29th. We appreciate you being with us. We've been going for a while now. I don't really know how long it says on here somewhere, but I appreciate you being with me here for this long. We've had some great questions. We've had some pitiful questions, too. We've had some people from as far away as France and a couple of people from Pennsylvania. I don't know what we do well in France and Pennsylvania. Nowhere else in between. We don't do well in Kentucky. We don't do well in Tennessee. But we do really well in Pennsylvania. We do really well in France. And if it weren't for those two areas, I probably wouldn't even have a channel. To be quite honest with you, I don't think I have a channel at all. Starkville, they just cut that thing a little bit from the west. So what they're looking at here is basically telling us that Starkville, you're still underneath that tornado warning at the moment, but they did chop it off because it wasn't really lagging back over to Eupora anymore. Along Highway 82 coming in the western side near FIBA, and all throughout the rest of that area there. Certainly we'll be watching that as we move along into the next several hours of what is happening. I did this for just one moment because I got to fix something that is no longer viable. And that would be, I don't know, the camera up there is pretty cool looking. And there's your storm down there that we were looking at. Coming in, GWX, that's going to be Columbus. Now check this out. Coming into the western side of Alabama, this is I-22. We don't have a warning here, but look how huge this is. This is coming into Vernon. I got folks over there in Vernon. I hope you're watching. Fayette, also into Carbon Hill, Winfield, into the Haleyville area. Thunderstorms there, too, that we've been watching for a while, and we'll keep our eyes on all of that. Durant, southward, down I-55 and beyond. Some of the other thunderstorms of note that we've been watching there for a while as well. And we shall continue to do all of that. Still looking at the map here where we have a lot of activity going on all across northern Mississippi at the moment. Want to make sure that we keep you up to date with everything that is happening. The storms back down to the south, one included. It's a lone storm near Hattiesburg, Mississippi that's troubling. That thing's been out for a while. We've sort of been watching out for that one as it has moved from north to south all across the region there. And it was a storm situation that was kind of fading there for a while, we thought, but didn't really materialize that way. But still all moving across the area here that is that portion of Mississippi and beyond. We'll take a look at this, a little closer look at this if we can from the big picture. And this has got everything moving across the Mississippi River. The tornado warnings that you see there still in effect all across that region are very valid and somewhat popular at the moment. Those areas have been forced to have tornado warnings off and on over the last several hours with really no reprieve. Give me 2 seconds to do something here that I didn't finish a while ago. Not a one of you said, David, you didn't update the thumbnail. So I'm still getting grief over the thumbnail that I didn't finish it. Files, saved files. Can I do that? Does anybody out there know if I can update the thumbnail and nothing else? I don't even see the thumbnail in YouTube Studio. I don't think I can. Maybe I can't. Penny is fine. Penny's in the house eating. I'll bring her up here in just a little bit. After she eats, it's a bad time to do it, but I'll do it. If we can get 200 viewers, we got 4,300. I'd like to have, like, if you get 5,000, I'll bring Penny on. That's a threat. I don't want to do that. Webcam. Manage. Stream can't be managed because it is running. I can't fix the thumbnail. Does nobody know anything about YouTube's to help me fix the thumbnail? Probably not while this is active. So I blew it. No, don't exit the stream. Can I edit that? Yeah, I can. All right, so let's do this. Change it. Please, let me change it. Save. I think I changed the thumbnail live on live television. Or maybe I didn't. I don't know. I made a new thumbnail. This is it. Does it look bad? Does it look... I'm horrible at thumbnails. I'm horrible. I'm not doing one of these. Said it earlier. That is the... I just went to a Japanese steakhouse restaurant, and it's time for shrimp. One. It's time to get one shrimp a piece. I'm not making that face in order to get a click. So, that's just what we're saying. Penny does need her dinner. You know what she ate? Worms. Dried worms. A bucket of dried worms. She didn't eat a bucket. She ate like a handful of dried worms. My best friend Sharon is taking care of her downstairs. they look at each other, and I don't know if they talk. I've never really seen them talk to each other, which is a good thing, I guess, because all right, don't do that. There's a line in a movie that says, "Don't do that, donkey." I can't remember. Is that from one of the Shrek movies? Don't do that, donkey. All right, here we go again. Let's do a. You gonna do a roundup? Anybody else? Is there anything else you'd like to do? Because I got 4 tornado warnings here at the moment. There are 4 different tornado warnings and several, about 7 or 8 different severe thunderstorm warnings that are occurring across the area at the moment. We got heavy storms all the way up here. By the way, I don't want to forget Nashville, Tennessee. My daughter might be watching up there in Nashville, Tennessee. This is just outside of Hendersonville. Tim Watson lives up there. Tim Watson from, he's the fiddle man. You might check out Tim Watson, friend of mine. He's up there in this area as well. So kind of watching what's happening here. The National Weather Service up there says that a couple of thunderstorms. Clarksville, Tennessee, 30-mile-per-hour winds. That's nothing. I mean, literally, that's... I know you get thunderstorms like that kind of all the time. Centerville, we're looking at the Hickman County EMA up here in Centerville, Tennessee, and they got 65 degrees with a dew point, though, of 55, which is key. Remember I talked about the fact that 63 was kind of my borderline? 63 is where I go, and anything above that, I get really worried about tornadoes. So this air is really stable up here, it looks like, at the moment. We have a lot of stability going on with the air mass at the moment. But we got all these other stations. I got to get one over here for Northeast Alabama. I can tell you that right now because we need to know what's happening over here. So I'll get us one of the stations over here from Radar Omega, since they make me pay for the app while I'm actually using it and I work for them. But I don't know if I've mentioned that at all. Haleyville down to the south. We're looking at I-22. This is a severe weather statement. You know why? Here's why. I put the radar on there. Boom! That's just the weirdest. That's one of the weirdest looking shapes I've seen in a long, long time. But check this out as it moves on to the east. You folks over in Carbon Hill and Jasper, I-22, which I call the new interstate. It's not that new, but in my lifetime it's sort of new. We used to have to go up and take this route, if you will, that came all the way from Birmingham northward, which was kind of a rough ride along this area. But pretty much it... I-22 is the new main road that goes up through there. That's the Mulberry Fork coming in on the other side of Union Chapel and I-22. Highway 5 that goes northward out of Adamsville. It's the old 76 that we looked at right there coming, 76. Let's go the other side of 78. Highway 78 that goes northward, crosses over I-22. You might remember a big tornado many years ago that crossed right over there and then came back up before coming over and into the airport area there. But this is the weirdest looking line of severe thunderstorms coming across the region. These are going to be some really high winds. I want to take a screen grab of that because that is just weird. So you can do this. You can take a screenshot if you want to. Maybe not while I'm on the air. Yeah. Another great thing that I like about the Radar Omega product that you can save the video too. If you want to make your own little show, you can make your own little show, save your own little video. And here's what it looks like in the bowing segment. These are some really high winds associated with this thing, but bowing out quite a bit all across this area. There's your bow. Here's your high wind coming in behind this thing. It's moving southward. Eldridge, you're next within the next 5 minutes. Fayette and Fayette County is coming to you as well. And then the threat for tornadoes. We do have a new tornado watch issued there across the region until 11 o'clock tonight. Roughly, I'm going to say from I-65 westward, you need to be paying attention. But the watch area is roughly from I-65 in Jefferson County, southward and westward, all across western Alabama. Eastern sections of Mississippi as well. Still looking at some of what is happening here with some of these thunderstorms. The one that's north of Hattiesburg is holding strong. It is going to stay north of Hattiesburg. I just don't believe it's going to get into... that area there. I'm certain about that because look at how small it is now at the moment. There's a lot of lightning associated with it. New tornado warning here too. But a lot of lightning there with that and the likelihood of a tornado coming into McDonald and Collins there from the south and west, going northward and eastward out of that western side. Let's go back to the north. This is a brand new tornado warning just now issued just a few moments ago for the next 50 minutes now. The National Weather Service out of Jackson, Mississippi says Holmes County, Atala County, northeastern Yazoo County. You're underneath a tornado warning located near Ebenezer, 13 miles to the southeast of Thornton. It's moving to the east at right about 50 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation associated with this, but coming in along the area from the west to the east, moving so at about 45 miles per hour. Where is this storm? Near Durant. This is I-55 on the eastern side. Durant, Kosciuszko is this town over here. I don't know how to spell it, but I know how to pronounce it. It's Kosciuszko. There had a hurricane. This is the German influence there, if you will. And then back to the west here, we have the possible tornado there on Highway 12. We have something going on down here near Goodman as well that looks pretty interesting. It looks like it could be doing something or trying to do something. Two areas there we've been looking at for a while. So we have the tornado warning in Starkville, Mississippi. The tornado warning down to the south here that's looking back toward I-55 and to the north. Radar reflectivity showing you that as well. Very distinct storm here. Durant back over to west. A while ago there was a statement that said just to the east of west because that's where the storm was, and I didn't know there was a town called West there. Back to the north, you got the other thunderstorms we were looking at. I was kind of worried about this being a tornado warning storm here along the Arkansas City area coming into the Mississippi River. A lot of lightning associated with the storm right there. We have a brand new tornado warning. It's not brand new. It's a continuation, I guess we'd say, of a tornado warning that came out of the eastern side, if you will, Sabine County into Texas. But now we're back here on the other side. It's a small storm for the next 32 minutes that has the likelihood of a tornado coming into Natchitoches Parish and Sabine Parish in northwestern Louisiana. This goes until 6:15 Central Standard Time, with a storm located near Zwally, or about 29 miles to the northwest of Anacoco, moving to the east at 35. Zwally, Anacoco, you're in the path of this storm, coming in pretty rapidly now. We have 3/4 of an inch size in hail associated with that radar indicated storm along County 175, County 147, 148, and 487, just to the southwest, if you will, of I-49, with a possible tornado. If you want to do it yourself, you can see, but I think you're going to see it right there in that little dry slot. And it doesn't really look like it's, again, a broad area of rotation. I don't see gate to gate, pixel to pixel shear out of that. Still, I don't pick them. I let the Weather Service do that, and I pass along the information. That is my job. They have about 15 people probably on staff right now watching all of this, and then it's me and there's a cat on my bed, so it's kind of like the two of us are sort of manning this side of things here. Purple dog. Worms are nutritious. Purple dog. Tornado warning over Franklin. Let's see, what else can I do here? I think I've shown you a lot of stuff. All right, won't we go back and look at the model here for just a second and see what the new HERT says? The new model that updates itself every hour on the hour to some sort. I was about to say, that doesn't look very clear. That's because it was in the winter mode. All right, so knowing what we've got, but what we're expecting. This is at 22 Zulu time, which is Greenwich, England, town over there where time starts. Greenwich, it has to start somewhere. So it starts in Greenwich, England, Zulu time, we call it. And so Zulu time, it's not even military time unless the military is using Zulu time. So it says 5 o'clock, 5 p.m., which is right where we are at the 546 area. And this is what it had depicted the hour before. At 4 o'clock, it depicted this would be the radar situation. So we move along, we go to 6 p.m., and again, we still have single-cell, supercell thunderstorms all across the region. If there's any sort of a weakness at this time, it's down into eastern Texas and southwestern Louisiana. But we still see the peak of precipitation across the Mississippi River and moving on eastward into the 7 o'clock hour, the same into 8, 9, and 10. All right, so here, I was wondering why they issued a tornado watch for South Alabama and southern Mississippi back over here into Hattiesburg. I don't think they've issued it yet. They're talking about issuing it. And I was wondering why, because it really looked like it was pretty stable down there. But watch what happens. So this is 9 p.m. Do you see it up there? 9 p.m. Let me draw it. I don't want to just preach. I want you to learn this yourself. 9 p.m. See it right there? In that poorly drawn arrow that I drew? That's 9 o'clock. That's when this particular model says this is what that radar depiction would look like. So at 9 o'clock tonight, there it is. And if I move forward to 10 o'clock, notice down here in the southern portions of Mississippi where there was nothing, now there is something. Now there's influence from the actual front coming in, which is a reason for lift, which is also a reason for a new jet to appear. The upper level winds that will be traveling in a core 70, 80 miles per hour that'll come in here and suggest to us again that we'll have some twisting and turning going on because, like, look at this storm. The depiction for the storm in Natchez, Mississippi, or Vidalia, however you look at it, is for a curved, not a hodograph, but a curved not jelly bean. I may have to stop and take a drink of water here in just a minute. It's a kidney bean was the one I was really thinking of, or a comma shape, or the C shape, which again tells me as I look at that, the prediction for the modeling is that there's a south wind coming in as the air rises here with that southerly wind. A wind coming in out of the west into the upper levels causes shear. So it turns this whole thing. I see those coming in about 10 o'clock tonight into southern Mississippi. If I move forward, 11, midnight. Our front is still way back to the west, but now beginning to push forward. And that'll be the reason, that'll be the last hurrah. The actual front that comes in will be the final reason for lift. And that's right here. That's your frontal boundary, and that's why we have these storms that'll be ongoing right through here that'll be showing up at that time. These are individual. They're not linear. It's not like this line's coming in. These are individual, singular, cellular, supercell thunderstorms. So each one of these has the potential to twist and turn and spin. That's midnight tonight we're looking at Central Time. And that doesn't come into places where they're talking about that watch into Hattiesburg until 1, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning in particular. And now our front has elongated somewhat, the frontal boundary, the frontal push. If I can put, what would I put? Dew points on there. Let's put dew points at that hour too. Will it do that? Yeah. So here's the actual front, which is lagging a little bit behind on the dew point, but this is the actual front coming in, and there's the push. Your front is showing up very well in the dew point areas here. Nonetheless, there it is. It goes from right here southward and westward. There you go, into Louisiana. Frontal boundary, dry air, big H on the map. Hallelujah, good weather. That's what the H means. Down here to the south, not so fortunate. All these conditions here are well into the 70s. This is going to be a volatile area, but so will this, because we still have 60s here. And the further north you go, the more you get into the area of spin and rotation, because the low pressure center itself is further to the north. And that makes this region pretty volatile. The area that the National Weather Service, or Severe Storms Prediction Center, was issuing the tornado watch region right through here, that'll make this area and probably keep it somewhat like, I think the box is going to look something like this through the night tonight. The new tornado watch box that you'll see coming out, I feel like it's got to kind of look like that probably. I don't do them, but yeah, I can see that right there happening. And So this is a brand new total again. This is new, which shifted this. The difference between this run and the run like 3 hours ago, look at the axis of the really heavy rainfall now. It has shifted further south. A while ago, it had that a little bit more up into the Tennessee Valley. Now the axis of these 5 and 6 inch rainfall totals is through Jasper. That's Walker County, Alabama, back northward into Coleman County, coming into Marshall from the western side and into Blount County, and as far north as DeKalb County, and getting into the Blue Ridge Mountains of Tennessee, well, there are some, but North Georgia, the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee, down to the south here, Gadsden, Alabama, Etowah County. That's a 3.5 inch, and that's not what's already fallen, by the way. That's from this moment onward is a total. Some of these totals will be contaminated. When we actually look at totals later, they'll be contaminated because we got a lot of hail beginning to show up. What was negative 480 degrees? Mars. Then the front goes southward. If you're looking for something drier, 4 a.m., all of the western side, northwestern side of Alabama is drier. 5 a.m., kind of the same as we move along. Down to the south, there's rain in Montgomery, Columbus, back over to Macon. Moves and exits Alabama probably as we get into 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, but then, look, it does go further to the east. You'll be dealing with it in Augusta, in South Carolina, back into North Carolina here, Fayetteville, northward, all the way up into Virginia, into Richmond and beyond. You'll be dealing with all that stuff. I think maybe some of this changes over to snowfall on the very northern side. Well, far northern side, and it's brief. The snowfall part of this is going to be super brief. And the rest of this, I really don't know how much snow is still on the ground in Buffalo, but if you add rain to it, that's going to be a huge mess. That's going to be like a big icy cup. Think about it. And I didn't mention there's snow here tonight from Eau Claire back over to Rochester into the Wisconsin region. That snow is rapidly moving, though, away. It'll be out of the Lake Superior region by 10 o'clock tonight and gone. So that is not a long-term snow event there. That's just the northern part of the low pressure that's causing all the problems. Down here to the southern United States and beyond. That's where we are at the moment. These are some of the temperatures, some of the conditions that we presently have, where we're into the 70s across the north. Still got 70-degree readings all from Louisiana, basically along I-20 here as you go northward. Pine Bluff, Arkansas, we got temperatures into the 60s on one side. We got temperatures in the 50s on the other. Very distinct area of cool weather coming in behind this thing and moving on eastward. And then you got that wedge we were talking about coming in on the east side of the Great Smoky Mountains, the wedge of air that comes in along the east side of the Smokies and trains all the way down to the south. Sometimes it can come all the way into eastern Alabama, as far to the west as I-65. I've seen it do that before, where it was a huge influence, a stabilizing factor into the air, because, you know, the atmosphere of the air wants to rise in order to be volatile. Anything that is sinking is not. That's why high pressure has sinking air associated with it. Low pressure has rising air associated with that. And as a result, low pressure is not your friend, especially if you are a chronic illness kind of a person. If you've got pains, aches and pains, this is not a good time for you. I know this. I can tell you this myself. I have an advantage over most every weatherman across the rest of the country because I have lupus, and I can feel it. I can feel it here tonight. I can feel it anytime the barometric pressure changes swiftly in either direction. So if you have any kind of, if you think about it, your bodies are so much liquid inside of your bodies that it's a barometer. And so when the barometric pressure changes, goes in either direction, you know it, you feel it, and not a good time for you. That's why I have to get up every once in a while. I have to get up and move around myself. Because my Social Security number is 6. I'm very old. And 2, because, I have arthritis and autoimmune, and nobody's perfect. So right now we're looking at the map. Now what we're looking at is some of the current temperatures, but we're also looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas where we have tornado warnings at the moment, and I did not go through them well enough to actually, go back through and make sure that these are all old ones. Some of these are brand new, so we're going to look at these as they are. I'm going to get rid of the modeling here, go back to what we have as the current radar situation, and we'll check in with all the radars across the region. GWX, this is out of Columbus, and this is Columbus, Mississippi, over to West Point, Mississippi. We're just north of Mississippi State in Starkville, Highway 82. We got a tornado warning associated with this storm. That's moving on eastward. It's very what is the word I'm looking for here? It's kind of messed up. There's nothing really inbound, outbound that excites me and makes me go, tornado to norte. This is a broad spin, a very large area spin coming toward and away from the radar site. This away, this toward. Some of these wind speeds are pretty high coming toward the radar. Again, I didn't put that in miles per hour just yet, but I'll do that momentarily. Then you got all the stuff back over to the west, Durant, Kosciuszko. This is that tornado warning that lasts for 33 minutes. It had 60 minutes in it. Moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour, quarter-size hail is associated with the storm near Durant, going in that general direction off to the north and eastward as it goes. Then we're looking back to the west and south. We got more storms over here that we're looking at as well. Our buddy, I think Bradley, is driving along until he stopped. Don't get out of the car, Brad. Brad is right there in Vicksburg, Mississippi, sort of watching everything that's happening there in Vicksburg with Brad because of such. Vince is also there as well, and Vince has a policeman with his hands in the air. Did I see that right? Was that a police officer in front of Vince's car with his hands in the air? Really? Is anybody watching? Give me a sec. I'm hot. Oh my gosh. There's 4,000 feet of snow in Buffalo. Oh, there's 4 feet of snow in Buffalo. Yeah, I know they got it piled up in some of the shopping centers there. They have it piled up there. So can you imagine what it's going to be like? Actually, it's going to end up just being hard as a rock. There's nothing slushy about it. I guess some of it could be slushy, but the majority of it's going to be hard as a rock. I turned my air conditioner on. Is it a problem? What's happened to Brett? I'm going to text him real quick and say, what's happened to you? I texted him 20 minutes ago, and he hasn't texted back. I said, are you safe? Are you okay? I've not seen you. Are you trying to get me? And I heard crickets. So he's all right. He's just busy. He promises everybody and their brother that he'll be on the air with them. So he's in a situation that he can't help at the moment. Did Vince have a policeman with his hands in the air in front of his car and then go to black? I've seen some funny stuff. I don't know. Last time you were on the air with us, Brett informed me that there's more money to be made if we sold pictures of our feet on the internet. Don't get into that. I shouldn't have said that. Don't start talking about that over there. But anyway, let's move on to tornadoes here. We got to finish this up here. Got to keep going. Getting a little off topic. But I got to take a deep breath. I just took a deep breath, and here we go. Caledonia. This is on the western side. This is outside of Lamar County, Alabama. I got family over here. I grew up sort of vacationing over here in Lamar County. Sullivan, Lamar, Millport. This is just outside of Kennedy and Hitogi. Highway 17 that goes north-south. Used to go to church over here at Kingville and just south of Hitogi. But this is getting into Vernon, Alabama. Have you ever heard of the Vernons? That's my family that live over there. My uncle was the sheriff over there for many, many years in Lamar County, Alabama. So watching out for you guys over there in that region. But coming west to east now, we have the large storms coming into Arley and beyond. So we're still looking at all those storms that are moving in from the western side, but coming into Arley there on the western side. So we're paying attention specifically to what's happening there as well. And I'm writing a friend right now real quick. Cool. Strong storm and high wind coming into southeastern. This is coming into the Smith Lake area there, just south of 278 on Smith Lake in that area. 278 down to the south. I don't see anything that looks tornado-y, but I do see what looks to be some really high winds there, you guys, coming in out of the west. That's coming in out of the west and moving on to the east. So keeping that in mind across that region. Down to the south into Fayette, Alabama. Got a couple of storms there near Belk. Those are going to be moving on eastward to Carbon Hill and the rest of that region, too. Still have storms that will be coming into northeast Alabama. I know we already had one round there that chased a lot of folks in, but we got another round that's coming in from the west that's moving eastward. Some of the heavier rain will be coming into southern DeKalb County down near Rainsville over to Sylvania and Henniger, maybe even into Fort Payne going into the next little while. And then we got a little gap that's showing up with some heavy rainfall that will be taking place very shortly, coming in from west to east along the line, coming out of Whitfield County at the moment southward down through DeKalb County into Etowah County, Alabama. And on the other side of Gadsden as you go back over into Blount County. The tornado warning's just now about to enter western Alabama. And still looks like most of that is going to be in the way of a lot of activity coming in from west to east across most of those regions, too. Hold on one sec. All right, sorry. Yeah, so we're watching all that stuff up there across, especially that northwestern corner of the state, where a lot of that stuff that we've been looking at over the past little while has sort of faded, but it's coming back pretty rapidly now. I can show you the radar imagery here across most of that region, where it does look like the larger thunderstorms at the moment will make their way on southward and eastward, but this whole populous area is still moving pretty rapidly off to the northeast. We'll be keeping that in mind as we move along through that period as well. Camera. I just looked down. Somebody wrote something. Let's see. Brett here is out and about. We've been looking at his video through the day. And now that it's dark, I have it. Now that it is dark outside, sort of watching out all of that. What are the risks for Western Tennessee? Really none. This is all past Western Tennessee pretty much without any sort of fault or situation. We look at the radar coming in out of Memphis up there. Everything is south of you now, south of South Haven, up into northern Mississippi. Highway 72 that goes over to Iuka. in the path there, but not that western side of Mississippi per se, but I-22 coming in across that region there too, down to Tupelo and beyond. Right now we have the tornado warnings, a couple of tornado warnings down to the south that we're looking at. We've even got a few areas coming into the Great Smoky Mountains that are concerning to us, and as far north as Bowling Green in southern Kentucky. We'll go to the radar up there for just a moment and take a look at that. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Check these out near Russellville up I-65 just south of Bowling Green. But coming into the city of Bowling Green pretty fast from the northwest. Logan County into south central Kentucky is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and beyond right there. With that whole situation, a few more thunderstorm warnings down to the south, just to the west of Nashville, Tennessee. Got one or two there at 6 o'clock tonight over Burns and Dixon. That's at 65 miles per hour to the northeast into Cheatham County. That's a strong thunderstorm that we're looking at there on the south side of everything. Hohenwald up here, we have a camera I think we could look at, and you can see a little bit of activity there. I'm sort of afraid to go to those. My iPad doesn't really like that at the moment. Let's go back to our tornado warnings, though, and do a little short of a little wrap here, if we can, on what is happening at the moment. We're looking at the radar out of GWX, out of Columbus there in Mississippi, at the big thunderstorms coming out and across. The tornado warning we have is right there south and west of Waverly. Strong indication of something spinning and rotating in between there. Tibby and West Point, you're on the northern side of things there as well. Those will continue to ride on to the north and to the east, out of Waverly and beyond, down to the South Caledonia. We did have a tornado report earlier of a tornado reported. Trees down from a confirmed tornado in Choctaw County, reported by the public near Byway. We looked at that a little bit earlier, so a confirmed tornado out of that storm that was near Eupora and moving off to the southeast. South of there, Kosciuszko, we still have reason to believe that is a tornado coming out of Kosciuszko at the moment. Strong indication, actually, when you look at the radar signature overall. It does have a little hook associated with it. It has inbound and outbound winds that are associated with it. Really tightly packed there along Highway 12, coming out of the McAdam area into Kosciuszko from the southwestern side. Moving northeastward out of both of those regions there, too. South of there, we got more stuff going on. An elongated area here of wind. This is not, I don't see anything as tightly packed. This is just wind with a really a quick little upbringing, if you will, on the eastern side of this near Clinton, just north of I-20, that shows we do have some higher wind in a few of these areas. Inbound and outbound. Coming across the Mississippi River here just to the south and west of Warrenton near Dearborn. That is an area of concern, of great concern to us, but we have our dude there, who is Brad Arnold. Brad is watching everything there, driving along. You can see a lot of lightning, and I don't want to go to that for very long because it tends to make my stuff mess up there. But what did they do? They just continued the tornado warning there in Kosciuszko. Actually, this is brand new. This is a tornado warning for Caldwell Parish, Louisiana, with what is a damaging tornado that is now being reported on the ground. Is this it? Yeah, this is going to be it. This is a tornado warning for, it can't be 3 hours old. What's my radar going to be? Is it still Jackson? You got a bunch of tornadoes still popping up here once again, but this is a tornado warning, a confirmed large. First time I've read this wording today. A confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado, 7 miles to the southeast of Columbia. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, which again brings it to a PDS level, a particularly dangerous level. PDS, damaging tornado, is the hazard, confirmed large and extremely dangerous. Now, we get really, really serious about things. We had a lot of tornado warnings, but we didn't have one that was really confirmed to be on the ground. At this point now in southeastern Caldwell Parish, this is a tornado warning that is confirmed and on the ground, a dangerous situation unfolding. They just issued the tornado warning to go across Winsboro into the Gilbert area and Wisner. This is right in and along, I think that's going to be State Highway 425 perhaps. I think that's 425 going to the north. East out of the region, coming into Jackson from the western side, coming into Vicksburg. Got lots of people there that are watching this storm, including Brad Arnold. who has been watching this for a while now. Brad has that storm, and it does look like this is winding up to be a large tornado here into the area. Let me see if I can find anything as far as what would be sighted. And there is now this is a much stronger indication of debris that is aloft. This is just to the east of Columbia. This is showing us where we do have what we believe to be some sort of debris aloft. Rainfall, rainfall, rainfall is all we see, and all this other stuff. And here you have an anomaly that is showing up. Some difference in that part of the beam, which says that is an object. It's a dense object. It's going to be trees, limbs, something fairly large there, which concerns us always. Could it be a home? Sadly, could it be something even larger? Yes, it could be. But we don't have that kind of a confirmation at this point. Caldwell Parish, a particularly dangerous situation is unfolding there just outside of the eastern side of the parish. Moving on eastward, going to be making its way into Winnsboro in the next about 15 to 20 minutes. One of our larger storms of the day, and the likelihood of a tornado is involved in that storm. Coming in from the west. Now we have another one near Laurel, Mississippi. This is the one that was north of Hattiesburg a little bit earlier, which is still hanging on top. Tornado warning, severe thunderstorm located there. And in Jones County, which has the prospect of producing a tornado near Hebron and moving to the northeast out of Stringer at 30 miles an hour. That's a tornado warning there with that storm coming in across I-59 sometime thereafter, and moving pretty quickly off to the north and to the northeast. Other thunderstorms of note are out there, but no more tornado warnings. They allowed this thing that was over here in Natchitoches to become a severe thunderstorm warning. Central Natchitoches Parish there out of Shreveport, Louisiana. We have a thunderstorm warning there for this storm. You can see it still looks ugly, doesn't it? Looks like it has the potential to do something. Crossing over 49 at the moment. The likelihood of a tornado there at about any point could take place. In fact, I don't like the way this looks at all. Hope the Weather Service isn't getting a little, I don't know. I don't know how many tornado warnings we've had today, but confirmations are coming in kind of slow. And I'm worried. I'm not worried. They're adults. They know what they're doing. But the false alarm rate, it's not really false alarm either. It's we haven't had a lot of confirmations. In fact, we got like 2 or 3, I think, so far for the entire day out of how many tornado warnings have we had. And so I hope they don't throttle down because that is, again, if I'm just making the call, do they even say possible? Yeah, they do. They say possible tornado there. So that's coming across the interstate, 49 at the moment near Powhatan, coming into the Campty area, moving northeastward out of Robeline and going northeastward pretty rapidly now. Some more storms as you get on up here to the north. You can see coming into the southeastern side of Arkansas. Some pretty decent-sized storms off and on here over the past few hours, but the 1 or 2 of note that we're looking at coming in here, we'll use LZK for the moment to show you. These are some pretty big thunderstorms here as well on the south side of McGehee and Warren, another Monticello, Cross at El Dorado. That's another area there that we were looking at that we've been watching too. Southeastern Arkansas, south of Pine Bluff. This is the front, by the way. This is your frontal boundary beginning to show up and lift the atmosphere right in here and producing all those tornadoes, all those, thunderstorms that we're looking at, and some severe thunderstorms off and on. PDS, particularly dangerous situation out of this one down here in Louisiana, though, and they just upped that a little bit. This is an observed tornado. You can see that. They're talking about that right now in the discussion. Observed tornado reported near Columbia, moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. That dreaded PP-sized hail, ping-pong ball-sized hail, PPB, I'll call that because I have a really hard time with ping-pong ball-sized hail. And then the other thunderstorms that we're looking at across the rest of this area, they are all pretty much up and down the line too. This one coming into the western side of Jasper. That's I-22, strong thunderstorm noted with that. We'll look at the radar there to show you. A lot of large hail just north of Fayette here at the moment too. These are large hail cells. Hail. Look, that's north of Fayette, where you got Highway 43 coming north between Fayette and Stewart. Highway 43, that's a hail shaft there. Back to the west, check out this hail. Waverly, back over to Oakdale Park, just south of Columbus Air Force Base right there. That is a large hail-producing storm associated with that whole thing too. But the velocity data indicates possible tornado associated with this as well. I see two areas. This venting thing up here, that is a downburst that's occurring. And then we have a broad area of rotation of spinning occurring right there into the central part of the region, and that's why we do have a tornado warning exist there coming across near and south of Caledonia, right there on 45, US 45, that goes north-south across the eastern side of Mississippi. And here's your Kosciuszko storm that we're looking at just now crossing over Highway County 35, I believe that's going to be. I can't read any of those. I sort of know most of them by heart from covering this area, but I think that's 35. And County 12 is that, I believe, that goes northeast. We're back over to Starkville, Mississippi, if you travel that road very often. The storm in Jackson, that is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, but look at the push coming out of that. So that's going to be some straight line winds that could be damaging there. They just issued this for the next hour. And central sections of Rankin County, Scott, Hines, and Madison County. Rankin, Scott, Hines, and Madison County underneath severe thunderstorm warning located near Pocahontas coming out near Cleveland. That's going northeast at about 45. We got $0.5 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with the storm in both of those areas. Not to be outdone. Now, see, this doesn't look like much, but to me, it looks like a lot. We got a bright-colored pixel against another bright-colored pixel. They're back-to-back. Gate to gate is what we call that, where you have a wind coming from one direction at one speed, a wind from the other at another speed, and it's tightly packed. Look, we got pixel to pixel differing directions. And I believe this is a tornado. So if we look at the velocity data, we look there, and again, if you're just drawing it due to the reflectivity, that's what you get. You get the likelihood of a tornado right there in that area, the little ball area down to the south that we were looking at there, to Mount Olive and beyond. You have several other thunderstorms that have that kidney bean sort of shape that we're looking at, so those are still moving in that direction off to the east as well. And that's where we are. I'm going to put this into motion for just a second. I'm going to effort some other things. So, can I say, talk amongst yourselves? Can I? Card game $2. All right. exercises. This one. And this one. All right, they just said they're going to issue a new watch for southeastern Arkansas and portions of Middle Tennessee. I don't know if that goes up all the way as far to the north as Nashville, Tennessee, but could. So we'll be looking out for that into Tennessee there from Nashville southward down along that line on I-65. We'll watch that area there that goes to the north. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just north there. This is for Robertson County, southern Robertson, western central Sumner County, central Cheatham. And that goes for a little while longer. Ping pong. Why is it all ping pong? Why isn't there like an egg-sized hailstone today? Or something small. How about a P? I can say P. Ping pong. Ball-sized hail. God, that's like, I can't say that, and I can't say, we now return you to your regularly scheduled program. And I've always tried it. Hattiesburg, yes. Pearl, Mississippi. Thank you, Amber. I've been wondering about you there. Hattiesburg, playtime with my guys. Thank you for watching us. Out of Hattiesburg. I have lots of friends in Hattiesburg also. Alex, sorry if I'm late, cuz more school buses and snow. All right. Cam Gaming, the risk for severe weather in western Tennessee, there are really none. I think I kind of answered that a little bit earlier. That's all well past you there. I don't think any of it can come back northward. I see all this stuff into southern sections of Arkansas, but that doesn't retrograde. That pretty much stays on a line that is, depends on what part of western, I guess. What do you call in western Tennessee? And I'll answer that in a little bit more detail here. We do have some thunderstorms of note, though, that are out there. They're just pretty far, Jackson southward. I really think we're talking about I-40, and southward is the possibility there that is going on. David Kittle. Listening from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Good to know you're still in the weather. Great to hear your voice. Loved you back in 93. Yeah, I used to do the weather up in Chattanooga in 1993. 2003. That was almost 20 years ago, David. 20 years ago. I loved Chattanooga, Tennessee. How great that was. I used to work there at WDEF Television, named because ABC had already been taken, so DEF was left. And kind of where we were. Purple Dog. What happened to Brett? I don't know. He's a grown boy. And there you have it. So, David Kittle from Chattanooga, thank you for watching. Let me know what's happening there. I know the stuff just went through Chattanooga. He's just talking about Chattanooga names up there. Love Chattanooga so much. I used to live over in East Ridge. I lived in Harrison. Then I lived southward down, down I-75 in Ringgold, Georgia there for a while. So, love it. Love that portion of the country. Beautiful part of town. Tennessee River goes right through there. Loved it. Red Bank, all that area there through Squatchy Valley and beyond. Back over to Mont Eagle. I had a report from Sewanee, University of the South there just a little bit earlier during the day today. And I'm doing this without any radar imagery at all. It's raining up there, Dave. It's raining hard from there to Fort Oglethorpe and beyond. And now some of the rain is coming southward. It's raining hard in Henniger and Scottsboro. This is all along the river there, basically, where it was, kind of needed. Been pretty dry up here, but now rain into Gunnersville, down to Arab, Alabama, and beyond. It's coming to Coleman. It's coming down to the south, moving through the southeastern portions of Winston County, back over to Carbon Hill. Severe thunderstorm warnings now for Carbon Hill. That's going to be out of the Birmingham office for northwestern Walker County, Fayette County as well. Severe thunderstorm near Fayette, moving to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And also back in Lamar County, that's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lamar County till 7:15 near Waverly and over the Columbus Air Force Base. That's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. The tornado warning that we've been talking about for a while is still down here down to the south, still looking like an ugly situation there with a possible tornado coming in just to the north, like we said, of Columbus near the Air Force Base there to the north. But we have some spin just to the west of Ridgeland, and if we put that into a little different perspective, maybe take a look at that from a correlation coefficient sort of a view. I don't see. So, all right. See this little area right here? So I looked at this the same time you did. So the only anomaly is this sort of little area right there, amoeba-looking thing. There's an anomaly right here. By anomaly, I mean just a difference. If you kind of squint at it, you see there's two differences here that I see. There's one right there, second one right over here. That's a stale image, just a single image. And the rest of this looks the same. And that means the radar says it's all the same sort of a deal. So that's going to be rainfall. Now, it just updated. I didn't even have to move it, but it updated. So you have this. Now this kind of looks like scattered debris. It doesn't really look like it's a thing. But I'm going to back it up. I'm going to back the radar up a couple of images here, and we'll see if that anomaly came from one place and moved to another. Because if it did, and it did, both of them. So what this would basically tell me is that this was the first step of a likely tornado that had to touch the ground for a few minutes, or there was enough wind there to potentially bring stuff up from the ground. Even leaves can show up. Leaves are possible. They don't look dense, and they don't last for very long if it's a pile of leaves that everybody's piling up right now. But notice there's a motion to both of those anomalies. They're not sitting still. You know, we had anomalies the other day with a big snowfall that was taking place up into Buffalo. We had like 4 or 5 of those that kept showing up. You know what they ended up being? Wind vanes, wind generators up there. They weren't thunderstorms. It was the dense ice showing up on the fan blades of wind generation. Well, that's not this. This is something. In both of those areas, watch how it moves. So that was some sort of debris, is a debris signature, some sort of debris showing up. Thus, a tornado warning. Southward we go, back into the other 2 tornado warnings. The one into Kosciuszko moving eastward. This has 2 more minutes on that tornado warning. And the one near Louisville that we're looking at there as well, coming in from Highway 25 and 12. That is a very strong sort of thunderstorm there that has a tornado signature along with it. That makes me think this is likely going to be a possible tornado in both locations. A very strong situation there of hail, large hail that is showing up. And much of that. Bama Cat 76, thank you so much. Where's the lightning show at? You said you can have a nice lightning show. Where does it show up? I wish we could put pictures in the... I don't guess I do. I don't think we could police pictures. Is Hamilton, Ohio safe? I'm hearing we either get storms, rain, or rain wind. CND Girl, CNDGRL. Hey, found you hot stuff. We chatted on Match last night. No, we didn't. This has gotten me into trouble before, but this didn't happen, so. Did you delete her? You deleted her. I didn't do that. Sheriff did that. Sheriff Josh just deleted you. That wasn't bad. But I wasn't on Match last night. I guarantee you I wasn't on Match last night. Oh, my life. Surely that was one of my exes trying to get me in trouble. Here we go. Now we have a new tornado warning coming into the western side of Alabama. First time tornado warning into the western side. My daughter just texted me. She said I'm dying. It's just my luck, folks. I'm just telling you, it's just my luck. Would you put, by the way, would you put yourself on the internet and say, take a shot? Just take a shot at me. I've been alive for almost 60 years, and I haven't been super nice to everybody. I cut off a woman one time at the bank about 30 years ago, and I'll never forget it. She told her husband on me, and he threatened to beat me up in the parking lot. So I have some enemies, but was that Heath? Oh, Josh. Sheriff Josh, you better get on it, bud. So the tornado warning that we have on the western side of Alabama, this is confirmed now. This is the storm that we were looking at a little bit earlier. It's a continuation. This is an anticipation. This is a forethought, because this has been a confirmed tornado over here on the eastern side of Mississippi, South Caledonia, coming into southwestern sections of Lamar County. I got family over here. I'm going to write family right now and say, hey, I hope you know this, because she just wrote me. Where is she? Yeah, I got family over here. I hope you're watching. I hope everybody's paying attention to the weather over here on this western side of Alabama, because we have our first tornado warning. It's well in advance of the actual tornado. Let me say that. And so sort of paying attention to that overall. We want to make sure that we pay attention to that as we move along. Give me 1 second, because I got family too. And I want to make sure they know what's happening. Well in advance, as I said, of the actual tornado. Some of the family only. Robin, Mary. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. All right. Oh, wrong person. I'm so sorry I did that right there. All right, I'm sorry. I apologize. But I got a relative right in the path of this storm, so I want to make sure that they knew it as well, and they weren't watching me. So I do apologize. Right now, tornado warning coming into western Alabama, but coming in from the west. We got ample time to be watching this. It's considered a dangerous tornado. Colonial Springs, near the Air Force Base. It's moving to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour at the moment. A confirmed tornado. Radar indicated everything that there is to know about this. Says this is a likely tornado south by about 20 miles of Caledonia. High-res radar. This is a tornado, folks. This is what one looks like on the radar image. And it's coming into the western side of Lamar County, southwestern side of Lamar County, if you will. Please pay attention to this as we move along, going through the next little while, because right now the situation is somewhat dire for some folks who live in this region. If I just drew a line onto this, these are some stupid numbers, by the way, that are showing up here, the inbound and the outbound. And of all the storms, I think, through the day today, of all of them we've been following, we might have been lulled to sleep just a tad here because we've been doing this for quite a few hours now, and we really haven't had too many confirmed tornadoes at the moment. This is a confirmed tornado, and I believe this is a large tornado. Through the day today, I was concerned about large tornadoes. I actually thought it would be a little bit more during the heating of the day, but doesn't matter. So very concerning to me. Now listen, I got a thunderstorm outside where I live right now, so I could lose power. I don't have a backup system. If I'm not on the air, it's because of that. I'm not in a tornado warned area, but I am in a high wind area at the moment, so I do hear it outside at the moment. I have a, do you hear the thunder? I have a metal roof, so this could get really interesting. This is a tornado on the radar. They don't look worse than this, hardly ever. That is an ugly, ugly situation there. And I want to back up a little bit, see if we can take a look at it, because it was moving fast. I didn't know Mama was watching. You should have told me Mama was watching, because I wanted to say hi to Mama. My Mama lives over here in, let me just, hold on a second. Mama is David. Mama lives over here in northwestern Alabama, and I think she might be watching right now. I'm not really sure, but Mama, the worst of the weather is past you. She lives over here in Arley. The worst of the weather is past you at the moment, and looks like it's actually drying out here along Highway 278, Double Springs, down to Arley there on Smith Lake. Mama, I hope you're doing well. Wasn't feeling well there for a little while. Love you and appreciate you, and your whole family. Love you all dearly. And the worst of your weather is past you, at least for the time being. Still got a cold front coming through there in just a little bit. And Penny says she loves you too. By the way, I'd have Penny on here, but she's being a butthole. If I'm just honest about it, she's being a butthole. So at the moment, so Bama Cat 76, thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate it. And I'm going to keep checking on you there for just a few moments. When you start talking to people up here in northwestern Alabama, the other thing is that everybody knows everybody. So I know you guys up there who I'm talking to probably know somebody from over here in Lamar County, southern Lamar County. That's Highway 17 that goes north-south. Again, I used to go to church over here at Kennedy, and my grandmother and grandfather raised there in Millport, Alabama. I was there as a young boy. I love this area of the country, coming up through Vernon there and Sulligent. My uncle used to be the sheriff there for many, many years. Here is a tornado that is about to cross over. I used to go to Caledonia. I'm sorry, I had this back on me. I used to ride over to Caledonia because that's where the only theater was there, and I saw my first movie actually at the theater in Vernon. I don't know if anybody remembers, there used to be a theater there in Vernon, and it was the outlaw Josie Wells. I went to see my first picture show there many years ago. I think we just had like regular seats that you bring with you, the metal ones to sit in, and everybody talked during the entire movie. Anyway, that's where we are at the moment. Thunderstorms coming in from the east. That is a tornado, a large one, looks like to me, that's coming across the border. This is a big, bad tornado. And the other thing about this is it isn't moving very fast. It's moving super slow, actually. It took it a while to go across Military Road. And now it is on the other side as a large tornado at this point right here. And the worst signature I've seen the entire day, the one that tells me this is for real, this is causing damage, and if you're in the front of this, it's probably even causing injury. And so if you look at it, We talk about correlation coefficients all the time, or debris signatures. This is a serious one. This is a serious debris signature. And I want to show you again the anomalies all the way around. I'll put this into motion, back it up just a little bit, and let it go forward. Here's where the tornado began to show up, where it was certainly on the ground. Ridgeland is where we first saw debris. This little signature here is debris that is showing up. This is something that is aloft right there already. So the tornado was on the ground right there for sure. That's 48, Highway 48. So it's on the eastern side of there. Now watch what happens. I'll put this into motion, move it from west to east. There it goes. It's still a tornado. It's a bad situation right there. Move it forward. See how it goes out from underneath my circles that I'm drawing as I move it forward in time? Military Road. That's a large tornado signature that shows up, and I have more confidence in that one thing so far that has the highest area of probability, I think, of anything I've seen this entire day. It is yet to move over into southern Lamar County, but may do so, and everything is pretty good. Almost smiling ear to ear. Tell her I love her. I'm still watching out for her. None of this is over with. And got a little thing. What is this? This is showing up south of Carbon Hill again. This is a... Yeah. Do you hear the thunder? I don't know if you can hear the thunder. That is at my house in northeast Alabama, where we got thunder coming through at the moment. But... it's lasting a long time. If you're underneath a thunderstorm, have you noticed that? If you're underneath a thunderstorm, how long it lasts? That resonance went on and on and on right there in a little thunder that I had up here in north and eastern Alabama when it was coming in there. Let's see, the radar imagery shows you we got a couple of thunderstorms. See, these aren't even big and bad, but coming through Fort Payne just a few moments ago, there's the lightning strike I think I just heard over near Fife, Alabama, the home of the UFOs in North Alabama. That's where all that thing went out, the cattle the cattle thing that was happening. They've also issued a moderate risk for, I don't like that, but they've issued a moderate risk for excessive rainfall. And that just kind of creeps me out because it's the same color and everything as a moderate real risk for severe weather. So back to our tornado warning here, and there are other tornado warnings that I need to get to. I'm not going to focus on one spot, although this is on the ground, so it typically takes precedence over everything else when it is on the ground, causing damage and loss of life, quite possible. Choctaw, Attala, and Winston counties, you're underneath tornado warnings here. This is a severe thunderstorm, but it's capable of producing a tornado near Smyrna, about 9 miles to the east of Kosciuszko, half-dollar size hail being reported out of that storm. Back here north of Hattiesburg into Mississippi, we still have the one tornado warning. This thing's been if it's been on the ground all this time, this has been an unbelievably long track sort of situation because that is still there. And if you look at this, there's a little donut right there, a little area of very weak echo. And if we look and see where the spin is, if it matches up with that, then that's even higher confidence, and it does. So there's even more confidence now that this is a likely tornado as well. Just outside of the town of Vernon, this is Mississippi, not Alabama. That's Vernon, Mississippi, which is going to be south of Acme, the Waldrop area there. I-59 is just off to the east, but that's a likely tornado occurring there also. That was product number 2 that we were looking at, and our correlation coefficient, product number 3, matches that as well, saying we do have an anomaly here. We do have reason to believe that this is debris that is aloft, going back to the radar, some sort of debris, which indicates to me that something is aloft here other than a bunch of leaves. I don't think that's a bunch of leaves at all. I think that's going to be debris, trees, structure. I'm not really sure exactly what, but what a dangerous storm sitting out there north of Laurel, Mississippi, south of Meridian, and a pretty good ways away from Hattiesburg into Mississippi as well. Up near Canton, we got these storms too that we've been looking at and watching for a while. There's severe thunderstorm warned at the moment, not tornado warned, severe thunderstorm warned, and those are big ones, capable of producing tornadoes at about any time. Vicksburg. Vicksburg, that was the storm that we were looking at. Let me see if we can go to the river over there and take a look at what's happening in Vicksburg. We cannot because, we probably can't. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can restart this thing. Did that do it? It will do it. Hold on for just one moment. I think I can show you the radar, actual video coming in from Vicksburg in Mississippi. This is that bridge view that we were looking at just a few moments ago out of Vicksburg, where we have a temperature. It was 77. It is now 68 degrees in Vicksburg. You can see the thunderstorms, the lightning that's occurring off on the right-hand side of your picture. That's the Mississippi River Bridge. Off into the background, the foreground is the river. If you could see it, maybe a flash or two showing up would give you the chance to view that, maybe not. But that's this storm that we were looking at, which has that curve. It's around Bovina at the moment with the reflectivity. The velocity data says there's some spin there. That's right along I-20 from west to east. I think Brad Arnold is on that storm, and he's kind of watching what's happening there as that moves eastward. Another one's coming in from Winnsboro. This is the storm that we watched coming in across the river, the Sabine River. Long track again, if you will. I mean, this was something that we were looking at earlier that was probably producing a tornado there in the eastern side of Texas. It's observed, so this again is a confirmation. We have an observed tornado warning for Tensas Parish, Madison Parish, Franklin Parish, and northeastern Louisiana. Confirmed tornado reported near Columbia. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Damaging tornado and ping-pong ball-sized hail showing up with this storm as well. Strong situation there of a tornado, very likely moving across the region. The radar, let's see if I can use the ULM radar. Yes, no, maybe so, no. Brad Arnold is on that storm, kind of watching it. Let me see if I can take his video. There's a lot of lightning into the video. Let me bring it up over here if I can, so I can make sure that I can stay on that. Oh, I do this wrong each and every time. I'm going to be watching that with Brad. We'll try to get that on with you. If anybody's talked to Brad, PA, I'm not sure who you are, but I don't throw that stuff out there without some source, if you don't mind. A place in Mississippi's already received 68 inches of rain today. Maybe I don't doubt that, but we need confirmation. I can't just kind of throw that out there. So, what Charles doing on what kind of map? Where did it come from, if you don't mind? Or we'll have to bump that. We're only looking for the truth. Yeah, the excessive rainfall map looks like the normal risk map. Has the same wording, moderate and everything. If I just looked at it without actually knowing it was something different, I'd get in trouble. Don't bump PA because I just offered that. We need real facts, and so I can't pass along hearsay. The higher ups, all the people with the National Weather Service will get mad at me if I do. That's what it looks like without any of the precipitation on it. This is what it looks like here with all the warnings. The oranges are going to be the warnings that we have, the current warnings that are in effect, severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect across the area. The reds indicate to us where we have tornado warnings at the moment. We have them in several areas across Mississippi, down to the south even further. But observed tornadoes, we always sort of pay attention to them just a little bit more. The Winnsboro tornado is an observed tornado now. I'm going to try to change maps here because I got another map that has a lot more information to it, but it kept hanging up on me there just a little bit earlier. I'm going to do this, though, and see what happens. This is our blue map. I did this live and on the air so you could see how easy it is normally until I screw it up. I do understand from one of my more accurate weather watchers that I do in fact have some rotation, some spin headed across the northeastern part of Alabama as well. So we'll be watching the high top radar. We do have some spin, some rotation there. Some of this is linear, and by that I mean it is straight up and down the line. right here. This is more of a line, a linear situation, which is a squall line-ish sort of thing, coming across Gunnersville Lake at the moment, but headed towards Fort Payne and Rainsville. We have more of that stuff off to the north there across the region. There's some lightning here near Arab, Alabama, and Gunnersville Lake, which is a beautiful, beautiful place. So this is going to be a wind deal that will be coming into Rainsville, Sylvania, and Henniger, coming into eastern portions of as we speak, Marshall County into the western edge of DeKalb County and Etowah County to Albertville. You'll get some of that also. Hanceville down to the south over to Walker County. Cullman, straight line situation there. And actually, if we just want to look at the reflectivity again, I think this is what we're going to be talking about, folks, across North Alabama for a while, is how much it rained, because it's raining heavily here. This is at a rate, by the way, the rain that's coming down now, if you look at it as far as a rate goes, this is in the 1 to 2 inches per hour rate. If it fell in the same spot over and over again, that's 1 to 2 inches per hour. That's very tropical-like. That's very tropical stormish there across North Alabama. But that's also the area there, too, that the Weather Service is concerned about how much water falls, because this is going to be a moderate risk, as they call it, for excessive rainfall across the Tennessee Valley. Now that shifts a little bit further to the south, and these rates are astronomical, too, coming into Walker County. That's I-22 that goes south-north across Walker County into the rest of that area near Good Hope and Coleman down to Warrior, which is right there just to the north of Kimberly on I-65 coming out of Morris. I used to speak there at the Baptist Church quite oftentimes there, and yeah, that brings back a lot of memories there. Coleman, I was there during the tornado warning that took place that kind of wiped out part of the town there in the city of Coleman. Arab back over to Gunnersville and beyond. Then down to the south, we get back into our confirmation areas that we're looking at. This is an ugly situation coming into southern Lamar County from west to east. We have a tornado warning that's in effect here and a confirmation of a tornado that's still, you know what? I feel a little bit better about this. It was big and bad and ugly right there. That was an obvious tornado that was on the ground. I say that because of this. Gate-to-gate shear, pixel to pixel. You can see right there we have pixels that are in different directions. If I put that into motion up to the last minute, watch what happens here, and we get more of a broader spin that is occurring, more of a motion that's going around and around with a larger sort of a situation that is spinning. So that's kind of where we are at the moment. Brett, get equipment up and running. He did, but he didn't. And I think he forgot about the fact that rain affects what he's talking about. And most of the time, our weather events are not clear air. Let me see if I can show him again. This is what Brett's camera looks like at the moment. This is what Brett looks like on camera. This is what we've been doing all day. So here we go. Still watching that. This looks much better. We're not calling off the warning. I don't do that anyway. But this is much broader now. It's more of a broad spin and not the really tight thing that we saw just a little while ago. And if you look at this and you put our debris signature on there, there's still debris here, as you can see it, something aloft. But you know what? That could have happened way over here and traveled to there. We do know that we have tornadoes. I was involved in a tornado one time in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and in Gadsden, Alabama. There were prescriptions that were found from a damaged or destroyed drugstore down in Tuscaloosa. The prescriptions fell within the confines of the fancy Goodyear tire and rubber plant in Etowah County. So it happens to where the debris can travel a long, long way. Getting back to the warnings, right now another one near Louisville that's moving off to the northeast. The National Weather Service Office has a tornado warning involved with a storm right here that we've been watching for a long while. If it's been on the ground all this time, it's a long-track tornado. It's Choctaw, Tala, and also Winston counties till 7:30. Severe thunderstorm there that's capable of producing a tornado near the town of Smyrna, about 9 miles to the east of Kosciuszko. Moving to the east at 50 miles per hour, they have half-dollar size hail, which is better than ping pong. Moving off to the east-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. A tornado warning associated with the storm right there. Velocity data indicates there is some strong inbound and outbound associated with that there. It's into the Tom Bigby National Forest area just north of Louisville, but coming on eastward, it needs to be watched very, very closely. How good is this? I feel so much better about that situation because I thought that was going to be a big tornado coming in. How bad is it, though, of what actually took place from the Columbus Air Force Base over here into the eastern side of the county? Because I know that was a tornado that was on the ground. There has to be damage there, and I don't even know if I left my damage reports up long enough. Let me turn those back on. They may have been turned off. Storm reports. Wind damage, recorded wind spotter, hail, lightning strikes. I know I got lightning strikes. And I'll just go back a couple of hours to make sure that I am getting them all. Oh! Wow. Did that just take me off the air? Did anybody else hear that or see that? Wow. I don't know if I can rewind the tape. Wow. Well, that just put a holy cow. So I live right about here. Let's just see when the lightning strike appears on the radar screen here, because I just had lightning, a strike, and then thunder immediately that went down my neck. Holy mackerel. I'm in northeast Alabama actually at the moment. And I don't know if you just heard and saw that, but that was quite unnerving because I hadn't even heard thunder prior to that. Wow. It was just a lightning strike, so I'm not going to dwindle on it long. I can tell you if the lightning strike data is accurate or not, because I just went through one. Normally it would show up quicker than that. I might need to check my pants, because that was close. Whew. Penny, I hope you're okay. She's all right. Wow. See that? See that lightning strike right there that just showed up? Just showed up on the screen, that lightning strike. I'm reporting to you live from right there. Wow. And you can see it came out of nowhere. It's the only lightning strike within like 25 miles. And it went right down the back of my chair. Wow. That's like it. I mean, it's literally like in my backyard. In fact, I'll just show you where I live. Thought I'd show you where I live. Saudi Arabia? Ghana? Well, it probably just ruined my GPS. That's probably what just happened. That was amazing. I think it just talked my router into going, I think we need to move. because it has me somewhere over in Africa, just to the southwest of Cameroon, and that's not where I am. Sorry. All right, let me try to get back on track here. Did I lose everything? Wow. You can see they're lightning strikes. They're random. They're here and there and everywhere. This one was literally in my backyard because I live like right here. And so this was, super duper close. If you want to map it out, it's from there to there, which is literally just a few feet. Distance measurement. It doesn't even want to do that. Everything's scared at the moment. My computer, my pen, everything is still kind of puckered. Can I say puckered? Everything's puckered. I know I am for sure. There's a new day one. So there is a new day one. It's not that important, but probably enough to where I should say something about it, and I will. Let me make sure there are no more confirmed tornadoes before I start talking about this. See, this is a confirmation, so let me go to that really quickly here and talk about it. It's not 3 hours old. Everything's like, is it okay to come out yet? High res. Honestly, I think there's a bunch of stuff wrong here at the moment, but 30 frames. Here is the storm of the moment over here that we're looking at. Brad Arnold is on this storm. He's got a lot of lightning off and on, showing up off into the foreground there, and looking at that pretty closely here. All of this activity is associated with that one same storm. Oh, I know why. We're looking at the ULM radar, and I don't know how that happened at all, but let's go to the DGX. That's now it looks like it did when I left it earlier. High-res reflectivity showing you that. The velocity data again. The likelihood of a tornado, absolutely, right here into this general area. Did they say observed at this point? If it's not observed, this radar indicated, but is it observed here? It says observed here in the wording. Radar confirmed. Near Bakers, 15 miles to the northeast of Winsboro, moving northeast at about 50. It has ping-pong ball-sized hail, obviously. The one that I cannot say very well. An observation of a likely tornado occurring there. POE radar down to the south, or the Shreveport radar, showing you pretty much the same thing, which are more additional thunderstorms that are moving northward and eastward. Look at the blow up here. When you asked me about western Tennessee earlier, and I kind of said no, it's because there's really nothing downstream of you unless you get down here into this stuff. The NQA radar is showing you a multitude of precipitation here, roughly from DeWitt southward and eastward along the Mississippi River. And that goes northward all the way up into Hernando and into the South Haven area, Collierville too. This is a line of thunderstorms, maybe a few areas there that are spinning or rotating. So we'll look at that. Now, some of the new information coming in about the tornadoes that may have occurred. This is the one in Choctaw County, which has damage to a home from the radar-confirmed tornado there just a little bit earlier. The other one in Choctaw was also from a damage to a newsroom, and I don't know if that might be, it says broadcast media. There may be a television station right there that I'm not aware of, or that somewhere down the line I haven't worked for, which is hard to believe. That's out of the Eupora area that we were looking at a little bit earlier. The damage report that we had there in Lowndes County, Mississippi, that's Woodlawn area. Emergency management there says property damage, and people are being trapped in a grocery store, Malone's grocery store, where people were entrapped. When was this? 6:30, so about 40 minutes ago. No, so excuse me. Yeah, about 40 minutes ago. It looks like it's 7:05 right now. So there were some people who were trapped there into that area just a little while ago. And then down to the south, we have the additional tornado warnings that are occurring here as well. The one in Winnsboro is one that we're looking at there also. The risk. These are the risk areas. I want to do settings here because I got to do this all over again, I do believe. Come on, help me. Day one. All right. Well, let me make this make sense for you if I can here. The risk area. This is what the Weather Service is now telling us has the. There's a bullseye. You can see it over here in Mississippi at the moment. That red bullseye is a moderate risk, which tells us that that's the highest risk area for the short term. A moderate risk. It doesn't really tell us the discussion there. A moderate risk there. We have a. Let me do this. Let me draw on here. Moderate risk here. Outside of that is called the enhanced risk. Slight, which is the yellow. All right, so as you see that means the slight goes up to almost Nashville, Tennessee. The enhanced covers the area that goes from Birmingham, western Jefferson County, all the way across Tuscaloosa County and as far to the south and east as Monroe, Louisiana, or even to Hattiesburg in Mississippi. You're still included there too. A slight risk, which I don't know how many times I've seen a moderate risk and maybe more tornadoes come out of the slight risk area. It just really depends. But you know, that's kind of what we're looking at there with the whole of everything that we've been, sort of watching through the day today. Look at it from a little bit of an airplane view, which helps us out just a little bit to show us what's basically happening in all of these locations. So they go north to south, the Storm Prediction Center, and they also said they just canceled a watch. These are going to be hard to keep up with now. We're going to watch the radar instead of watching the watches. You want to do that? You know, watch the radar instead of watching the watches? I do, because I can't keep up with them here by myself, to be quite honest with you. It's really Josh Burnham's job to do that. Brett is having to live stream himself because he doesn't have enough data really to pull through my sort of deal. So to come into me and go back out again, he's much better off to just stream his stuff straight up. So when he gets to an area where he can talk to me, that would be kind of cool. There we are again with what's happening down to the south here. We have some more showers and thunderstorms that we're watching across all of those areas as well. Those are going to be some of the bigger ones that we were looking at just a little bit earlier that are sort of continuing to run and rush over to the northeast. They'll do so pretty rapidly here going through the rest of this evening and beyond. So I've been watching all of those kind of pick up and move on northeastward through the last couple of hours. And that's something that we'll be looking at there, too. We have many of these areas that we'll be watching going through the rest of this evening that are going to be causing many problems across this region with the heavy rainfall. I don't know if you can hear it outside, but it's coming down in bucket loads where I live. And as a result, I'm going to lose you from time to time, and I do apologize. So that's what it looks like at the moment as far as the risk goes. That's going to be moving on eastward. Going through the next few hours, it's going to be moving on eastward and eventually have has to go through the entire state, up into the eastern sections of Tennessee. You can see what we got right now. Those are the thunderstorms that have popped up, moving through western Tennessee, eastern Mississippi and beyond. And, that's the NQA radar. So I'm going to get rid of the risk because we're going to start watching the watches and pay attention to the actual weather. I think I can do that. And now we're back to the weather again. The tornado warnings that we have right now showing up DGX. Why didn't it go back to the 2D? There we go. DGX and beyond. And back into this region here too, watching out for those thunderstorms. Those will continue to ride along the area there pretty quickly and going through the rest of this evening. All of those thunderstorms have the potential to produce tornadoes as we go through and into the next several hours. So you got to keep looking at that too, as all of that continues to ride northeastward. Give me 1 sec.
right in front of us. There's a tornado most likely down in there too.
It's a big old storm that we're watching. We've followed for a while coming in, and looking at its feed right now for the next few moments. I don't know about it. knew his volume was on. Is that better? I apologize. How about that? Are we better off? Got a couple of things going on here, by the way, that I didn't see. Large woods fire in Moody, Alabama that's been burning since yesterday. Well, it's been pretty bad, I think, and now hopefully the rain is going to help that situation out. A steeple removed from a church north of Columbus. Brett has a lot of road noise. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. See, I can't hear him in my ear, which is good and bad. But that is him riding along there on, I believe, this is Vince, who is also up there into the storm. And Brad is also there as well. Let me see if I got some video from Brad. Brad is on the storm there, and again, all it's tough because all this stuff is dark. All of these pictures are dark. Let me get Brad's. I'm gonna get Brad's. Whew, look at the rain. I'm going to get Brett's feed. Yeah, there's no audio from Brett because Brett is in his vehicle here. And he doesn't actually have enough upload. Again, he's south of Tallulah. Maybe I can get him up here for just a minute to at least hear him voice over this stuff. Yeah, he's not able to talk, so it's doubly it's doubly dangerous out there at night. He's not driving. I wouldn't ask him to talk while he's driving, so we're just going to make sure that make sure everybody is safe at this point. So Brett's on the storm. Brett is in Tallulah. And they just reissued the tornado warning for Tallulah. That's because of this. That's because of what you see here, just to the west of Vicksburg at the moment. We'll look at that Vicksburg camera, too, off and on. That's the one that's on the Mississippi River there that we were looking at. Actually, the camera says it is unavailable at the moment. I don't know why, but it is. Well, was it about to come back up? It did come back up. Let me go back to it here for just a second. Forget the ads at the top. That's not an ad. That's just some of the other cameras. This is EarthCam, by the way. They let us use this for free. You can see all the lightning that's coming in on the right-hand side of the screen, so you're actually looking down to the south. All that stuff is off to the east, so we're looking down to the south, and as a result, you know, we're really concerned about what's going on across that entire area, but we'll get into some more information. We'll look at Brett. We'll look at this camera. We'll look at Brett's camera. We'll look at everybody's camera that we have quite possible that we can look at. Brett's still traveling into a totally wet situation there. Some of the heaviest rains of the moment are coming in at the moment, as you can see. So looking out for all of that. You can see a lot of red. Remember, again, I was talking about, remember what's going away from the radar site? Red. Going away from the radar site. All the targets that show up red in our velocity data are going away from the radar site. So just keep that in mind. Everything that's going away from the radar site is real. And just kind of going in the opposite direction. Again, here's the camera from the Mississippi River camera, because there's a ton of lightning associated with this also that we're following. I'm going to try to put both of them up here. Can I do that? Can I put both of them up here at the very same time? I think we're looking at Brett's video. We're also looking at the lightning showing up there as well on the Mississippi River. And everybody, Brad included. Is that the actual tornado? So Brad is sitting there close to this tornado. I'm going to go to his video for just a moment. Let me do it over here because it kept jumping out on me. I'll just see if I can bring everybody in there, brother, up here for just a moment. Let me go back over here. I need to do this. I need to go to that. Let me do this. And hopefully, okay. So we're going to be watching Brett, Brad, the Mississippi River camera. Let me see if I can get anybody else up there to watch what's about to happen. Can't do audio because I just can't. So we got Brett in the background. We've got this is Brad in the bottom right hand side of the screen. Brett pulled over. Brett pulled over because I think he's pretty close to where this thing is about to cross the roadway. All right, you're looking at the storm there. Let me back this out one more time for you. I apologize. I'm trying to do this as best I can with as much information as I can get in the whole thing here overall. This is a tornado that is about to cross over the roadway there near Tallulah, coming in from the southwest, just south of Inglewood, if you will, and that general area there that we've been following for a while. That you can see just south of Tallulah there in the Mississippi. This is a tornado that is coming in from the southwest. It's very quickly moving in this region. You can see Brad's moving. Brad is getting away from this thing on the western side, just as he should be. He's trying to make sure that he is in a comfortable, safe position. So he's looking out for that very, very well. The other thunderstorms of note that have arrived, they are coming across the Mississippi River. Pretty rapid pace overall at all of these locations. But again, we're looking at Brett's camera, and let me add the radar here as well, and I think we can work off of the same page for just about everything if we do that and that and that and this. Did that work? Perhaps. Here's the storm, folks. Here's the storm. Here's the video. This is Brett's video of the storm near Tallulah, so we're kind of watching that. Again, I need a piece of this to go away. It's too much. How about now? Brett's video as he drives along. This is Brad's video on the top left-hand side. I hope I don't have audio from anywhere else that's interrupting us here. Everything okay? We looked at the outlook. Josh, I don't know where you've been, buddy. We just went through the whole new outlook about 30 minutes ago when they put it out. We just did that live on the air. You must have been to the bathroom. Brett is not in a Tesla. He's in a big Volkswagen. He's in a big car. Brett is. He's in a really big car, but he's riding down the road right there. I think this is going to be a large tornado coming across the roadway here somewhere. So we're just going to kind of watch to see what's going on with everybody. I can't really talk to anybody. There's a little bit of a debris signature there, as you can see, coming into the region as well. I don't want to effort to speak to anyone while they're doing what they're doing, but I can tell you the velocity data says there's a tornado very close there to the area. People are still driving along. I don't see anybody. I don't see emergency vehicles on either side of the road, at least in Brett's live video that we are looking at right now coming out of Tallulah. I don't see anything. If you look at the big picture here, I still don't see anything that other than what appears to be a tornado, and a very dangerous situation is unfolding quickly there into the region. And then I'm just going to, this is horrible, but I'm just going to throw in this so you know where it's at. All of this is Tallulah. Over there in the Mississippi. Everything that you see is Tallulah. There it comes. Brett's video had gone away for a moment, but we're over there in Tallulah, Mississippi at the moment, which is this storm that we're watching oh so closely. That storm as it's coming across the region. There, we're watching Brett Adair, which I think Brett and Brad are pretty close to each other at the moment, and live video of a likely tornado sitting there into the area. The National Weather Service says we still have a tornado warning here for the next 32 minutes. It's radar indicated. So everything there that we're looking at. It's not a Volkswagen. I can't remember what it was because it kind of blew my mind there. But he has a large vehicle. It's an SUV. What is it? It's a vehicle that he has it like bulletproof. He's got like the bedliner stuff on it all the way around. Now it has a big satellite dish on the top of it too. So strong indication of a likely tornado that just crossed over the roadway there from the west to the east, just outside of is that Fontaine Park? It's not. It's something else. Likely tornado going west to east across the region there. If you look at the velocity data and the high-res reflectivity, that's a very well-formed designed storm as far as they go in all of that area. I'm going to back out here. We got some more thunderstorms. We've got a new tornado warning, by the way, over here into Columbus. This is a brand new tornado warning. We already replaced that with one just a little bit earlier. Got other thunderstorms. One of my weather watchers here in northeast Alabama says I need to be watching a couple of storms here. Gonna have a big blower in a few minutes coming across Sand Mountain, coming down Rainsville and into the valley, which will produce a strong wind. This will be a stronger wind for I-59 going north-south out of Collinsville into Fort Payne. We're expecting some of the high velocity that'll be coming with this. This is coming across Rainsville, Sylvania southward. This is just a line. This is a linear situation. There's nothing going in opposing directions. So there's your line, but this is going to be some super high wind coming into Henniger, into Sylvania, Rainsville, then into Valley Head, coming down southward 59, coming out of Rising Fawn, all the way down to Collinsville, Alabama. And these could be the 50 to 60 mile per hour winds that they were talking about a little bit earlier. Some of that, it's all in meters at the moment, in meters per hour, kilometers per hour, and I didn't change it over just yet, but I will. But that's the strong part of the thunderstorm. The windy part of the thunderstorm is coming right here, coming just south of Rainsville at the moment. So we got our eyes on that coming in from west to east. Came across Gunnersville and through that area. I didn't really see any maximum winds or no wind damage there, but nonetheless, that'll be some of the high wind coming in from west to east there. Then down to the south, we reached that other tornado warning here into Columbus and beyond. Brett's camera just froze, which is, kind of likely. He's using so many different kinds of outlet there, media outlets, to let us know or let us watch what's kind of unfolding there. So we pretty much will be watching that as we go forward. That tornado warning, somewhat new again, is a secondary tornado warning, and look why. Oh, I got to go full screen with this. Look why. There is another tornado. Gosh, there's no warning on these lightning strikes. Give me a sec. I don't know. I don't know if you could hear it. This is the second time that I've had a lightning strike that was like literally in my backyard. It's not like we got, regular lightning strikes. They've happened now about an hour apart. But my gosh, they are so loud. And so sudden. Could you hear it on the other side? Because it's kind of like, I don't know if you ever had a electrical shock and you didn't know if you touched it if it was going to shock you or not. That's the way I feel right now. I'm like, when's the next one going to be? Sorry, I'm coughing. So Brett is behind a emergency vehicle here. I don't know what it is. It's yellow lights. I hope that's not a chaser being not very smart. This is Brett in the middle. He's just outside of Tallulah. This is Brad, who's also following lights. So I believe they're pretty close together there. Into the area right here. And then just as I was doing this is what I was talking about, because this is another tornado. This is not a wannabe. This is not a I think so. This is a tornado that's followed up again south of Columbus into Mississippi. And this one is just south of the town of Artesia, just north of Crawford. And a very likely tornado is occurring here in this area. That is a strong situation there of inbound and outbound. Remember what I was talking about, pixel to pixel? Well, that's what I mean by pixel to pixel. The closer the pixels are together and they change in coloration, the tighter the storm is packed here. And at this moment, that's going to be a tornado that is probably on the ground near Crawford. Let me see. See, they just issued that a little bit further off to the north there, just a tad. We'll see if there's any kind of evidence of this being on the ground. I don't see a lot. All right. There's the tornado warning. And if I start from where this goes far to the east here, and I go a little bit southward, we'll start out with the high-res reflectivity out of the high-top region here, because that's really where the severe stuff starts. Up in Fort Payne, see the lightning strike that occurred again? See the lightning strike right there, that one lightning strike stroke that came out of nowhere. I live right here. So that just, again, for the second time, came out of nowhere. It was, I don't know, there's no way to check voltage. Am I drawing him in? I mean, like, right up my waz. Look at that. There's one lightning strike, and it's like a block from me. That scared the bejeebus out of me again. I mean, scared me. I just went downstairs and my cats were doing that little scaredy cat thing. So for everybody or anybody who's watching in Fort Payne, you've had some rainfall there, but you ain't seen nothing yet, as they say. It's about to come down as a gully washer. Look at that stuff over in Rainsville, because that's coming southward. That's going to be heavy or high wind associated with. The wind speeds are pretty high here. This is all along a line, so this is going to be high wind that'll come through here. We still have about 15, 20 minutes before it comes southward, but that's going to be a pretty good wind maker. Watch what you're doing there. Aniana, we got some stuff going on here as well. These are high winds at Aniana. That's Blount County, Alabama. We'll be coming in from the southwest, moving into Etowah County on the southern side. You get back over here to Columbus, where I believe we still have an active tornado. Let me see what they say about it. They're saying a radar-indicated tornado. You're not kidding. That's about as classic as they get when they come to tornado warnings, folks. That is a strong inbound and outbound couplet is what that is called. And it is moving off to the, put it in motion. I'll show you exactly where it's moving. This is it's kind of weird because they didn't really issue for that, but it's a tornado. This is obviously a tornado. Watch it again. That's a tornado coming into Crawford on the western side. That'll be coming just south of Columbus, almost over the same area that was already affected once. So a tornado there looks to be coming in. We've got some rotation and spin into Alabama with the thing that was the tornado earlier. This is what produced the tornado back here to the west anyway, and it's still a spinning situation coming into Carbon Hill on this side of everything and working its way further and further to the east as we move along. But a possibility of a, what's this going to be? Wind damage emergency management says trees were blown down along County Road 121 right at 6:30. So we did have a report there, and now there's about to be some high wind coming into Carbon Hill once again in both of those areas. So we'll be looking out for that, and the possibility any of that could produce a tornado. We have a tornado that is likely showing up crossing over near Crawford here at the moment. Other storms of the moment, a little bit further down to the south, we'll look at what's happening here. We have the storm over into Meridian that is a tornado warning storm. This is Meridian. We'll go to Jackson radar to take a look at the storm near Meridian and moving eastward. Inbound and outbound, yeah. A little broad, yes, also. That's a little bit of a broad. There's an area in between that is not tightly packed, not spinning very much, but there's strong indication there south of Meridian into Mississippi, where we have the likelihood of a tornado still occurring there. The National Weather Service office has this pegged for another 20 minutes, with tornado and quarter-size hail being the likelihood into southern central Lauderdale County and Clark County into Mississippi. Still watching both of those regions. So pretty much what we're looking for. Josh says, I've got him for 20 more minutes. Just make sure you clock out so we can pay you the right amount. Here's the other storm, and I don't know if you can hear this. It's raining, and I got a tin roof, a metal roof, and I've never tried to do this on the air with a metal roof, which is just above me, and it's going to get worse. So I don't know if it could get so bad you can't hear me. But like I said moments ago, it was bound to pick up. Okay. I think I have another mod, Josh. Hold on for 1 second. We'll move along. We'll put this into motion so you can do this. Hold on for 1 sec. Okie dokie here. It was literally too loud for me to be on, so apologies. Between that and my cat's dying to get into the room. So let's get back to where we were, what we were talking about here. We'll still monitor Brett and hold on for a second. I'm so sorry. I didn't really fix anything earlier, so I'm having to do some of this on the fly here at the moment. But you get the overall picture of what we're looking at. You're watching Brett Adair. That center screen is Brett Adair. He is here and sort of watching what's going on across the area into the short term across all of those areas. Really, we're sort of watching out for that. The tornado warning that we have right now near Columbus is an observed tornado. This is a situation that requires urgency. This thing down to the south, coming into the western side, if you will, of Alabama, doing so fairly rapidly. The good news is that the tornado diminished. Check this out. The tornado came into the polygon on the southwestern side and diminished there, actually died out pretty quickly. died out there. So that is good news. It has weakened considerably. There's still some spin, but it has weakened considerably. It was working in an area that had been worked over time and time again. Here are the storms down to the south that have now prompted a new Choctaw County, Alabama tornado warning. This one coming out of Meridian that we were looking at just a little bit earlier still has the tornado signature along with it. Now they are moving it over into Choctaw County. It was just out of the reach, if you will, from a couple of radars there. I think we're going to have to use we can use BMX probably now that it's gotten a little bit closer to the east. So this is going to be a new tornado warning coming into Alabama, into the northwestern part of Choctaw County, Alabama. That's going to be a small populated area there. 742 people within the polygon that we're currently looking at. Other thunderstorms of note off to the north. Really, the reflectivity gives us a little bit better idea. And actually, I want to use the reflectivity that goes in a composite form all across the region to take a look at where we are at the moment. We'll put this into motion to show you over the last 45 minutes or so. All of that is still moving northeastward at a decent little pace. So we'll keep our eyes on that very closely going through and into the next little while. But that's what it looks like here at the moment. Give me one more minute, and still watching Brett and seeing what's going on. I still haven't found Brett on the map, which is my fault. I should have asked more questions before the actual event happened. But yeah, he's still not online with me. I got two things I got to do real quick. I'm going to leave this up, and if you'll stay with me, I'll be right back. So they did drop the tornado warning there into Columbus, but they added a couple of tornado warnings that we do have. And then this, which is a box up here that says stuff's coming through Fort Payne. Kind of knew that. Coming down to Gadsden, we got a little advisory there. This is going to be a special weather statement for quite a few counties there. But New Reese City to Odenville, movement was east at 40 miles an hour, 50 to 55 mile per hour winds. Penny size hail. They haven't seen my penny. Big hail coming across the area, though, from west to east. These are all moving across the north central sections. That's Highway 278 southward all the way down to Birmingham and beyond, where we still have the tornado possibilities there for the western side of I-65, but not the rest of the area. Down to the south, the big storms also that we're looking at coming into Choctaw County, Alabama. This is northwestern sections of Butler and Linden coming out of Meridian, moving on to the east. These are some of the bigger storms at the moment that we've been looking at that were producing those possible tornadoes back to the west. We've got a couple of areas here that also are telling us that we did have tornadoes a little bit earlier. Some of the tornado reports, if you will, showing up. This is going to be the one here in Jefferson-Davis County. Observed and recorded a large wedge tornado on Highway 42, tracking east-southeast out of Bass Field. Several downed trees. Power flashes also observed as well into the area. That's Bass Field, right about 5:16. So just now getting that information. A tad old there at the moment. The other storms that we're looking at, though, near Sartesia, it looks like we have the one tornado warning to the north here that the National Weather Service out of Jackson has issued for. It's going to be for that part of Warren County, Yazoo County, and Issaquahna. Yazoo, Issaquahna, and Warren counties. You're underneath tornado warning here for this region as well. These are some of the storms that we were looking at a little bit earlier that were producing some of those situations where we had the tornadoes that were showing up from time to time in radar activity in the rest, and still is the case as we move along through the next several hours. We'll be looking out for that and pretty much what we are looking at.